Hey everyone, welcome back to the We Talk podcasts. Because right now we're having a joint collaboration with our sister podcasts with We Talk Politics and We Talk Sports, uniting for one mega marathon on election night. I am Corey Tanisoff, as always, joined by co-host PJ Dolan from the We Talk Sports show. If you're a We Talk Politics listener, then have no worries. Gerald will be on later, and we will go into election details. But for now, let's start off because we have been on a hiatus, unplanned. Just the scheduling didn't work out, and we missed the most important thing. I missed the most important thing that happened in my life, and that is the Dodgers finally getting their chip, 2020 World Series champions. And I also wasn't on the episode during the NLCS when you guys had the Dodgers dead to rights, man. You were saying, I heard you ragging on them, saying, "Oh, there's no way they're pulling this back." Dodgers disappointment, but nah. Braves blew a 3-1 lead. We're the best team in the MLB, and as much as we would have loved to see a Dodgers versus Yankees World Series, it did not happen. So I would like to hear your thoughts on the Yankees organization.
Yankees. I mean, they re-signed Zach Britton. They got to re-sign DJ LeMahieu. Just do that for me. Get some starting pitching. If I have to see J Happ in a Yankees uniform next year, I'm probably going to shoot myself. Tanaka,
or Joey Lasagna, get rid of him,
dude. Don't get me started on Joey Lasagna, bro. We're gonna wait for Gerald to get in here since Gerald's a Joey Lasagna fan. Anyway, once Jason Dominguez gets called up, it's over for the league. That's all I'm going to say. The highest rated prospect since Mike Trout. Anyway, it is how it is. The Rays put up a fight. I mean, the Rays were a hell of a team. They were a hell of a team last year. They gave us problems, but this year they just came in on top.
But well, they gave us problems too.
We'll be back next year. We'll finally get. I was saying before the show, it's a fitting repayment from the 2017 Astros that a Yankees player and DJ LeMahieu is going to win MVP this year, and the Dodgers are going to win their World Series. And then next year we can get our Dodgers-Yankees World Series.
Next year, I'm counting on it.
This isn't about the Yankees. This is about you, bro. You won a chip. How we feeling?
I feel ecstatic. I was sitting there watching the game, and when I got my mom was on a little, I had a delay on my thing, so I called her. And I was like, all right, hold on. You already know what happens because it's like 15 seconds, but don't say anything. And then Urias got that final out, and I couldn't say anything except for just, holy shit. I've probably said that 15 times in a row with 5-second pause in between. I was stunned. This is what I have been waiting for. This is what the team has been waiting for, ending one of the longest active World Series droughts in the MLB at 32 years since 88 was the last one. And it just felt amazing. I think that everybody came out and performed well. Clayton Kershaw was dominant. He said, hey, haters. And in all the playoffs, pitched 4 wins, 1 loss, and had a stellar ERA. And he held it down. It shows why Kershaw is, one of the, I would argue, the best pitcher that we've seen in the last 10 years over that span. And he passed Verlander in postseason strikeout career, which is kind of impressive considering Verlander's been consistently in the playoffs. But then again, so has Clayton Kershaw. I think that this, cements him as a Hall of Famer, as if he wasn't already. He won an MVP, which is hard enough for a pitcher. So I give Kershaw that Hall of Fame, and Mookie Betts is making his case early as he played excellently. Cody Bellinger also played awesome. He had one of the meanest bat flips in that Game 7 of the NLCS, and that it was, put him down, baby. Our utility guys came out when they needed to. Our bullpen performed. The only guy who I did not love was there were 3 guys, and it was Kenley Jansen for blowing that game in the 9th inning, the same day that Penn State lost to Indiana, which did not make my night very good. And also on my sit list was Will Smith, the catcher, because he ended up blowing that catch to the plate in the ninth inning of that game that we lost in a heartbreak walk-off fashion. And then Chris Taylor, who made an errant throw to Will Smith to cause that ninth inning loss in that walk-off loss. We all know how it happened. Kenley Jansen didn't back up the catcher. I don't know what happened. I watched it, and I was just like, what? No, stop. Don't do that. Don't play baseball like that. But they played baseball like that, and they really quickly had a match slid under their butts, and they turned it around. But I'm ecstatic. I think that we have a good chance of signing another marquee free agent in this offseason.
Y'all not taking DJ from me, bro.
I think we might.
Y'all are not taking DJ from me.
I think we might. But I wouldn't be surprised if we did. But putting that on there, the commissioner might have to rule, all right, you can't do this, man. But Rob Manfred he's an Astros fan, so he'll probably stop us from being able to do that.
Watching him get booed after he decided to allow fans.
They also need to, on a separate MLB note, but following that path, they need to fire Rob Manfred immediately. This man wants to. I initially opposed the designated hitter in both leagues because, hey, you play ball, you got to play ball. But then with it in effect, it made the games a little more enjoyable to watch. It made them more fast-paced. You don't get a free out every 9 at-bats. And it really turns into – Walker Buehler put it really well on a podcast earlier this week, and he said, we don't spend a lot of time on the other side. We don't know the pitch movement. And even if we do get a good ball that we can hit, we don't practice swinging. So we're not going to make much of it. But, I think it's KFC Barstool. He's still in love with that Bartolo Colon home run. So he has that's why he likes the pitcher hitting in the NL.
We're still all in love with the Bartolo Colon home run.
We are very much in love with the Bartolo Colon home run. But Rob Manfred needs to be out of here. He wants a neutral ground World Series site, which is bad. It's terrible. We don't do that. It takes away home field advantage, and home field advantage is why you play well during the regular season. That's what makes it the difference between being a 3 seed and a 1 seed. If you're 1 seed, you're a lock. You've got your home for the first 2 games and the last 2 games of the World Series. And when it was all played in Arlington, the Dodgers even got an unfair advantage in the World Series, but we also got taken down a little bit in the NLCS, which let us fall behind, where I counted between both teams, but for the Dodgers, there were 6, and for the Braves, there were 3 balls that in Dodger Stadium would have been home runs. And one of them was in the game 1 that we lost, where Cody Bellinger in the 9th inning could have hit one to tie it up. And instead, he got it right in his mitt. And then also, it took away from it gave those nice highlights of those Mookie Betts robberies that we got to see. But neutral zone is not how you play. Every ballpark is different, and it's for a reason. And if you want to play at your field, play better.
I couldn't agree more. If there's a neutral site World Series, then Rob Manfred needs to just drop off the face of the map. I'm tired of that man.
Yeah,
I really strongly dislike him.
Something about these commissioners, man.
At least the Astros didn't win this year. That's all I could have asked for.
Yeah, and as a question was posed to me by one of my friends earlier, right after the Dodgers won, and he said, "So, you feel that this is a real championship?" And I was like, "Yeah." I think that it was even harder than a regular one, because everybody had to play in a best of 3 elimination series at the beginning, which 3-game series are notoriously not favoring, whichever team is better, right. But it's whoever comes out that day. So everybody had to play that. And then the Dodgers came back from a 3-1. And even if we lost, the Rays won the World Series. It's what it is. It's like the NBA, and even more so in the MLB, every team was invited. Every team played. And it was just a shortened season. It doesn't change how different teams performed. Right. But, it's still that gripe of, oh, is there an asterisk? Well, there shouldn't be, because 2017 doesn't have one. So.
Right. That's fair enough. If 2017 doesn't have one, then why is this one?
Right. It would only be because Rob Manfred is an Astros fan.
Yeah, absolutely.
So moving on to the next bit of something that you don't want to talk about, but we got to capture it, man. The New York Giants. What's up?
Dude, like, it's happened the last two nights or the last two games that the Giants have had. I've been sitting in my living room watching them with my girlfriend. And she's like,
Small flex, but okay.
The Giants are winning. Like, well, shouldn't you be happy? I'm like, there's still 5 minutes on the clock. Like, they're going to lose
a lot of ball left.
Like, I'm like, they're up by 11 points, but that doesn't matter. There's a lot of game left.
Yep.
I'd be saying that even if there was 2 minutes left at the rate this season's been going. And sure enough, Giants blow it again. I mean, Daniel Jones has gone from bad to extremely bad. Like, he surprises me each game, and not in a pleasant way, with how absolutely horrible he is. And I really need the Jets to start winning some games, man, because the Giants need to find a way to get that number one pick.
And even if it doesn't come out to the number one pick, there are other good prospects that would help. But clearly the aim for every team that is not in competition right now is Trevor Lawrence. Everybody wants him. He's the commodity. He's the guy. He plays like Peyton Manning, and he's only ever lost, I believe, in his college career, one game. And it was to it was to LSU in the national championships.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence is a man. That is the guy who you need him. I mean, at that point, it doesn't matter who your coach is. But one of the fun comparisons that I see brought up is a question, and it might be one of the dumbest comparisons, is who would win, Clemson or the Jets?
Probably.
And I think I think the answer is obvious, and I think it's the Jets. And I think it comes down to the fact that every player on the Jets was drafted. Every player on the Jets was at one point a player who was top 255 player in college football. And for Clemson, that is a team of still development. They don't have access to those NFL training facilities. And they also don't play with as hard of contact because their backs aren't as big. Their linebackers and their secondaries, they're not as big of guys, and even the edges. So I think the Jets would handily defeat Clemson. I don't think that it's even it wouldn't even be a fair game.
Yeah, but all that being said, they're also the New York Jets.
They are also the New York Jets. So that is,
if anyone's going to blow that game, it's the Jets.
They're the Jets. Yeah. Another fun comparison would be if the Giants played the Jets, what would happen?
A black hole would probably open. Like,
a black hole would surround New Jersey.
Yeah. Like, I don't think that time and space could handle that kind of
dark energy
at this moment. But, dude, honestly, instead of having like a Pro Bowl, say the Jets win a game and like everything, it sets up perfectly where it's a complete tie for the number one pick between the Giants and the Jets. You have the Trevor Lawrence Bowl.
And whoever loses wins Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. And it'll just be an absolute dogfight as to who could mess up more.
Well, it's the Daniel Jones throws interception. I'll do it again.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones is he is, in the words of Stephen A. Smith, a bona fide scrub.
I can't believe that y'all let me just walk around saying that he was a good quarterback.
Hey man, only time tells. It's like the Colts fans who were saying, "Oh, Jacoby Brissett is the future." No, he's not. Jacoby Brissett is nothing.
But in other news, the entire Giants offensive line, the entire starting offensive line was out, or like 4 out of 5 were out because of a COVID spread. And that is the best game that the New York Giants offensive line has played in the last 2.5, maybe 3 years.
I mean, they held up. They held up against the Bucs. It was not a necessarily good show by Daniel Jones by any means, but they held up. I mean, what was it? A 2-point loss, right?
It was a 2-point loss, and Daniel Jones ended 2 of our drives with horrendous interceptions.
Right.
One of which came because he didn't see Darius Slayton wide open 40 yards down the field.
I'm a big believer in no one player is responsible for a loss. However, I think one player is responsible for that loss last night.
Dude, there's that's the best all around game. Except if it take out Daniel Jones, that was a hell of a game played by the Giants.
There was a statistic where I believe he has more interceptions or more turnovers in his last 20 games than any quarterback in the league.
Dude, they were saying he had this play call where he gets up to the line, Peyton Manning will scream Omaha or whatever. He screamed Eli, Eli, and then almost threw an interception. And I was like, that's just fitting.
That's karma. Daniel Jones had okay. So do you know how many turnovers he had last night?
2.
Okay, so now Daniel Jones has 36 turnovers over the last 2 seasons, which is the most in the NFL, over Jameis Winston.
Bro, Jameis Winston literally went 30 for 30.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad, bro.
And now Tom Brady is the all-time leader in touchdown passes.
Yeah, him and Drew Brees keep going back and forth, but Tom's eventually going to – Brees has got to be done after this year, man.
Yeah,
he's looking rough.
And Tom Brady's going to play until he's 46.
Yeah, he's going to play forever.
He's LeBron James of the NFL. Speaking of that quarterback race on touchdowns, have you seen the Monday Night Football fever dream graphics that they always put up?
Yeah.
There was one last night where it was Tom Brady and Drew Brees on a seesaw, and it had their numbers of how many interceptions or how many touchdowns they've had, and it's just Peyton Manning standing there watching them. Like, what are they doing with this?
Bro, yeah. When are they going to fire Booger McFarland, bro?
Dude, he looks like Zion Williamson.
Literally like Zion Williamson 30 years down the line.
Booger McFarland is one of the worst analysts currently behind, I would say, Joe Buck and Kendrick Perkins.
Bro, Kendrick Perkins over Paul Pierce, though?
I believe, who was it? Paul Pierce said LeBron James wasn't a top 10 player in the history of the NBA.
Bro, at least Kendrick Perkins sometimes makes sense. Paul Pierce never has a word of sense come out of his mouth ever.
If you have a good 5 minutes, viewer, go on YouTube later and look up Kendrick Perkins' career highlights, and it is the funniest thing in the world. It's just low lights. It's him setting a screen on his own teammate. It's him bricking a wide open mid range. It's Kendrick Perkins perfectly.
It's absurd, bro.
Kendrick Perkins, bona fide scrub. Moving over to these other associations that we have, we're going to just shift focus slightly to the National Basketball Association as the offseason is starting to ramp up. Do you see anything coming here? And Daryl Morey to sign with the 76ers. I want to talk about potential signings that you see around the NBA, and then also what this could mean for the Sixers actually having a good GM.
I mean, the Sixers are still the Sixers. I mean, the last time, I wouldn't even count their recent years being good as being good because the Eastern Conference has just been so damn terrible. Like, I mean, obviously, if the Knicks could piece something together, the Knicks could add a player or two and be like a low playoff seed in the East is how bad the league is. But so when's the last time they were good? Like 2011, 2010?
I mean, they've consistently made it to the playoffs. But, you have that same effect of teams that get there but can't finish it out, like the Celtics now. And I personally think having that GM is going to switch up their broken roster, and they're going to bring in some more key bench players and not repeat letting Jimmy Butler go in order to get Al Horford.
Now, I think Giannis to Miami is starting to look a little more in play than it was before the season started.
So I was going to ask you about a few players or several players that are free agents this year and where you think their landing destinations could be. Just hot takes right now, all on. We can come back to this later as soon as they go, but I want to check this out. Okay, we're going to go for Anthony Davis. He has a player option.
He's gonna stay a Laker.
He's going to stay a Laker. I agree with that. I think you win a ring, you got to come back, especially since the team isn't disbanding. It's going to be the same team it was, even if they don't have a lot of space, but it's going to be the same team. 2 superstars and role players. The next player is a restricted free agent coming in here, so the team would have to match. You have Brandon Ingram.
And he's in New Orleans right now.
Yes, he is.
But, I mean, honestly, they probably match.
I agree.
Because that's a nice young team that they have there. Like Brandon Ingram has turned himself into a player recently. Like he's not the same Ingram that was on the Lakers before.
Not at all. I mean, a lot of those guys turned it up as soon as they left the Lakers. Lonzo Ball turned it up, and Brandon Ingram turned it up. Josh Hart is still Josh Hart. Yeah. But then you look back at the Lakers and you see, out of all these players, we wanted to keep Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, and you saw how that went in the finals.
We saw that. The next up is DeMar DeRozan has a player option.
I don't think, honestly, hot take, Raptors or Union.
You think Raptors are going to take
him back? He never wanted to leave Toronto, bro. You said that multiple times. He said, I've wanted to play in Toronto for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I could see it happening, but I could see him sticking with the Spurs, especially under G-Pop. It's the old, I guess DeMar DeRozan, as he's aged a little bit, is less flashy when it comes to it and just a solid midi guy. The next up is Andre Drummond, who was just traded from the Pistons to the Cavs earlier this season, and he has a player option on his shoulders.
There's no way he stays in Cleveland unless they offer him a pretty penny extension. He still doesn't have a ring, right?
No, he absolutely doesn't.
Yeah, I could see Andre Drummond maybe going somewhere like
Boston.
Yeah, somewhere like definitely a playoff contender, but not like one of the big ones.
Right.
Like a mid seed.
I'm actually going to disagree with you on that. I think that he is going to stay on the Cavs. Him and their GM have built a good trust, according to their reports and their interviews. But they've got a good young guard core, and they have a high draft pick coming into this draft. So I think if they draft a wing, it should help bolster their position. They still do have Kevin Love. So if you can have your young guards and your young Bulls rocking that 1-2, and then you draft somebody like LaMelo Ball to stretch the floor at the 3, then you keep Kevin Love at power forward and you have Andre Drummond at the 5. That's a pretty good matchup.
Yeah.
Next up, I'm going to skip past some of the ones that I don't really care that much about. Gordon Hayward has a player option, and right now he is making an inordinate amount of money from Boston.
Yeah, he's staying. He's taking all the money he can get because ever since he got injured, he hasn't been doing much.
I agree that.
Secure that bag.
The next up, which are 2 which I think would be really interesting, are Fred VanVleet is up, and he has played excellently for the Toronto Raptors. Now, how do you think that would influence it if DeMar DeRozan decides to opt out of his player clause? Do you think that they would spend the money on their one guard, on Fred VanVleet, or try to acquire a wing in DeMar DeRozan?
I think they would keep VanVleet, but VanVleet to the Knicks has been a rumor for the whole season since the Raptors finals.
I could see it happening. I mean, him going to the Knicks. The Knicks they still got cap, and they've still got cap. So there's really just a couple players you got to get rid of, and sell them off in a package deal with a draft pick and bring in somebody else. But I could see Freddie going to the Knicks, or I could see him staying with the Raptors. The next one is Montrezl Harrell.
He's on the Clippers.
He's on the Clippers. He got his 6th man of the year last season, and he may be looking for a pay raise. And both Toronto and Los Angeles have enough in cap to give these guys a good amount of money to come back, but neither of them has a player option, so they're unrestricted free agents.
I think if it comes down to, unless he gets a lot of money from like some obscure team, I think he's staying with the Clippers. Because I mean, as much as Paul George pissed away the postseason, they're still the Clippers. They still have that's his best chance to get a ring unless LeBron comes knocking at his door.
Yeah. I've got 3 other players just for fun to see where these guys. Actually, I've got a couple more right here, but I'm going to start off with Carmelo Anthony. He is aging, and he is not doing incredibly, but he's still playing. He's playing ball. He's mellow. So he is an unrestricted free agent. Could you see him making a homecoming return back to the Knicks or going back to the Nuggets?
As much as he's not going back to the Nuggets.
No, he's not going to the Nuggets.
As much as I want Melo back on the Knicks, as happy as that would make me, sometimes you gotta learn to let go.
But it would be his retirement tour, man. Sign him to a 1-year vet min.
Okay, but also if the Lakers signed him to a 1-year vet min and he got a chip,
banana boat.
If he got his chip, I want Melo to get his ring. However, whatever team he needs to make that happen with, get Melo his ring.
There are rumors of the Lakers wanting to sign wanting to trade for Chris Paul.
Get the banana boat together, bro.
Get the banana boat
out of retirement.
Yeah, get D Wade out of there. Get the banana boat. I mean, that would be something to see. I could possibly see Melo sticking with the Trailblazers because he did fit very well into their rotation as an off the bench guy. Put up great production, but he is, I believe, he's 35 years old or 36 years old at this point. So seeing him go somewhere would likely be his last landing spot. I could see him going to a competitor like the Lakers, or I could see him making a homecoming return to the Knicks.
If he doesn't go, I mean, the most likely option is he stays with Portland in my mind. But if he goes anywhere, he's going to contender. He's not coming back to the Knicks.
So some other guys who I see in here who are free agents are DeMarcus Cousins. So as repurposed veterans, which are my next 3 that I'm going to give, DeMarcus Cousins did not put up anything this year. He had nothing. And I don't think he even played.
He's so hurt.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, as good as he was,
I guess the question
when he was
is, does
healthy,
he get signed?
I don't think so, man. Or it might be like one of those Dwight Howard no guaranteed money contracts just to see how it turns out.
Well, right now I believe he's on a 1-year, $1 million to the Warriors. I could see them bringing him back because you're going to have a healthy Steph, you're going to have a healthy Clay, you're going to have a past his prime but still playing basketball, Draymond Green, and then you have a lottery pick that you can use to get somebody else. Now, if they don't get a guy like James Wiseman to run the 5, even if they do, I could see them putting DeMarcus Cousins at a bench role.
Yeah.
Now, the next guy that I want to talk about is Bobby Portis. Bobby Portis has a team option, and I believe he is currently signed to your New York Knicks.
Yep.
And I want to just check to see how much money he is making this season.
He's making some absurd
He's
amount
making
of money.
$15 million in 2019-2020, and then his team option is for $15 and $750,000. So $15 million. I think that the Knicks let him go.
I hope so.
Because if that's $15 million off, that's halfway towards a max deal.
That we're never going to sign. That's just $15 million for Fred VanVleet.
Giannis.
Bro, Giannis is going to Miami, man. I'm convinced. I cannot be convinced otherwise. That being said, see, I'm not getting my hopes up with the Giannis and the Knicks thing because I'm just accepting already off the bat. Like, I can only go up from here. If he does sign with the Knicks, then parade time. But
some other funny ones, which I would like to see how this comes out, are we've got both KCP and Rajon Rondo are free agents. Rajon Rondo has a player option, and KCP is an unrestricted free agent. Do you see the Lakers bringing them both back?
Yeah.
I think that KCP changed from Kentavious Caldwell Poop to a solid wing shooter in this playoff run specifically. And I think they'll bring him back for that. And Rajon Rondo he's putting up prime Rondo numbers when he's on the floor. I don't see the also Dwight Howard is a free agent, but I don't see the Lakers doing too much to try to make a splash in free agency unless they try to go for a big trade for a guy like Chris Paul, who is rumored to not really want to be in OKC.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Paul to the Knicks is also a rumor because we got the space to kill the cap. But
Yep.
I don't know, man. Russell Westbrook to the Knicks is also a rumor.
He would play with the system. You've got a system which I guess a lack of a system. So Russell Westbrook coming in and just being the one guy, that's what he did in OKC. That's what got him MVP, averaging a triple-double. I think the only reason he's not doing it now is because the Rockets had a team built for them by Daryl Morey, which actually was a well-rounded team.
Yeah. I mean, shit. The Knicks haven't – I don't think the Knicks franchise has had a player post a triple-double in, like, over 10 years. So
in a game, I want to look at this.
If Russell Westbrook comes up and posts a triple-double, then, love the kid.
Mario Hezonja dropped a triple-double on April 6, 2019.
That's an absolute – are you kidding me?
Yeah.
All right, well, how long was it before that?
Hold on. In blowout loss to the Rockets. They lost by 24 points. In a unique way, Mario Hezonja got to start at point guard with Emmanuel Mudiay, Alonzo Trier, Dennis Smith Jr., Frank Ntilikina, and Kadeem Allen all ruled out. 29 point, the game before he dropped 29, and then that night he had 16 points, 16 boards, and 11 assists. How many Knicks have had triple doubles? Let me look this up. Elfrid Payton posted a 17-point triple double on February 4th of this year.
All right, well, maybe I was wrong. Before that, it had been a while, though.
I believe that, yeah. Yeah, the Knicks are not a triple-double team. Russ Westbrook scored a monster triple-double against them on a Christmas Day game.
Yeah, I was watching.
Yeah, I believe it. Merry Christmas.
Every Christmas, the Knicks ruin my Christmas Day. It's still a tradition. It's not Christmas without the Knicks, but they also just stab me in the chest, so...
One of these, as you were saying with the Giants, man, you just got to stop watching. Like, you don't get anything from it. Just the Knicks, man. Like, you're not getting anything from it. Who is so you've got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as your new team to watch in the NFL. Who would be your NBA team to watch?
Bro, I can't betray,
You're loyal to the soil.
I've made such a fool of myself. I feel like I got to stay committed, man. At least the Giants have given me some, ground. I'm more comfortable supporting the Buccaneers than I am switching up on the Knicks. Why I love the Knicks so much, I couldn't tell you. They've done nothing for me. But it's just, I feel dirty, man. I feel less dirty switching up on the Giants than I do the Knicks.
Well, that's a fair point that you make, and I also want to relate that around to something that we're seeing a lot more in sports, and especially now the NBA has taken a little turn away from it, but bandwagoning. And because of the parity that we saw coming into the 2019-2020 season, with no team really having more than two superstars on a team, how do you think that this will work with the Warriors coming back in top shape with a number one draft pick? Do you think that we could see them in the finals again this year?
I don't think in the finals. Honestly, they might. If they could trade that pick, they could trade that pick and get a nice player. But then
they would need a big.
Yeah, I think if they trade the pick and get a stud big man, then they could make a finals run. But if they keep the pick, then they'll make the playoffs for sure. But I don't see a finals run.
So let me look up something real quick. I want to look up the Warriors cap space.
They have D'Angelo Russell, his big old contract.
His big contract. Yeah, so they are above the tax threshold. So they can't make any big signings in free agency. But they could look to trade away their D'Angelo Russell for somebody who is a big man who is going into free agency or coming off. A guard by the name of Hassan Whiteside, who has shown great production in Portland. He ramped up even after he left Miami. And Hassan Whiteside could be a guy to go after. Another guy could be, any of these bigs who re-sign. So one of their number one on their they've got Eric Pascal, who just came out in a year where they didn't have anybody on their team. Just 6'6", small forward, plays ball. But they need a center because the Draymond Green train is over. He's not the defensive player of the year anymore. Not your 6'7" guy playing center. It didn't work for the Rockets. It's not going to work for the Warriors. But I want to take a look at Golden State's mock draft prediction. So right now, we've got, this is from CBS Sports, and this was made 9 hours ago. So number 1, Anthony Edwards to the Timberwolves. Number 2 would be James Wiseman to the Warriors. So I think they need to keep that pick and get James Wiseman.
Yeah.
Because they'll have him on a rookie deal for a few years, making, first round lottery money, which is, it's money, but you can sign him and they can take off their cap holds on some players. So I think they really need to bring in James Wiseman. I don't see them trading that pick, especially considering they don't have a lot of cap to work with.
Yeah,
they might consider trading D'Angelo Russell to another team for something.
I mean, I agree that they need to take Wiseman, but I don't see a finals run still.
They could ideally play in a starting 5. They could play Steph at the 1, D'Angelo Russell at the 2, and then they could play Clay at the 3, Eric Pascal or Draymond Green at the 4, and then James Wiseman at the 5, which could work very well for them. All right, so we are now joined by
Gerald Mendoza,
fellow co-host Gerald Mendoza.
He's ready.
Oh, I'm ready.
He's ready.
I'm ready. Hope
Looking spiffy.
Hope you like the little setup I got over here. But
he's standing up.
Oh yeah,
he's standing up.
Gerald
sitting down night.
We got it.
It's gonna have to be a sitting down night soon.
For you guys, I can stand up for a while.
All right, so Gerald, my question to you on an operating front: is there any way I can make you the host of this?
I think I'm automatically the host because I signed in.
Okay, cool.
So you still have the ability, but I'll handle it from here.
Cool.
Are we switching over to Foley Politics yet?
I would like to have Gerald's opinion on some sports matters here before we switch over to. We're going to cover some of politics. So if you are a sports fan and you are only here for listening to sports, I apologize, but there will be more politics to come as we analyze the election night results as the first polls are closing now. So, Gerald, my questions to you on the sports front are: what's going on with the NFC East?
It's been the NFC least for a long time. A perfect storm of just a bunch of bad decisions, bad ownership, bad GMs, bad this, bad that, bad the other. It happens, It's something that just exists. It's something that just happens. Unfortunately, it's all come to a head with every single one of the teams in the NFC East, struggling. I don't know what it is about this year or about this time period or what happened to all these organizations. It's a combination of just a bunch of bad things that happened to each team, and they all decided to try to fix them this offseason, but they didn't really work. Or obviously, the results have not been shown. There's obviously in Dallas, Jerry Jones, he got rid of was that this year or the year before that he got rid of what's his name?
Jason Garrett.
Yeah, Jason Garrett,
the new offensive coordinator of the New York Giants.
Right. Well, look, Jason Garrett was never stellar. He was okay. He had a good team to work with, but he was never stellar.
Jason Garrett was never good.
You can say what I'll say. He's never stellar. Those are my words. And now he's part of the coaching staff or the coordination staff for the Giants, like you said. So that transfer obviously isn't, even though he knows the team very well because he plays them twice a year for I don't know how many years at this point. It just hasn't been good. In terms of Washington, the whole organization just blew up because of Jay Gruden and the legacy that he left there. Dan Snyder being Dan Snyder, the James Dolan of the NFL. And that's just not a good mix. And there's still internal problems right now, especially between the start, who was supposed to be our starting quarterback that I was excited for, Dwayne Haskins, who's now basically been benched and is basically inactive up to this point, which is, unfortunate. And really just the toxic nature of that organization. Philadelphia, they were riding high after their recent Super Bowl win over the Patriots, but that seems to be the highest point, and they have let their guard down every single year since. Carson Wentz doesn't seem to be producing the way he wants to, and obviously I think the team around him isn't helping him, but he's definitely not producing as the leader or captain of that team. And then the Giants, what they did is just they let Eli Manning, they let him do his thing, but after a while, it's just people figured him out very quickly, and he's always been prone to leading he's led the NFL in interceptions and turnovers a number of different seasons. And even though they won a Super Bowl during one of those seasons, they needed a good team around him. He needed good tools. And as soon as they got rid of Odell Beckham Jr., as soon as they got rid of, when Victor Cruz was out, as soon as they got rid of, they thought they could supplement that with Saquon Barkley when it came in. But it's just this isn't a one-man team. It's a team. It's not a one-man show. And all of that coming together in the NFC East turns it into the NFC least. And I don't know what to tell you, that probably someone who's going to win the division is whoever's going to end up 7-9, apparently.
If that.
Possibly 7-8-1, because the Eagles, I don't know. It is not good. It's not good because of a number of different things in each organization, but they cannot, for some reason, they just cannot get themselves together, and it just isn't working. So I'm not sure. I'm really not sure how they're going to fix it. I don't know who's going to come out on top. I don't know who's going to make it to the playoffs, if they even deserve to make it to the playoffs. But each team has its own demons that they're working through right now. They just all happen to be working through them right at this season, at this moment. And it's affecting many different things. That's what it is that each team has its set of problems. They're all dealing with them at the same time, and they have to play each other twice a year, leading to some very, we'll call them interesting games in the division.
I really like your analysis on that. And as you're saying, everybody had a plan. As Mike Tyson once said, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. And it seemed collectively like the entire division just got punched in the mouth this year. Yeah. So then everybody's plan went down. You've got Dallas with Dak Prescott going down. You've got the Giants with Saquon Barkley going down. You have the Washington football team. You have the Philadelphia Eagles losing their entire receiving core. It's all going down. Now, my next, actually, it's more of a request than a question to you, Gerald. I would like to take a moment and have both my co-hosts, PJ Dolan and Gerald Mendoza, eat a slice of humble pie after counting out my Dodgers when they were down 3-1 in the NLCS.
Hold on. I never said the Dodgers weren't going to make it. I said if they didn't make it, the legacy of Clayton Kershaw is compromised permanently. But he did, and he picked it up. He got his ring, a well-deserved championship, and I was rooting for Dodgers the whole day. That was me. PJ, on the other hand, the salty New York Yankees fan that I
went back and I watched that podcast that you guys had without me, and as soon as it was down 3-1, you guys were like, dude, this is it.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. All right, but quick note here. I'm going to let you guys take over real quick. I don't know if you want to mute me or hide me or something. I need to order a pizza and move into the living room so I can get ready for this election coverage. So I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah. All right. I'll take you out. And when you get back, you're eating humble pie.
Yeah.
And pizza.
And pizza.
And pizza.
Yeah. But during this transition, I think we're going to switch over to our politics coverage now. Some of the polls have closed in some of the states. Corey, I don't know if you're watching. Who you're watching right now?
I'm currently watching a CBSN.
CBSN. That's good. I think Shepard Smith is running CNBC. If you would like to switch over at some point, but I like Shepard. I like Shepard Smith, and I like CNBC.
It's looking like it's shaking out with the way too early to decide numbers as they're closing in.
Right.
However, every state seems to be going the way we expected, with Georgia being a toss-up and Virginia leaning slightly blue. But there's a lot of ball left. We've got a lot left to play. So Indiana is heavily going red as expected.
Oh,
so
we knew that. We knew that was the same effect that happened last time. It's going to be the same effect that happens this time with the flyover, because that's where Mike Pence was from. And that always helps, having a vice president from the state. This is very interesting. What I'm super interested in right now, actually,
is the Mitch McConnell race.
It's not even the Mitch McConnell. Like, yeah, what happened in Kentucky?
Oh,
Kentucky's usually straight in there. That's usually the first one that's ever awarded, but apparently it's within 3 points. So everyone's all the networks are waiting, as far as I can tell. So from what I can see,
it's slightly red from the map that I'm looking at.
Yeah, from what I can see, it looks like it's 11 electoral points for President Trump, 0 so far for Vice President Biden. We will see how this shakes out. We'll be monitoring all of these key races. We'll be monitoring the Senate races. We'll look at our online resources. We'll see what we can do. But yeah, this is shaking up to be already a very interesting and unprecedented race, as was the whole campaign.
And as you were saying, in Kentucky, President Trump right now only has a 5-point lead over former Vice President Biden, with 14% reporting. But I think what's really interesting is Mitch McConnell leading by 1% and only 5,000 votes with 14% reporting. I think that is going to be one of the most exciting things to watch. Kentucky is one of the first ones to close normally, and one of the first ones to get everybody reporting. So it'll be very interesting to see how that shakes out. And if we have a new member of the Senate and out with the old guard, so to speak.
It would be very interesting, because I look, even as far as I went, I thought Montana, I thought Georgia, I thought even South Carolina had the potential to flip. No one was paying attention to the race in Kentucky. Not even the big networks, not even the smaller blog sites. No one.
Not even us.
Not even us, not even Nate Silver. Nobody was looking at Kentucky. But now that we're looking at it, we're like, wait a minute. This needs to be paid attention to, because wow, I don't know how. I'm guessing it's just a bigger voter turnout, and this is what happens when bigger voter turnout happens. Your usual trends, waiting on 50 to 60% of voter turnout in each state or on average in the country, leads to certain patterns. But when more people, more voters who haven't voted in a while, and more new voters come in, start affecting the different trends that we usually see on election cycles, it becomes a way bigger, a bigger even toss-up. And that's why we're monitoring this. This is why we monitor elections, because you can't just say, oh, this person's going to win, but you have to monitor everything. You monitor the Senate races, you monitor the presidential race, you monitor the House, because you never know. This is where politics almost becomes a sport, where it's like there's an unpredictability going on, and it's going to be interesting to see how these things turn out and how these things end up working out as the night progresses.
Yep. And an interesting thing, as we said, is we need to watch out for the battleground states really for this to take away are Arizona, Pennsylvania. Those are the big ones right there. And then also the Great Lakes with Wisconsin and Michigan. And then I don't believe that Georgia or Florida are these kind of look-ats. But North Carolina is also one of those states to watch. So I boil it down to 5: Arizona, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But a lot of people say Georgia. A lot of people are saying Florida. But I do believe that that's going to go red the same way it did in the last the last election.
Right, exactly. So, again, interested to see how everything shakes out. Interested to see how things are going to work out. And we'll be monitoring everything. So, aside from that, how was your election? How do you spend your election day? Like, did you go out voting early, or did you end up going today? I have a lot of my friends went today, and I know also a different group, including myself. We went out early. I went the first day that early voting was available in the state. So
I actually went out this morning. I stayed up until 7 a.m. to go out there and get it early, because there was no way I could wake up that early. So I actually stayed up until 7. Then I went to my polling location, and there were only 4 people in front of me in line. Go early, and I got it. I went in. I took about 15 minutes looking on my phone. to see different of the local candidates and what they were thinking about and where their campaign was and their history on things. And then also on the questions that they had on there. I did my own research on those. And I think that it was really just easy experience, getting in and getting out. And a lot of people, the message was, oh, don't wait until election day because then it's going to be super busy. I feel like it might have been if you tried to get in at the very end, but if you're just getting it done at the beginning, you just pull the Band-Aid off. It was quick and easy.
Right. Yeah. It's definitely, yeah. When I went, like I told you, I went to one location. We had a general voting centers for each of our, instead of precinct specific centers. We had general precincts that you could go to any one of them at your convenience. I think that is very helpful. It was very helpful during early voting. They also opened up 3 new early voting centers, and they usually have in the county as well. And when we went to, like I said, when I went to the first one, I went with my mother. When we went to the first one, the line was at 7:20. It was still wrapped around the building. So we said, all right, let's go check out another one at one of the newer places. And it was a much smaller line, and it was a lot easier to manage. And they did a really good job. We were in and out in 15 minutes max, if that, because we got to the place around 7:42. We got out right before 8 o'clock. So it was, I think it was good. I think the way things are structured right now, I don't know this, but there could be a precursor for how things work in the future if the state wants to keep it that way. If the Secretary of State, who's in charge of elections and verifying votes and all that, and the state election board, if they want to consider just keeping that a general election center situation, I think it worked out really, really well for the general public, and I think it could work out really, really well in the future, pandemic or not. Let's hopefully not pandemic, but yeah, I think it worked out really well, the system that came up with.
Well, and that's always the hope, right? That next time, no pandemic, which would be the 2022 gubernatorial election, which is, as I like to say, more important than the presidential election, just because that is going for more of your state base. And that is where laws are made for you. It's on the state level. And as we know from federalism, the state has more power over itself than the federal government does. So we like to see you also got to turn out in 2022. If you voted this year, vote again in 2 years. But I liked the accessibility that the early voting in person and the mail-in and the drop boxes. I liked how that worked because the simple fact for a lot of people is that they work in jobs which are service industry. So they might be working all day from 9 to 6, right? And then at that point, they don't have a lot of time to go vote. So if you had it open on a Saturday or you had it open for the past 2 weeks, that gives people the time to go out there and vote. Even if, they're not able to get in there on election day, it still opens up avenues for people to get their vote out and to have their voices heard in the election. So I do hope that this is a trend that continues upwards into the future and is authorized by the state secretaries across the United States.
Right. And let me just do something real quick. Sorry. Kind of messed up my setup a little bit here.
Come on, Joe.
I was rushing in through the door. You got to get me a little bit of slack here. Let me get PJ back on the line to start talking politics with us, because I know he has some, let's call them opinions.
Getting PJ on the line?
Yeah, let's see what he has to say. And we back.
Somebody get this man a shield.
Right. PJ, can you hear us? I think he might.
PJ is not paying attention.
He might
get him out of here. He is definitely muted. Get him out of here. We''ll come back to him.
He'll be fine.
Nah, get him out of here. We threw PJ on here, baby. He doesn't have his earbuds in. He can't hear us.
No wonder. He ain't ready yet. Hold on.
Get him out of here. That's what I said. Get him out. We'll get him back in later.
I'm trying here.
Come on, Gerald. It's a train wreck already.
I know. I don't see this many technical problems going on CNBC. That's all I'm going to say about that.
So I really think that as this night goes on, it's going to get a lot more interesting with our behaviors on the podcast. And if you are not familiar with, if you are one of our We Talk Politics listeners, then you are going to see a side that normally is reserved for the We Talk Sports podcast, which is a lot more casual.
Even more so than the usual from what we
more so.
do on We Talk Sports.
Because PJ owes some arrears to us through different MLB postseason happenings, which will be happening live on this show. However, if you are preferring the more analytical and set back thoughts on this election, don't worry. We got you covered on that. We're not going to, Gerald and I are never going to muddle this with our opinions on things aside from what we think possibly could happen. We don't bring our own politics into this. We check that at the door. This is just for information given and so that you know exactly what is happening and when. So that is our stance, but we will be having fun with it. And we will be intermittently talking about things completely not related to the election and also maybe not even related to sports.
It might be related to Taco Bell. I'm just going to give you a fair warning.
It very well could be related to Taco Bell. Damn, now I'm hungry for some Taco Bell.
Orders on DoorDash.
I might have to do that.
Yeah. We'll let PJ back in when he's ready. So whenever he gets his earbuds in and all that. But in terms of, like I said, I do have a map. I'm going to try to update it as we go. I'm going to try to highlight it. I'm going to try to, if we get new things, I'm going to light it up. We got red. We got blue. We got too close to call. All the stops here. And we're going to see how well everything works. Let me just fade it. That way we can go around. It'll just be nice.
Nice. I like that.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go. Nice ambiance lighting in the background of what we got going on here. But yeah, we'll try to keep everyone as updated as possible. I also got different resources that we can use. We obviously are going to be watching the betting odds very, very, very closely.
Absolutely.
It's just something that we like to use. We think they're a little more accurate than polls usually. We think that they end up amplifying certain results a little more than most people would like. However, we think that they end up working pretty well because what we have going on. It seems to work pretty well for us. They seem to do a little better because the people who are putting together the betting odds are literally putting their money where their mouth is, and it seems to be a bit more accurate. Betting odds, at the time, at almost within the first few hours within the first 2 hours of election 2016, they had Trump as a slight favorite to win the presidency just a couple hours in, with only a few places reporting, and it ended up becoming the reality. So they're not always right, but we feel they're more accurate than polls. That's why we base a lot of our predictions, a lot of our understandings, a lot of our analysis based on betting odds. Election betting odds is our favorite website to use. There's probably more. You can go to independent sites like Betfair, 365Bet, Your Choice. Even almost every single sports book is going to have this as an option. If it's open for betting, if you want to do that, go ahead and put your money in. If it's not, but you just want to monitor things, follow the betting odds. They'll be a really good indicator of how things are going throughout the night, where things might be headed later in the evening, or even later on past this evening, if that's where the election takes us this year. I did hear a report from WTOP Radio News that today, election 2020, this event is going to be the most bet upon event in history. There's more money riding on this than any other sports final, than any other betting situation that has ever opened up in our country while they monitored, or I'm not sure if they meant nationally or globally, but they were counting money globally around the world. Who was going to win? Over $1 billion at the very least is being bet tonight through the betting companies. One guy in the UK has $1 million down on Joe Biden winning, and another man, I forgot from where, has $5 million riding on a Trump victory. So we will see how tonight goes. Follow the betting odds. We feel they're very accurate. We feel they're very informative. We feel they're very trustworthy. And again, that's what we'll be following. If you want to follow for yourself, go right ahead.
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of money going down on this. The only things that I can think of in recent history with this much money going into it are the boxing events with Floyd Mayweather is only those I have seen just to have this much money going into it.
Right.
With that being said, though, this night is going to be a long one. So bear with us. Check back in at any time. And again, this will be on VOD in case you want to catch up. But this will be an exciting night. We have now hit the 1 hour mark, which means it is time, Gerald. It is time.
Is PJ there ready for you? Oh well. Well, you just went for it. That's fair.
I do not know where PJ is.
Are you taking one every hour, or is it progressive, like 1, then 2, then 3?
I'll do what I want. Ain't no stopping me.
This is gonna be a disaster.
Ain't no stopping me, baby. Big dog's got to eat. All right, I'm ordering my. What did you say? Anne Frank.
I said and drink.
Oh, I thought you said Anne Frank.
Why
all right.
on earth would I say Anne Frank?
I am ordering my Taco Bell. I'm getting my grande stacker box with a black bean stacker and with 2 soft tacos with black beans. And I'm getting my Power Menu veggie bowl to save for later.
Nice.
Leave at my door. Tip? Yeah, you can have that.
Yeah, you can have it.
Yeah, you can have that. Big dog's got to eat. You brought up Taco Bell, so now I have to. All right. 21 to 31 minutes. Let's do this. PJ, are you ready? All right, bring him in here.
Let me get him.
The Gerald with the technical difficulty.
And he's back.
Got to unmute yourself, big dog. Yeah, Gerald made the absolute mess up of putting you on when you were eating, and I was like, he's not there, bro. He's not there.
Bro, I'm not. I wasn't eating, bro. That was all just ordering the damn pizza. Yeah, so y'all are gonna have the pleasure of watching me eat pizza, I guess, and drink whatever the hell this is.
Oh, is that one? That looks like a blue curacao margarita.
It is a margarita, and the triple sec that I bought is straight blue. So,
yeah.
You know how that goes.
Big dog's got to eat.
Did I miss anything?
So we need to.
Did I miss anything election-wise so far?
Updating it right now, Mitch McConnell is holding a 9-point lead over Amy McGrath with 14% reporting.
9 points. So the lead is growing. Still nowhere near comfortable for this man. Nowhere near comfortable for the Republican Party. That should have not been that close, or at least in their opinion, it should not have been that close. You know, he's a Senate Majority Leader. Republicans seem to really stick to him, but I'm telling you, this voter turnout campaign by every single company in the United States just saying go vote. I think it's been, for the most part, I think it's really been really impartial, which I like. So they're not saying go vote Democrat or anything. It is just go register, go vote, get it done. And these things seem to be really affecting the outcomes that we thought were going to be safe in the bag.
Okay, so
43% in, Trump is ahead in Florida.
And in Indiana, he is taking it away with a 34-point lead. Biden is leading by 11 points in Georgia with only 3% reporting. So that is something big. Donald Trump is leading in Kentucky by 15 points with 17% reporting.
Right.
Biden is there's only fucking like 70 votes reported in Pennsylvania. Never mind.
Donald Trump is 32 points ahead in Virginia with only 2% reporting. So keep that in mind. So I have a something to bring up here, which is a little bit dated as this happened more than a month ago. But on our group text that we have operating here, as I had previously stated, our boy PJ Dolan has some arrears to pay to us. So on September 30th, PJ Dolan texted, "If Urshela puts us ahead here, I will take a shot for the amount of runs the Yankees scored on the podcast." So he got 6 from that. Then they went up by 2 more. The Kraken got 2 more runs. That's 8 shots on that one. Then this man said, praying that a Gardy party takes me 12 shots deep, and it didn't happen, unfortunately. However, when we look forward, there was another. He said, IDK, what I'll do if. No, that wasn't it. Oh, it was DJ LeMahieu, and you called it 2 more shots for it, and he hit it. He made it out. So 10 shots. You owe a baguette, and you owe from later. I'm going to find this for the. There was another thing that you had to do here. So you said, all right, boys, what am I doing if Judge Homer's here? I'm already 10 shots in debt, so I'd prefer not doing that. And I said, eat 10 Burger King nuggets on stream. And Gerald seconded it, but it didn't happen. So then if Giancarlo Stanton hits a grand salami, he will do the deed and hit that grand slam he did, which puts PJ at owing us 10 shots, 10 Burger King nuggets, and 1 baguette.
Now, I think somewhere in there I said if Joey Lasagna pitches a shutout and the Yankees win, I would adopt a child from the country of Nicaragua.
You would sponsor a family in Nicaragua.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, Joey Lasagna did actually.
Yeah, if he shuts down the Rays and we win the game, I will consume a traditional Nicaraguan dish on stream. Never mind, that's weak. I will paint my flag, the nation of the nation, on my face. I will adopt a Nicaraguan child. He has not only disappointed Yankee fans, but orphaned children as well. Yeah. And then he also said calamari will be consumed if Gary ties the game here, and he didn't.
No Nicaraguan dishes.
No Nicaraguan dishes, no face paint, no Nicaraguan child, no calamari, but you do owe us 10 shots, 10 BK nugs, and 1 delicious baguette.
So we're going to be on this election show for the entire night. So
the 10 shots is tonight, and then on Friday.
Well, let's see how those 10 shots get me feeling, because I have DoorDash, so we might get the Burger King going, but I unfortunately don't have a baguette in my household at the moment. So.
Bake one. Hey, you got time, man.
Yeah, I got time. We're going to be here for a while.
We got time.
Trump is the projected winner for Indiana.
We saw this coming out. Yeah. In T-minus 43 seconds, the 7:30 polls close in Ohio, West Virginia, and North Kakalaki, which are
too close to call, and too close to call.
Yeah.
Well, not
West Virginia.
Well, West Virginia's going to be red.
And I believe Ohio's going red because that's Trump's domain, is the flyover country.
I get that, but somehow I don't know if that's such a, like I said, I don't know if it's going to be such a safe bet this time around, simply because of the overwhelming voter turnouts that are really starting to stunt the trends that we expected on election day. So again,
look at fancy PJ.
There you go. There he goes.
Drinking blue for the Dodgers.
Drinking blue for something.
Oh, well, speaking of the Dodgers and speaking of PJ, there's going to be some humble pie that you need to eat, buddy. You counting out the Dodgers down 3-1.
Hey,
you got to make an apology.
I duly apologize. However, I think my debts will be repaid once I'm forced to consume 10 nuggets from Burger King.
They're only $1.
That will be my humble pie.
By the way, they're calling West Virginia too early to call, which is surprising to me.
Yeah,
they might have just backed up on counting, but interesting.
I am not listening to what these people are saying on my TV because I think that's the worst part of the news, is hearing what they have to say.
Right.
All right, 15 votes are in North Carolina.
Yeah, exactly.
15 of them. I got my vote counted. It's scanned. I'm all good.
Mine was scanned as well, so like I'm good.
I filled it out on paper and then I dropped it off in the little zip box.
Ooh, my stream is way behind, bro. They still said there's 10 seconds until the 7:30 polls close.
Are you on a CBS? What network are you on?
I'm on NBC, but I have like a streaming thing. I don't have like actual cable.
Oh, okay. I got mine on YouTube. It's free on there.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Right, but like, yeah.
I'm watching.
I would have been.
CBS News is my outlet right now.
That's fair. I would have been using I would have been using what is it? My Roku upstairs. But,
Lindsey Graham is leading by. Lindsey Graham actually right now has 69% of the vote. Nice, but
I'm going to see if I can.
there is 0% in. So,
let me see
Governor of Vermont with 1% in. Phil Scott, the Republican, seems to be leading.
Huh. Interesting.
Joe Biden is leading by 7 points in Georgia with 4% in. The Senate race in Georgia with 4% in. The Democratic challenger is at 4% over David Perdue, the incumbent.
That's going to be one to watch, I believe. That's definitely going to have to be one to watch.
Well, I know how Maryland's going.
Right, yeah.
What I would like to see is, as a announced and out and about libertarian, I would like to see how these numbers add up for Joe Jorgensen on hers, because I know that there's a lot of it was the same thing in 2016. There was a lot of people unhappy with the two selections. So I think that the numbers will be considerably higher than that margin of error of 2%.
Right. If they,
So
I think what is the minimum they need to get to start getting more federal funding? I think it was like 5%.
I think it. Let me look it up. All right, Gerald, start talking about something.
Yeah. Again, we're waiting for these numbers to go in. By the way, PJ, I haven't shown you this. This was a good purchase.
5% of the vote in the general election.
Yeah, 5% general election. If they get 5%, Libertarian Party is going to get more funding. That's all I'm going to say.
Yep.
I think there's a chance it could happen. I don't know. I'm interested to see how things work out, but we'll see. Again, we'll see. By the way, PJ, this was a good investment.
Very nice. Very nice.
I'm happy with myself for this, even though.
Bro, Gerald, I mean, I gotta give it to you. It's really the whole like standing up with the. You looking like it's art, man. You look like you know what you're talking about a lot more than I do.
Like a Hispanic Don Lemon.
There you go. Except I'm not. Yeah. Anyway, but
yeah. Well, if you know, you know. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But moving on.
So, Gerald, I got a question. The board behind you, that is a like wipe off board.
Yeah, I can put dry erase on it, and it should work pretty well. And I have my red and blue markers here ready to go.
That's what I was going to ask. All right, so here's what I'm going to say before we get too far into the entire election and the votes. No matter what happens tonight, win or lose, if it's your candidate, be civil, be respectful. I understand that if you feel that protests are necessary, peacefully protest as did in 2016. I don't want to hear about any violence. I don't want people to think that, there's some malarkey going on here or tomfoolery. But I just want you guys to know we are all united under this right here.
That is true. Yeah.
Right here, baby. And all night, I'm going to have this right around me, keeping me safe. Doesn't matter what happens here. One nation, indivisible. All right, Gerald, look, he's already getting to work on this.
All right, I'm seeing a lot of talk on Twitter about Florida. What's going on with Florida, guys?
Hasn't reported yet. The polling hasn't closed.
Let me check. I got Decision Desk HQ. If anybody knows what that is, they track real time by county and everything. Right now, let me click on this real quick. Based on Decision Desk HQ, they're reporting.
I wish I could get CNN on here because I want to see King on there with this magic wall.
I mean, yeah, go on CNN and Go. It should be fine.
Well, I watched through my Xbox, so I do not have.
Right. Fair enough.
I'm on my Xbox.
Let me see what I can do here,
and they've got Wolf Blitzer on it, man. Everybody knows Wolf Blitzer is my favorite.
Well, yeah,
aside from John Stossel.
Right, Wolf is Wolf. Again, from right now, what I can see, estimated votes right now, I can't get a good percentage on it because I think they're including votes that have been turned in early that they're still counting, but it's like based on what's being reported on Decision Desk HQ, it's 4,416,949 votes for Joe Biden. And then for Donald Trump, it's 4,136,687 votes. This amounts to about a 51.24% for Joe Biden versus a 47.97% for President Donald Trump. Joe Jorgensen, by the way, coming in at 0.54% in the state of Florida right now. And I don't know who Roque de la Fuente is, but apparently he has 0.05% of the vote.
Bread and roses?
No, he's independent, I believe, because he's purple.
So we see right now in Virginia, it is locked up at 49-49 for each one with, I believe, Donald Trump having a very slight lead.
Well, what are they reporting? What percentage are they reporting in Virginia? What do they say is reporting precincts? They should have
percent. News has already given Vermont to Joe Biden.
That's a safe bet. Bernie Sanders, obviously, he never even campaigned for Joe Biden, being the existing bitterness between the two candidates. But Bernie Sanders is smart enough not to say don't vote for this person because he knows that any division within the Democratic Party would automatically lead to a Republican majority again. So,
and that's what we saw in 2016.
He kept to his convictions and didn't do anything, but he definitely didn't do anything against Joe Biden either. So I think that was a pretty smart move from him, although, his policies I will disagree with. In terms of politics, he ended up helping out, and his 3 electoral votes, those could be, look, we're in a position where everybody's like, 3 electoral votes, what's that going to do? 3 electoral votes could be the difference this election. We are this close, that close. If there's a potential tie, things shake up. There is a potential for a tied electoral college. So those 3 electoral votes, every single electoral vote counts, and they're going to matter by the time everything is said and done. So,
and
3 electoral votes.
Let's remind our viewers, in the case of a 269 nice tie in the electoral college, then it goes on to the sitting Senate to decide and take a vote on it.
Not quite. I believe it's the incoming House.
The incoming House
votes on president, but they vote as state blocks, which means whichever state has a majority in their state in their representation. So, say California, most of them are going to be Democrats in the House. Go ahead, they're going to end up voting for Joe Biden as a state, but they only get 1 vote per state. So it's going to be mini elections within the contingencies within the representation of each state. Like Maryland, how many does Maryland have? 10 representatives in Congress, I believe, or 8, 8.
Something around there.
They have 8 because they have 10 electoral votes, I think. So they have 8. Those 8 are going to vote to see, which party they're going to choose for. Most of them are going to be Democrats. So most of them are going to, they're going to go for Joe Biden as that 1 vote. But they vote as states. So it should be interesting to see how that shakes out, because right now a majority of the states have more Republican representatives in the House than Democrats. And then the Senate independently would vote for the vice president, which means there's a potential that if the incoming Senate, I believe, there's a potential that if the incoming Senate votes for someone of the other party, then technically the way things work out is that you accept that nomination or that election by the Senate, you accept the election by the House of Representatives voting as state blocks, and there's a potential to have a mixed executive office. So it would be an extremely unusual, possibly tumultuous, unprecedented situation for that to be in. Not since the first few elections of our nation's history in the 1700s and 1800s, when the initial rule was that the losing party or the losing candidate became the vice president, has that kind of possibility of volatile combinations in the Oval Office happened. So something to keep your eyes out. It would be a very 2020 thing if that happened. I don't want it to happen though, because I don't want to deal with that kind of nonsense going on for the rest of. Because what happens if let's say there's a Republican president. Let's say Trump wins for some reason, and let's say it's a tie, and Trump wins in the House, and Kamala Harris wins in the Senate. So it becomes President Donald Trump with Vice President Kamala Harris, and
That would be the toughest on crime presidency we would ever see.
There would be no mercy.
No mercy.
But all that being said, it would just be a very, again, tumultuous, unending. Like, you thought these last 4 years were stressful. Wait until you hear about the next 4 years if that were to happen. I'm hoping it doesn't happen. It's still a possibility. I'm hoping it doesn't happen. But like I said, supremely important. Every single electoral vote counts equally today, and they count just as heavily as anything else. So Vermont, 3 points for Joe Biden. Indiana, 11 points for Donald Trump. And again, also you got to remember, the real wild card could be those independent districts in Maine and Nebraska. They don't go winner take all in the state. They put forward 4 of their 5 for popular vote, 4 of the 5 for popular vote in Nebraska, and 1 of the 5 in just an independent district, how they vote and how they would divide the things, would award those electoral votes. So again, keep an eye on every single point that's out there, and we'll see how things work out. By the way, I think based on this, it looks as if on Decision Desk HQ, they're showing a 16-13 lead for Joe Biden in the Electoral College. I'm not sure if anyone else is showing that on any of the networks, Corey, if you can check that for me. But right now, it looks like they have decided to award Virginia based on the numbers here to Vice President Biden. West Virginia going to, I believe, well, there's no votes in yet, actually. Kentucky. What are those extra 2 votes? I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. Right now, Decision Desk HQ has awarded Kentucky and West Virginia to Donald Trump, leaving to 13, and Joe Biden has been awarded the state of Virginia with 13 electoral votes, and Vermont with 3 electoral votes, leading up to 16.
I'm
are my
not
numbers.
seeing those. I am not seeing those on CBS News currently. They still have those as too early to call. I'm waiting for the numbers to come out. They have Donald Trump leading Virginia by 2 points. And 9,000 votes with 8% reporting.
Okay, yeah. So
I saw on NBC 78%. I thought Florida was still open, but I saw 78% in Florida, and it was favoring Biden by 2 points.
Well, again, you got to remember, I don't know how early some of these states ended up getting to be allowed to start counting these early votes that came in through the mail or early voting or absentees and all that. I don't know. So there's an unpredictability level. Now we might know something that usually takes until 2 a.m. to find out. We might know it in about an hour, or something that takes usually we know it right off the bat as soon as the poll closes, based on how much mail-in voting still has to be received and it has to be counted and has to be processed. We might not know until tomorrow. It's a complete wild card election that, again, unprecedented, unknown factors, new factors that are affecting the outcome, and the trends that we are used to have been turned on their heads. 2020. I have no other response to that other than 2020. It's an absolute mess.
Yeah, we've seen it in everything. We've seen it in sports. We've seen it in politics. We've seen it in humanity with systemic racism going on within our country and police brutality. But the world has been flipped on its head. And in that, it's one of these things where, the Pittsburgh Steelers are undefeated. The New England Patriots are a 2-win team. The Buffalo Bills are winning the AFC East.
I mean,
Josh Allen is a stud, though. Veritable. Josh Allen, right now, to me, is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
Again, that's fair. That's completely fair, and that's what we're looking at. Unpredictability in sports is fun. Unpredictability in
politics
is not a fun thing to deal with.
No.
So we will see how that works out. While I'm doing that, I'm going to take a seat real quick. And let me see if I can't add myself another camera, my bubble camera into here, just so that I have something to look at me while I'm sitting down instead of you guys looking at the map and my forehead. So just give me just a second. I'm going to take myself out real quick. You guys keep on talking.
Sure thing.
and I'll put myself back in as soon as I'm ready. All right.
All right. Sounds good. So, taking a 3-minute detour before Gerald gets back. I got a question for you, PJ.
You got it.
You ready?
Yep.
Number 1. Slug it back, buddy. You owe this.
Oh, word. Hold on. Let me grab it.
You owe this to us, man. You owe this to the viewers.
I'll be right back.
All right. So, as everybody seems to have left me, and I am the only person here, I'm going to go on a short-winded spiel about how Tom Brady is the best quarterback ever. And it's universally appreciated. He's got his Jordan rings. The only person he's ever lost to was Eli Manning and then the Eagles, Nick Foles. So, as I said, Nathan Peterman is the best quarterback to ever play football. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. All right, PJ, I'll do with you. Nice, the Yankees matching the hat.
You know how to come in with the. Listen, they failed me, but
Pain.
it is how it is, man.
As the first 45 minutes of our podcast are operated. Pain.
All right, what is this to? Is this out of my debt or is this my?
This is out of your debt.
Is it on my debt?
Is out of your debt. No, I'll take this as your humble pie and me accepting the apology because I believe
the other drinks I've had some in there. I think we gotta count those.
Then that was your humble pie.
All right, this is my humble pie.
And I accept the apology. No, what you just took was your humble pie. This is your number 1. Okay. Oh, is that Spittin' Chicklets?
You already know, bro.
Yeah, Pink Whitney. All right, up and down, baby.
God, it's been a while since I've taken a shot. Jesus.
It gets you.
Pink Whitney is the only shootable liquor, in my expert opinion.
Pink Whitney is damn good. So, my Taco Bell's almost here.
Bro,
but
my pizza needs to show up, man.
Pizza, it's the Philly's best, man. Even though it's not in Philly, and I doubt that it's the best in Philly.
Bro, I got Waterloo pizza.
Waterloo pizza?
No, I can't betray my Waterloo.
Dude, Waterloo's good. The only issue with Waterloo pizza is that if you leave it out for 45 minutes, it gets too filmy. So you got to make sure. It's a bad cold pizza, but god damn if it's not a good hot pizza.
Dude, it's an amazing hot pizza. And their mozzarella sticks.
Oh. They got the big ones too, right?
Oh, they got the fat ones, bro.
Yeah. There used to be this place where I would get my mozzarella sticks from, and they changed them recently, but they were like this big.
Oh my god, bro.
Like, it was just a brick.
I ever tell y'all the story about how I almost died at a Three Brothers because I was choked on a mozzarella stick?
Was it the Three Brothers off Snowden?
Yeah.
That place is good calzones. All right, tell me that story because I've not heard this.
Dude,
I'm sure the viewers would enjoy it.
6. I was like 6, and I was there with like my cousins and all that. And I don't know, man. I was just knocking back mozzarella sticks as one does when they go to Three Brothers, and it just the cheese was too. I don't know, man. But
too
all
stringy.
of a sudden I'm getting Heimlicked at the table, and I'm like, shit.
It's like the only thing I can relate that to is like when you're eating sushi and the seaweed doesn't break when you bite it with your teeth, and so then you have half of the seaweed like down here, and the other half is like in your mouth, and you're just like, I guess this is where I die.
You gotta commit. You gotta go.
You gotta go all in. It's like, shotgunning, man. Is you gotta go for it.
Yeah.
No regrets. Which unfortunately, Gerald will not be joining us on imbibing because Gerald is a good old fashioned teetotaler. So, just like Abraham Lincoln,
we'll get him one day.
We'll get him one day.
We'll get him one day.
One of these days. He said election night. And
hey, Gerald.
Yes.
If we end up with a Trump Kamala presidency and vice presidency, you have to drink.
Oh, I don't think I have a choice.
All right.
If we end up with a Trump Kamala presidency, I'm letting you guys know you will be witnessing the last 5 hours of my existence live on this podcast because I am going to drink this entire thing. and there is this much left in it. So it will be a lot. Give me 1 second. I need to step away for a minute.
Sure. So, PJ, tell me something here real quick.
Yeah.
When you're, hold on, let me set this up. I got such a. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. It kind of sounds like you're talking through a tin can, but
Yeah, it's the best I got right now.
yeah, that's cool.
I don't have many other microphones with me.
That's cool.
But anyway, the game last night.
Yeah. What about it, Gerald?
Tell me what exactly was going through your head on that blown pass interference call?
Bro, it's not even like the pass interference shouldn't have mattered because Daniel Jones. I sent you that picture in the group chat, right?
I think I don't remember which group chat. The one online or the one on Messenger?
No, messages. Look at the picture I sent, and that's the 2-point conversion in question.
I'm sorry. The last picture I have from you
All right,
is
hold on.
the Knicks City jerseys.
Hold up. I'll be right back. Emergency.
Well, it looks like I'm here by myself. That being said, we're still monitoring a lot of different elections right now. I don't know where Mitch McConnell is. I don't know where the rest of the states are reporting. Again, Decision Desk HQ, based in which state is it? Goodness. But the score on my tab right now that I'm looking at right now is 16-13. Trump trailing Biden. 13 points to 16 points. Again, I don't know how the networks are actually reporting these, but this seems to be based on returns, voting, and all that, looking better for Joe Biden than anyone else at this point. So President Trump definitely has his work cut out for him. He did a lot of different rallies in swing states, and we'll be interested to see the results of all that enthusiasm that he picked up on during his rallies. But in essence, what we're looking at right here is just one of the closest presidential elections that any of us have ever seen, definitely that I have ever lived through. And that's saying something because I technically lived through election 2000.
All right, so
And PJ's back. What did you get?
Daryl, you are not going to believe the shit that almost just went down. Okay, so I ordered Waterloo Pizza. They didn't take my card on the phone, so I thought that they were going to have a card scanner, like, because some pizza places do that. And my total was like $32.70 something, and I was like, I had exactly $33 in cash. So maybe our luck is turning up.
Did you tip the guy or girl?
I had exactly $33 in cash. I don't know exactly what I was.
This is to teach them to only, or not only, but rather to have the option to accept card payments at this point. At least in this environment, in this economy, it's probably necessary at this point. They should just have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's better.
They didn't have mozzarella sticks, though. I guess they didn't hear me say mozzarella sticks, which is good because I didn't have enough money for mozzarella sticks in cash.
That's fair. You can hear me a little better now, right?
It's not even on the ticket. Like, he doesn't hear me say it.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, anyway, the game last night, what about it?
Like I said, like you were saying, the pass interference call shouldn't have mattered.
It shouldn't have
Right.
mattered because Daniel Jones not only hesitated to throw that pass to begin with, if he had just thrown it initially when he first saw the receiver, pass interference wouldn't have been an issue. Second of all, if he was going to hesitate and throw it, he could have put it in way better position where he still could have caught it even if it was a pass interference call. And plus, he
Yeah.
should have thrown that interception earlier.
Well, that's just Danny Dimes at this point. I mean, what are you gonna do?
I just don't understand how it all went to hell so fast.
Don't ever call him Danny Dimes again. That
That's
is
his name.
disgraceful. No. It's damn Daniel Jones. Dude, my cat won't leave me alone. I'm trying to eat this, and I've got Fat Boy just staring at me.
Nice.
Wide boy.
Not going to lie. It's his hitting right now.
Bro,
Sure it is.
Corey, did you hear my harrowing tale of trying to pay for my Waterloo pizza?
Oh, I did. And you're a dick for not tipping.
Bro,
But
I would have-
I understand the situation.
I would have if I had like more than exactly in cash.
Fair.
Bro, trust me. I work as a server. My job, I make my money off of tips. I tip very generously. Like, I think the universe owed me that one.
Especially for tonight and the
Yeah.
arrears that you have to pay.
Yeah.
Dude, and guess what? I got the triple stacker box. Guess what they gave me?
What?
Well. Oh yeah.
A large
Nice.
Baja Blast.
As my friends like to say, nice like rice.
Who says that?
My friends.
Gerald
I don't say that. Yeah, I was gonna say we don't say that.
Yeah, you guys can go ahead and fuck yourselves.
They gave Kentucky to Trump.
Well, I think it was bound to happen. I'm still interested to see how this how the Senate race ends up. So we'll see how that works. Let me
Dude, I ordered spicy ranch to go with this, and they didn't give me any.
tragic.
The worst. You get a hoagie? Yeah. Gerald, what you gonna be
Got a
eating,
hoagie.
bro?
Huh?
Big dog's got to eat? What are you gonna be eating?
Rice.
Please, so the
Please-
people
No,
watching,
actually, no.
forgive the-
I got it's being cooked right now as we speak, but it's actually cooked chorizo with some vegetables mixed in and seasoning, and then rice and cooked boiled plantains on the side.
Ooh.
Sounds good. But to the people watching, forgive the informality of us like eating and all that.
We're here for a while.
The people demanded that we are live for election night, and you asked for everything that comes with being live for however many hours.
And we're bringing what comes with it too. So when I'm eating, I'm just gonna pop my mic off and take some bites, but it's gonna be sparse. But anyway, this is what this is. If you don't like watching us eat this, then y'all never should have asked for a food podcast. That's all it is.
Yeah, that happened. I remember that.
All right, Oklahoma is red. Win.
Wait, what? You're still watching CBSN, right?
Yeah,
Hold on.
they gave it to Oklahoma.
Okay.
And they gave Delaware, DC, and Maine, or not Maine, Massachusetts. Massachusetts, Delaware, and DC go blue. Oklahoma goes red. Which puts it 20-18, Biden.
One of the anchors on NBC said that Trump is overperforming in Florida, so that doesn't sound good. But
It doesn't, but look, Florida, as important as it is, Florida is not the key state this election. The key state this election that neither candidate can win without has to be and is going to be Pennsylvania. Biden can still win without Ohio and Florida. If Donald Trump wins both of those, as long as Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania and a combination of Arizona and one of the other Great Lakes states, based on how the rest of the country is projected to vote, it looks like it's going to be a Biden victory, but Pennsylvania is the key this year. And as it was last time, but this is the pivot state. No one wins without Pennsylvania. So that's the one to watch.
And surprise, surprise, they gave Biden Maryland. Big
Yeah,
shocker, though.
I have not seen that announced yet, but I'm gonna check on that.
I saw that on NBC.
Based on 82% right now on CNN, 82% precincts reporting in Florida. It's a 49.6% to 49.4% in Florida, Donald Trump leading. The problem with Florida is state law dictates rather that if Florida election results, if the results are less than 0.5% apart,
Recount.
automatic statewide recount.
Yep.
Which is a completely other different headache that we'll have
It
to deal
was
with.
mandated by that 2000 election was the first showing up of that. So
Yeah.
maybe we're gonna have another on the 20th anniversary, almost to the day of election 2000. We might have ourselves another one.
Virginia, I'm surprised. It looks like
I'm seeing a surprising number right here, Gerald, which it actually is not so surprising, is on Latino voters in Florida. It gives Biden a 53% edge to Trump's 45%, which I don't think is surprising because, as we've mentioned, the Cuban population in Florida tends to lean right, but the minority population in general, seems to lean left. So that 53 to 45 seems like actually working in Trump's favor because it could be a lot worse.
right. So I'm just checking some of the other sources right now.
They just gave Donald Trump, I believe that's the one right under Indiana.
Kentucky.
Yeah, they gave him that. So it's 20 to 26, according to CBSN. Biden wins Massachusetts.
I was about to say 20 to 26.
Yeah.
Well, CNN has right now 30 to 18, which I'm trying to figure out. Well, Massachusetts is what it was. But again, we'll see how well this works. Based in Texas right now, some precincts reporting in, or 81% of the county that Dallas is located in, it looks like a 66 to 32.8% spread in favor of Joe Biden in Dallas. So it looks like he's still in that county by itself, outperforming Texas.
Biden.
Wait, what was that, PJ?
NBC right now is saying 44-26 Biden as far as electoral votes go.
All right, yeah, okay.
They're going quick. So you said 44 to how much?
26. Biden 44, Trump 26.
Yeah, I see the 26 for Trump. I see a 20 for Biden on CBS News.
And again, CNN. This is the discrepancy.
Yeah.
That honestly, I was a little worried about between the network. Usually, the networks try to conjoin their results, but it's looking like each one of them, their own decision desks, are causing a lot of discrepancies between the networks, and that might be affecting certain things. And it might cause possibly the confusion that we were trying to avoid on this election day, especially how close as we're expecting it to be. So I don't want to get to a point where one of the networks declares someone a winner and another network declares another person a winner. That would be an absolute mess. And I really hope it doesn't happen. I hope that the numbers start evening themselves out. I just hope that it's a discrepancy in timing those decisions. But I'm interested to see where this goes. Because right now, like I said, Decision Desk HQ, the one that shows me counties and precincts like that, it's showing that it's a 24 to 16 lead for Donald Trump right now, but still certain states are still leaning. Certain states have not they've not called them on their website, and I'm interested to see where that goes. Is anybody else with me right now? Or are you guys eating?
Yeah, I'm with you, Daryl.
Oh, you're eating. Okay.
Yeah, but I was listening. That makes sense.
All right. So let me
Like coming in, I don't really know that much about all this. Right now on NBC, it says the Senate is 39-31 Democrats.
Well, yeah, the Democrats had less seats up for grabs this election cycle. I think I'm gonna switch myself. Wait, did Corey leave, or did he just?
I think his Wi-Fi went out or something.
Okay,
He like froze up.
We'll hold the fort down while he's out. But let me switch back to my other camera, and I'm gonna try to update the map and try to maybe talk to you at the same time. But yeah, let me switch back to my other camera real quick. Okay, so I'm back over here. Let me see what we got here.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay,
Get that
good.
pen out. Let's get the business.
Yeah. So let me. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, that's good. Okay. Let me check the Associated Press. They usually have a good job. News networks use them as a source for who wins which state. So let me check if they have a map or something that I can go off of. If not, I'm just going to go back to the NBC app and see what I can get from there in terms of the map. All right. Yeah, it's showing 44 to 26 to Trump on NBC. So let me fill it in. I think I'm going to base my map off of NBC for right now. So right now it's showing.
I'm watching NBC right now, so we'll be on the same page.
Yeah. But it's good to have that different. I also have CNN open, but it's good to have that separate little range that we have. So right now it's showing that Joe Biden has won Vermont, Massachusetts, Maryland, Delaware, and DC. And Donald Trump, he's only been awarded so far Indiana and Kentucky. But Kentucky was a lot closer than anybody expected, which is surprising. So give me just a second. I'll update the map on a second.
With 34% in Ohio, it has Biden up by like 15 points against Trump, according to NBC.
Yeah, so it's Maryland, I'll color in DC right over here, and then Massachusetts as well. Massachusetts has been called. I'm interested to see the rest of the states, how they get called. I'm noticing a higher amount of precincts reporting in Florida, but not a lot of discrepancy in results, which means they might have had the votes in, but they're still processing them. So just keep an eye on Florida. Florida is going to be someone's moneymaker. Because if Joe Biden wins Florida, I think that's the end of the election. I'll be honest. I don't see President Trump doing anything anywhere else in a map without Florida. If Donald Trump wins Florida, he survives and he's able to mount a comeback somewhere else in the map. But Florida is key. But like I said, Florida is the second most important state this election. Pennsylvania is the most important state this election. Yeah, so Indiana, I already have it colored in red. Kentucky's about to get colored in red right now. And as soon as that's done, my map updated. It's also showing Oklahoma is being shown in red, which means Oklahoma is going to President Trump as well. I think other networks have reported that already, but I'm going to put it up on our map now, or at least the map I have back here. But interesting to see certain states are still too early to call. An influx, higher number of voters' ballots being counted in almost every single state because of shattered voting records that have been going on. All these things culminating into one election that we definitely will not forget, and making things even more complicated than we would have liked or that we would have expected on a night such like this. But then again, would it even be 2020 without some complications on election night? So as I'm coloring this in, I'm still checking. There's a lot of discrepancies between every single one of the sources that I have. A consensus doesn't seem to be forming really clearly right now, which means every single network and every single counting website that I've been using, something is off or something is different between all of them. And it's an interesting situation because I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting in a situation like this
Right.
for certain discrepancies to be panned out by now, but there seems to still be discrepancies between voting count sites, and different networks. And we'll be interested to see again how this shakes out.
Now, according to NBC, only like 38% of Texas is in, but Biden has a huge margin against Trump in Texas right now.
That is impressive. Right, you got to remember, just a couple days ago, the Supreme Court, or not Supreme Court, a federal judge in the state of Texas heard a case that the state Republican Party, the Texas GOP, was trying to throw out 108,000 votes, I believe, because they thought that the procedures for what they did to vote, they actually used drive-through voting, which means people stayed in their cars and voted. They handed them the ballots. They did everything in cars to mitigate any spread of coronavirus that was going on in the state. They thought those were illegal based on state law, and that may have if those votes had been thrown out by the judge, that may have been a huge factor in deciding who wins the state. But the judge decided that it was constitutional for those votes to be counted, for those votes to be validated, and therefore those numbers might be racking up the points for Biden. And look, I'll be honest, I just said Florida because I didn't think Texas was really there's a hunch that Texas is going to stay red because of its history. But if Texas goes blue, that is the end of the election. There is no question. There is no coming back for anything on the Republican side if Texas goes to Joe Biden. So just keep that in mind as the night progresses. We'll watch the numbers again. Keep an eye on Texas for me. Keep an eye on Florida, and keep an eye on Pennsylvania. This could be decided before we even get to Arizona, which is supposed to be one of the pivot states or one of the pivotal states of this election.
NBC has Trump winning Tennessee right now.
Yeah, I saw that. So now I'll update the map as we go. This now puts him as 34 for Trump 37 for Trump
and 44 for Biden.
Still a lead, but now getting smaller. But as more of these states come in, like New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Virginia, Georgia, North Carolina, as all of these states start coming in more and more, we will see the results. And this is always the possibility that Joe Biden will rack up the points, but that President Trump can still come back because of votes in Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Missouri, Kansas. All of these, every single state comes into play, and we'll be interested to see how things go. And Corey is back with us.
I am back. I apologize.
That's fine. No worries. We're just filling in Tennessee right now into the red column. So it's now based on NBC's count for right now, 44 Biden, 37 Trump, and we'll see how the rest of the night shakes out. Actually,
Gerald, you're the only 10 I see.
Huh?
You're the only 10 I see.
Thank you. But I also need to fill in New Jersey. That has gone for Joe Biden. So, again, Corey, as PJ was telling me, actually, it looks like the vote count right now with 37 or 36% reporting in Texas. Biden has a substantial lead in Texas. And I was telling PJ, if Texas is out, if Texas goes blue, I think that's the end of the election. There is no redemption from that.
Yo, Corey, what's your cat's name?
Fat Boy.
Fat Boy?
Yeah.
Fitting.
I mean, look at him. Hold on.
He's huge.
He's huge. He's huge.
Yeah,
I agree wholeheartedly, Gerald. I think that if Texas goes blue, ball game.
That's the end
of
it. That's the end of it. If Texas goes blue, that's the end of it. Yeah.
But as we were saying earlier, a lot of ball left.
A lot of ball left.
There's a lot of ball left.
I don't want to get your hopes up right now, or anything, but it seems to be showing, based on Decision Desk HQ, 95% of the votes reporting in Florida, because of all the early voting, it looks like Decision Desk HQ, they have decided to award the state of Florida to President Donald Trump.
Holy shit!
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
well, that's what I called in every single
I
one
know
of my.
you called it. You called it
called
from the
it
beginning. I
from
know
the
you
beginning.
did. It's on record, and I thought something was gonna come up, but yeah, it looks like right now votes counted, estimated 95% in 5,159,249 votes for Donald Trump and 4,998,329 votes for Joe Biden.
Salute.
That comes up to a 50.31% vote share for Donald Trump and 48.75 so far for Joe Biden. Did I say Joe Biden twice?
Probably.
All right. Well, point is, Decision Desk HQ has awarded the state of Florida to Donald Trump.
NBC just said Mitch McConnell won Kentucky.
He won
That was-
re-election. It was a lot closer than, like I said, it was a lot closer than it needed to be for him. He is uncomfortable with that, how long it took for them to call that race for him. But if this is any indication how the other Senate races are going to go, especially the really close ones in Iowa, in Maine, possibly Alaska, Montana, Georgia, and even South Carolina, there could be a potentially really big lead in the Senate for the Democrats.
When you were listing off things, that was the only thing I could think of.
Oh my god! What time is it? 8:19.
I was thinking of Kokomo by the Beach Boys, Cheryl. Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you. Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama.
Exactly.
All right. If this ends up going to a 269, Gerald has to give us his complete rendition of Kokomo by the Beach Boys.
I'll agree to that.
Fair enough.
Possibly other things.
NBC still hasn't called Florida for Trump yet.
Well, look, the networks are going to call it.
Right.
Not yet. They're not going to call it.
Because they only call it when they're 100% certain.
When they have at least 99% voting in. Decision Desk HQ made their decision. I don't know how accurate they're going to be in the end, but I'll be interested to see where Florida goes. But again, Florida's not the key. Pennsylvania is. And if that's the case,
Florida is also an essential key to the red retaining the White House, because if they lose out on Florida, then they lose out on countless amount of votes that could have put them in safer hands, with only having to win Pennsylvania, Arizona, and then maybe even a Great Lake to solidify it. But with them winning Pennsylvania, it puts it away, as this is looking like it will be closer than previously thought by a lot of the pundits out there. Gerald and I the entire time have said this is going to be a damn close race. It's what it's going to come down to.
It's always been a damn close race, and we'll be interested to see where it goes from here. But again, NBC News reporting right now, actually, they just gave President Trump West Virginia. So based on NBC News' count, it's 44 to Joe Biden, 42 to President Donald Trump. This is getting closer and closer as the night goes on. Strap yourselves in. We're in for a really bumpy ride in the next 3 hours. I'll tell you that much right now.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, we knew where this was going to go. We knew how this was going to, take it. The only difference is which direction this ends. And either way, what are you going to do?
You're going to be an American.
I'm an American all the way through. I might not support whoever's president, but damn if they're not the president.
Yeah, I'll agree to that.
Oh, look at Gerald's stenciling, man. Look at that.
Bro,
Right?
Gerald's a professional. Gerald's banging this night out. Like
Yeah.
I've never seen this man work like that.
I was
The
ready.
only time
I
I've
was
seen
ready.
Gerald grind like this is when he had to sell all them chocolate bars for the
Yo.
band.
No. It wasn't even a chocolate. Look. Chocolate bars don't sell that
No,
much.
it was the candy
Chocolate
that you
bars
had in the duffle bag or
It
the
was a
chips.
duffel bag. Of
Bro, he had the duffel
chips,
bag full of snacks, and this man was on.
chips. You know what my best seller was? My best seller was fruit snacks. Fruit snacks were the best sellers in the entire school.
Oh, yeah,
I made
dude.
$40 on fruit snacks alone in 1 week, and that I sold them for like I don't remember. I first I sold them for like 50 cents, and I'm like, you know what? Give me $1.
You were on
And
your
people
Pablo
kept on
Escobar
complaining.
shit there, dude.
I was rolling.
You had
know,
the
I
school
a
by
co-
the balls.
I had a coworker one time at Wendy's, and she was like an older lady, so she has no shame.
We have just hit the 2-hour mark, by the way. I want to put this out there.
Shot time.
It's time for someone's shot.
So NBC said that Trump was doing better in Miami than he did last election, according to my
That is
sources.
not good for Joe Biden. That means Joe Biden is underperforming in Miami. You need to run up numbers for Democrats in Miami, not underperform, because now he has to make up those numbers somewhere else, which is still possible, but still unlikely.
Corey,
Correct.
Again,
Oh, I already took mine.
happy 2 hours.
Happy 2 hours. Is
Happy
this
2
number
hours.
3? Number 3 of 10? Yeah, we're out here. We're, doing analysis. We're PJ and I are having a little fun over here, and Gerald is just business mode. He's going for it.
Jared was business mode. He's grinding it out. But look, y'all knew with me coming on, I don't really know that much, so I was just gonna be like the normal
About
person's
anything.
reaction. Yeah, I'm kind of like a knucklehead, but
Yeah. You know what, PJ? That's the perfect word. Because
A
like
knucklehead.
you know stuff about stuff, but you're just
Right.
a knucklehead, man.
right. I know enough. I have enough general knowledge about everything to get by, but like,
And
if
then
you
way
need a
too
more-
much knowledge about New York City sports teams.
Yeah, like here's like my general knowledge of sports, and if you ask me about the Knicks, it's like Albert Einstein looks like a
Yep.
dunce. Like, but outside of that, I have enough general knowledge to get by with everything.
Here's a thing to look at. 17% reporting Trump leads by 13 points in Georgia, which again was one of those states that was called a toss-up, but on record forever, I gave Georgia going red. So
Well,
whether or not
Georgia,
it ends
was
up how I
apprehensive.
said,
It wasn't until the last 2 days that really Georgia was basically in play. But again, interested to see decision desk. Well, how much reporting did you say was in Georgia?
I think I said 14.
Yeah, Decision Desk HQ has 20%. I know, between 16.5 and 20% reporting in, and they have Donald Trump 55.17% to Joe Biden's
43.
43.83%.
Yeah.
NBC
let's put 44, and actually Joe Jorgensen has 1% even in Georgia.
NBC has the electoral votes at 51-42 Biden now.
They gave him Connecticut. That's what it was, Connecticut. And I'm not sure how many is that. What's 51 minus 44?
7.
7 electoral votes in Connecticut.
Damn, I wish we saved each of our last predictions for the election, because then I could go back and we could see.
Yeah, it's on the
Who-
channel. but
It's
we
on the
should have written
channel.
it down, yeah. CBS News right now, their count again also different. Has 37 for President Donald Trump and 20 for Vice President Joe Biden, because they have not awarded Connecticut, New Hampshire, New Jersey, or Maryland for some reason to Joe Biden, which is really, really strange. So, we'll see how this goes. In terms of everything else, Decision Desk HQ, they still have their count at, or actually they have their count at currently 63 Biden and 90 for Trump But then again, you also got to remember the entire West Coast, including California, Oregon, Washington, possibly Nevada. You got to wait for New Mexico and Colorado. They're all going to go blue. Based on Decision Desk HQ, right now, Michigan is showing signs of leaning towards Donald Trump with about 4% in reporting. Again, only 4%, but that's still a significant lead, a significant update.
Yeah. Just for anyone watching, Corey said that he needs to charge his laptop for a little bit. He's going to try to hop on his phone, but he'll be back shortly.
Sure. All right. I'll keep on updating you guys on everything we.
Yeah, I was going to say, Gerald, you can take over the politics talk. I'll just insert my thought here and there.
Yeah, that's fair. Based on what we see in other parts of the country right now, again, entire West Coast is going to go blue. California is going to be blue. Not only is it historically almost always Democratic since Ronald Reagan, but it is now bolstered by the fact that Kamala Harris is from there. She's going to win that state for him, for Joe Biden, for the Democrats. Oregon and Washington are some of the most liberal places in the world. They hate Donald Trump. They will not vote for him. So that is a good chunk block, possibly 60, maybe even 70 electoral votes that right off the bat, when those polls close, is going to be automatically for Vice President Joe Biden. So even if you're worried, if you're a Democrat and you're worried about the scores running up for President Donald Trump, if he seems to be in the lead based on the network you're watching, or if he seems, to be really close, a lot closer than comfortable, wait for the West Coast. The West Coast will give a huge bump, but we still got to wait for some of these other closer races to be called and for things to really pan out for when this happens, when we see these results rolling in. So again, another look at if I can actually, let me open up my CNN app. When we look at CNN, I haven't checked their count in a little bit because again, all the networks are showing something different, and it's interesting. But the state of Tennessee, obviously, that already went for President Donald Trump. Corey is back.
I really apologize. My laptop decided that this is the night that it really wants to break down. So it's running on battery power or on wall AC power. And it sometimes just decides that it just doesn't want to exist. And so if this happens again, I will be switching over to my phone. So, all right, what updates do we have?
I haven't seen any states called right now. I really haven't been able to look at my board of channels, networks that I'm actually watching. I'm not watching anything. I'm just monitoring things on the apps because they seem to be updating pretty well. I don't know why CNN doesn't seem to want to work with me right now. But again, Decision Desk HQ, like I said, 4% of the vote seems to be leaning towards Donald Trump. Nebraska right now leaning towards Donald Trump. Alabama, I don't know if anyone has called that yet, but it's leaning towards Donald Trump. That's not really a surprise. Georgia still, again, 16 to 20% reporting in. Donald Trump still has a lead in there. I don't know how long it's going to take for some of those votes. I think Georgia's going to be one of the holdout states that we're going to have to wait to see when it gets called by the networks. But right now, it's looking like Donald Trump has a lead there. Ohio, based on as long as I've seen it on Decision Desk, has still pretty steadily held a lead for Joe Biden. This is another one of those states that's part of a Republican stronghold, or a sign that Republicans could win the election. It's always been Ohio. No president has ever won without Florida and Ohio. So I'll be interested to see how that shakes out, because if Ohio's out, then again, it comes to the same thing that Donald Trump has to win a myriad of other states that just have not been showing signs of being able to be flipped right now. Again, anything goes right now, especially with mail-in voting, especially with higher voter turnout. But we will see how this shakes out. I don't know if anyone called Illinois yet. Can you guys check the other networks to see if anybody has called the state of Illinois for either Joe Biden.
And-
I think it would have gone automatically to Joe Biden whenever.
NBC hasn't
CBS has
called
not called it yet.
Okay, and CNN has not called it yet, right? As far as you can tell.
Ooh. That's darker.
You're still messing with the lighting right now.
Yeah. Now
Yeah.
I can't see half my face. All right, let's try it like this.
At least your camera's good right now. You know what? Actually, what I'm gonna do for right now,
That'll
I'm gonna
do,
get
pig.
rid of my one extra camera that I had over here. I think it's kind of useless, so I'm just stick to the standing camera right now. I feel more comfortable standing up right now because it gives me more stuff to do. You guys can still hear me though, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, right. And also, thank God the echo is gone. I had an echo the entire time I had that on.
Oof.
So, but
Yeah.
now I'm good. Now I'm good, and I'm ready.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Trump's. Holy, okay, 1% in, Trump is up in Illinois by like 70%.
1% in.
Yeah,
Illinois, you got to remember Chicago, metropolitan area, much more liberal voters. There's a lot of suburban areas right there, but I don't think it's going to go blue. There was no polling indication. There was no indication at all. Betting odds indication that Illinois was going to go red. I'm going to stand by this. I'm pretty sure it's going to go blue.
Ooh,
I'm
with 42% or 44% in, Biden leads Trump by 10 points in Ohio.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Biden has a sizable lead in Ohio. So Florida is potentially it's going to go for Donald Trump, but if Ohio's out of the question, the equation gets even more complicated for Donald Trump. So again, unpredictable, unprecedented, unknowing what is going to happen next. We just got to keep on watching, keep on seeing what the results are saying. CBS, I haven't checked in a while what their tally is.
And notably, Joe Biden is outperforming Hillary Clinton in all major liberal areas in Ohio that she did
what it
from
is.
2016.
He's getting those Cleveland voters. He's getting those Cincinnati voters, those Toledo voters. He's getting
Akron.
Akron voters. He's getting those people from the city areas, from the urbanized areas, from the more metropolitan.
Even though
areas.
Akron's not a real place.
No.
fail to admit that Akron actually exists. It's like
Yeah.
Wyoming.
Well, I'll be honest. I was watching clips from President Trump, one of President Trump's Ohio rallies yesterday, and he started making a chant of
LeBron James sucks.
That's not going to help you in Ohio. I don't care how much, like whether he left or not. The people of Cleveland are happy that
It would have helped you in 2012.
It would have. It is not going to help you right
It's
now.
not going to help you now.
So, like, it's actually going to hurt you. And I think, I'm not even exaggerating, that could be the deciding factor. The fact that everybody saw him lead a chant against LeBron James, the greatest basketball player in the world right now. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I'm thinking of it from a political standpoint, and I just see no point in saying that. There's no point. It's a stupid decision that he made. But whatever. He does what he does at his rallies, and the results will show.
With 90% of the vote in Florida, NBC has it at too close to call.
Well, yeah, they're always going to be too close to call. Again, Decision Desk HQ, even though they called it already, I don't know if they're updating it anymore. I really don't. But it's I need to check other ones. If I can
South
do-
Carolina, Joe Biden leads Donald Trump by 3 points with 9% in. He leads by 6,000 voters in South Kakalaki.
With 10% reporting in on, this is from Electoral Vote, Electoral-Vote on another website that I use for certain polls and comparison numbers. 10% reporting in on election day. I don't know why they put the date there. Joe Biden right now has a 58 to 40% lead over Donald Trump in the state of Texas. Imagine. Texas.
It'll be interesting to see how it pulls out.
I still, there's many other, I don't know how many precincts and counties have to be really really put under the microscope to make sure they got the votes exactly right. But if that lead is that big, even right now, is a significant lead in the state of Texas that could completely derail any chance that Donald Trump has to winning this election. So that is from electoral-vote.com. If you want to check that out, Decision Desk HQ actually still has that They're counting it. They're reporting. Let me see if I can't reload that just a little bit. Yeah, of course, my Wi-Fi starts skipping right now. But I don't know when that's.
Trump is ahead in Michigan with like 14% of the vote in or something.
Yeah. Look, if Joe Biden wins Texas, he might not need Michigan.
I want to give a live update to our absolute favorite service in the entire world.
Right.
And it is telling me, correct, by Maximum Lot, John Stossel, FTX, and Betfair, and Predict It. In the last day, Donald Trump has surged up 5 points, putting him down by 19 points to Joe Biden.
I checked earlier. It seemed to be steady throughout the day, so this must be as results are coming in.
It absolutely is.
But like I said, the betting odds are reflective or amplifying any premonition of which way the election is going to go. I promise you, if Texas gets called, or Texas even starts reporting in that gets called closer towards a Biden victory in the state, those betting odds will flip right around again, and it's going to be possibly a lower than 30% chance that President Trump is going to win. So again, you got to remember these betting odds. They have the running. They're running. They're going as is. They're taking information in. They're putting the chances on and everything. And we'll see how that ends up turning out. Decision Desk HQ right now, the state of Texas, they have about between 53 and 67% reporting in. That's what they say is estimated reporting in right now. Joe Biden has a 52.75% of the vote versus President Trump's 45.93% of the vote, and Joe Jorgensen in the state of Texas has 1% of the vote. Joe Jorgensen seems to be running up some, I would say, significant numbers for the party and party itself. Because, like I said, nationally, if they get 5% of the vote,
we need the 5%.
You need the 5%, and you're gonna end up getting something, some more funding, some more attention, some more validity to what you're trying to do. And I think it's an important thing, an important aspect of what they're trying to do in the party. Like I said, more parties would probably be equal to a lot of different types of
hold on, something right here. With 23% in, Trump leads Biden by 14 points in Georgia, but a pipe burst delays absentee ballot count in Fulton County.
Isn't Fulton County where Atlanta is?
I believe so.
Wow.
So that's some kind of sabotage.
I don't think it's a sabotage. I just think, honestly, this is God laughing at us.
I don't have another way to look at it. All right. I'm almost tempted to bring Fat Boy over here for some entertainment.
I could be useful. Updating on the NBC.
I'm getting the boy.
NBC still has a 51-42 lead for Joe Biden. New Jersey, Delaware. I completely forgot to pencil in Delaware and New Jersey on my map, guys. Hold on real quick. Let me pencil that in. Sorry.
No, do that, bro.
Fat Boy.
Fat Boy. The mascot of the channel.
There you go. As opposed to Pablo Prigioni.
Well, he's still one of them, but
hey, now.
Look at this.
As much as I love Fat Boy,
Fat Boy's never lost an NBA game. He's never missed a shot. And he got that wet. Look, ready? Look at this. Kobe. He's got that jumper.
Also hasn't won a gold medal in the Olympics for basketball.
You say that.
Where's the medal? Show me the medal.
He has it in storage.
Cool.
He's the youngest FIBA MVP ever at 2 years old.
Nice.
He can jump 4 times his height.
4 times.
Yep.
Impressive.
He can jump onto my 4-foot coffee table, and he's only like a foot tall.
Okay. Dang, I didn't see any of these. Sorry. I have not looked at my phone once since we started the call, by the way. Let me check the update on AP. Because the Associated Press, I know, has a running.
West Virginia, Trump leads by 26 points with
who
5%
say is
in.
leading? Well, 5% in. Who says leading? Who hasn't called that already is my question. Because I'm pretty sure NBC already called West Virginia for Donald Trump. Do you know?
I have no clue.
All right, that's fine. No worries. Let me see if I can't get something to eat real quick, because like I said, I jumped in and just started setting everything up when I could. So let me go get a bite. I'll take myself out. You guys can fill in some of the space. If you see any updates, let me know as soon as I get back. But for the meantime, y'all take over for just a little while.
All right. So, PJ, I would like to fill this gap with some New York Knickerbockers trivia.
All right, go ahead.
All right. So, I'm going to search through these and find. Here we go. Okay. This is not the site that I want. I would like this one. Okay. Here we go.
Listening.
What famous actress died the same day Patrick Ewing was born? Is it Marilyn Monroe, Zsa Zsa Gabor, Audrey Hepburn, or Melissa Manchester?
Marilyn Monroe.
You would be correct.
Don't get me on this Patrick Ewing stuff, man.
What player was Patrick Ewing tested for kidney compatibility with in 2003? Howard Dansel, Michael Jordick, Alonzo Mourning, or Darnell Minock?
Dude. In 2003?
Yep.
Give me the options again.
Howard Dansel, Michael Jordick, Alonzo Mourning, or Darnell Minock?
Darnell Minock.
That's your guess?
Yeah. It might have been Alonzo Mourning's my second.
It was Zoe.
Oh, word.
I got to move all my Taco Bell stuff away from Fat Boy because he keeps trying to eat it.
Hey, that's not even really Knicks trivia. He was on the Sonics.
What book did Walt Frazier publish in 2006? Never Look Back, The Game Within the Game, To the Future, or Looking Forward?
Give me the names again.
Never Look Back, The Game Within the Game, To the Future, or Looking Forward?
The Game Within the Game.
You are correct.
Don't try me. What I say about my IQ.
In his 2006 book, Walt Frazier says NBA Finals were played on tape delay. Why? To keep bad accents off the air, because no one wanted to watch, because there were not enough corporate sponsors, or there was no other way to do it back then.
There are not enough corporate sponsors.
All right. You are correct. Walt Frazier says in his 2006 book, the goal of most NBA players today is what? To play at least 10 years, to be better than the original stars, to get good grades in college first, or to cash in on 3 guaranteed contracts.
3 guaranteed contracts.
You are correct again. What did Walt Frazier do right after retiring from the NBA? Play for the ABA, become a coach, become an agent, or be a teacher?
I'm going to go with you as a teacher.
All right. He became an agent directly after.
Fair enough. I knew he wasn't playing for the ABA.
These are the wackest questions. What is Walt Frazier's oldest son's name?
Is this Walt Frazier trivia or is this Knicks trivia?
I don't know, dude. Hold on. Let me find some more like real trivia for you.
I mean, Walt Frazier's like a good guy. I like him, but Jesus.
All right. Here we go. Who coached the 1969-70 New York Knicks to an NBA title?
I don't get options. I just have to name
Nope.
them.
This is just naming.
Dude, I have no idea.
Red Holzman.
The more you know.
Who was number 3 in the team from 89 to 99?
Oh, John Starks.
The Knicks ended a playoff drought by qualifying for the playoffs in the final game of the 87-88 season. Which team did they beat to get into the playoffs?
Bro, I have no idea.
The Knicks finished the season 38-44 and sneaked into the playoffs with a victory over the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah. Don't like them that much.
Who was The one who was one of the players the Knicks received from the Patrick Ewing trade, but was then released.
Christ. Oh! Can I get a name of the players that were traded?
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm opening that up in another tab to get it. Ewing Supersonics trade. He was traded. In the trade, the Knicks sent Ewing to Seattle and Chris Dudley to Phoenix and received Glenn Rice, Luke Longley, Travis Knight, Vladimir Stepania, Lazaro Burrell, Vernon Maxwell, 2 first-round draft picks, and 2 second-round draft picks.
Vernon Maxwell.
You are correct. All right.
Next
Which
question.
player led the 69-70 Knicks in playoff scoring with 426 points?
Those 69 Knicks?
Yep.
Walt Frazier.
Walt Frazier had 304. Dick Barnett scored 321, but Willis Reed scored 426.
I was trying to remember which season it was that he came out the tunnel with his broken leg. I couldn't remember which championship that was.
All right, let me find some more modern trivia for this one. Modern Knicks trivia. All right, gonna find this real quick.
Fair enough.
Wow, this is a lot. Hold on. All right, here we go. This is going to be a good one. Test you not. Where's the quiz? Show more. Who is the Knicks' all-time leading scorer?
Patrick Ewing.
You are correct. Who was the last Knicks player to be selected for the NBA All-Star Game?
Ooh, are we counting Rising Stars or are we counting just
All-Star Game.
All-Star Game? Carmelo Anthony.
It was KP.
He made the All-Star Game? I thought it was just Rising Stars.
The Knicks last
he was
posted.
hurt.
The Knicks last posted a winning regular season record in 2012-2013. Who coached the team that season?
Dude, Mike Woodson.
Correct.
Woody the GOAT.
After missing out on Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving in 2019 free agency, who did the
Julius
Knicks
Randle.
sign?
Julius Randle, Bobby Portis, Taj Gibson.
It was a 3-year, $63 million contract. The Knicks last won a playoff series in the 2012-13 postseason. Who did they beat in that series?
Boston Celtics.
You are correct. Knicks center Willis Reed famously played through injury to inspire his team to a Game 7 victory in the 70 finals. How many points did he score in the game?
Dude, I don't know. Like
4, 8, 18, or 24?
8.
8?
Yeah,
It was 4.
4. Fair enough.
All right, this one's pretty easy that I might even not give it to you. There's a lot to this question, but I can just give you these 2 first words. Which Nick killer
Reggie Miller.
famously scored 8 points in 9 seconds to hand the Knicks a Game 1 loss? Which of the following Knicks coaches had the longest tenure in charge of the team?
Which of the following?
Pat Riley, Huey Brown, Jeff Van Gundy, or Mike D'Antoni?
Dude. Van Gundy.
That is correct. So far, so good. Who are the only 2 players to win the NBA single-season scoring title for the Knicks?
Carmelo Anthony and Bernard King.
That's right. That was on there. Yep. Which Knicks guard won the slam dunk contest at All-Star Weekend on 3 occasions in the 2000s?
Ray Robinson.
Yep. 5-foot giant.
By the way, he's fighting Jake Paul next week.
Yep.
Get ready for that.
Which Knicks player made a 4-point play?
Larry Johnson.
That's it. There was more to it, but I was like, that's it. Which of the following players never played for the Knicks? Rasheed Wallace, Penny Hardaway, Grant Hill, or T-Mac?
Dude, Grant Hill.
Correct.
Because I remember Rasheed Wallace. It was that last season that we were good. Everybody was chanting to put Rasheed Wallace into the game.
You got 10 out of 12. Correct. So pretty damn good. As we are looking at the election, do you have any news coming from your end?
There's some dude with a rather nice mustache talking right now, but
Ohio right now 50% in, Biden's at 55%, Trump 44. Biden leads by 300,000.
New Jersey went to Biden. I'm sure Gerald has that colored already. Oklahoma went to Trump.
Yeah,
I know that.
Pennsylvania, Biden with 13% in is leading. Biden has 69% of the vote. Nice. In Pennsylvania.
63% in. Biden is up by 2 points in Texas.
It's going to be a close one to watch. As we said, if Texas goes blue, election's over. But as we incorrectly...
Biden is also up in Pennsylvania by a wide margin with 10% in.
Yep. So as we incorrectly predicted on our We Talk Politics podcast, Gerald and I said that this may turn out to be election week instead of election night. However, now it is seeming like this is election night. This is what is going to happen, and we will have an answer by the end of the night. Trump wins West Virginia. I believe we already have that on. Current CBS News has Trump with 42 electoral college votes and Biden with 20.
Arkansas goes to Trump.
As expected. Looking at this right here, it looks like the Rust Belt and is going to be a toss-up for Trump. However, we see in the South around Oklahoma and then Mississippi, Alabama, and those other belt states down south, those should go red. However, we will not know until the end, just as we always can assume that New York and the entirety of the West Coast will go blue.
NBC has it at 51-48 Biden right now.
For general vote?
Or just the
popular vote?
Votes.
Okay. The Senate races are starting to come in for Maine. The Republican Susan Collins is leading by 16 points with only 1% in, but a 2,000-person lead. In North Carolina, Cal Cunningham, the Democratic selection, is winning by 4 points and 150,000 votes with 71% in. And in South Carolina, Lindsey Graham is leading by 3 points with 15% reporting. One of these major things, aside from the presidency, is the Senate election, as we've been talking about on this podcast for a while. And the Senate might have more implications. If the Senate goes blue and the presidency goes blue, then we might see a 51st state in the next 2 years. So this is something interesting to think about. No new confirmations have come from CBS News projections, so I'm going to check other outlets. Okay. Yeah, it looks like Joe Biden blew out a terrible portion of Miami and lost out on key moves that could have helped secure him Florida. 91% reporting, Trump is up by 3 points. I am checking some more on Florida as it gets there. Yep, Donald Trump leads by 2.5 points with 250,000 more votes than Biden in the state. Donald Trump also leads in Georgia with 30% reporting by 15%. So this will give a good amount of electoral votes if he gets it. But it still comes down to Texas, Pennsylvania, and the Great Lakes and Arizona. And also North Carolina is something important to consider too, because it gives out a decent amount of electoral college votes and is on the keys to the White House, the road to 270 for either party. In 3 minutes, we will see polls close in Arizona and Wisconsin. Arizona being one of those toss-up states, and Wisconsin also being another one. So that is what to look forward to. But PJ, could you give us a shape of what Texas looks like? Do you have that information on you?
I can look it up. It's not on my TV right now, but I will.
Yeah, go ahead. And as we've said, and can't emphasize more, is that this election has a lot of repercussions no matter who wins. So just to reemphasize, if the guy you like doesn't win, then stay calm. It's how it works. You don't have to like it. You're not going to like it. If you plan on protesting, do so safely, do so peacefully. But this is the world we live in. So if you are a Democrat and Donald Trump wins, please don't resort to any extreme means. If you're a Republican and Joe Biden wins, please do not resort to violent means. And if you don't care, or if you're not either one of those, but your guy doesn't win, just stay back. Just keep your distance for it. Don't do anything hasty.
So Texas with 55% reporting is 50.5% to Biden and 48.2% to Trump.
14% in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden leads by 37 points currently.
Jesus.
Yes, but this is with only 14%. So it is probably these major metropolitan areas have reported and the outskirts have not, which was what won him Pennsylvania in the 2016 presidential election when he was challenged by Hillary Clinton. New York City. Seems like there's a lot of people there. Don't know why. Any insight onto what's going on in New York City currently, PJ? I know you have a source.
Daniel Jones riots.
You have a on-premises reporter standing by to give updates for anything happening. Is that correct?
I wish.
Or in Washington, D.C., you have one.
Oh, in Washington, D.C.
Yeah. We have an on-site reporter, courtesy of PJ Dolan there. Can you tell us about what's happening in D.C.?
Well, hold on. Yeah, I don't know. My dad's in D.C. for some reason. Couldn't tell you why.
Texas also has not closed yet, so this is something to give. Right now, they're putting Biden up at 49 to Trump's 42 on electoral college votes. I'm trying to look and see at their map in the background who is getting who. Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana go to Trump. New York has gone to Biden, D.C., Delaware, Vermont, Massachusetts. New York put Biden up by a little bit up here, but we still have a lot of ball left. 49 to 42, Biden leads. Sounds like a sports thing.
Yeah.
49-42, end of the first half.
Bro.
Well, it's really the first quarter. Not even. Minnesota is leading Biden. Michigan's a toss-up. Wisconsin's a toss-up. Arizona's a toss-up. Texas is a toss-up.
So they gave Virginia to Biden, but with 38% reporting, Trump is up by God knows how many points.
Really?
Yeah. So with 38% reporting, it's 58.3% Trump, 39.9% Biden.
And they've already given it to him?
They gave it to Biden.
Well, that sounds hasty.
Trump is up by like 300,000 votes.
Oh.
So maybe how does that work? They just decide to flip it? Like I don't.
Couldn't tell you.
With 0% reporting in Wyoming, Trump has won. So that's
Yeah,
like
he only needs one vote. Wyoming's not real, except for the fact that they had Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Josh Alien, because Wyoming's not real.
Biden is leading in Kansas.
North Kakalaki has Biden leading by 4 points with 74% votes in. Sorry, by 3 points.
I mean, that's interesting that they called Virginia already. Then.
Yeah, that seems like a farce, but I'd be interested in hearing that.
New Mexico is too early. They gave Biden New York.
Yep.
Obviously. No surprise there. North Dakota is too early to call with their whopping 3 electoral votes.
Hey, as Gerald said earlier, 3 votes could turn the tide.
Dakota is too early to call. Texas
is 65% in. 65% in with Biden leading by a point.
Yep. Wisconsin is too early to call. Wyoming is apparently too early to call, even though they already gave it to Trump. I'm looking at the Associated Press on my laptop, and I'm looking at NBC on my TV. NBC has a 80-48 electoral votes for Biden.
In Maine, 2% is in, but Donald Trump is leading by 4 points.
And on Associated Press for electoral votes, they have it 119 Biden to 92 Trump.
Oh, wow. I guess they're just going all in then quickly. Are they the people who gave Virginia?
Yeah.
Okay, even though it's not favoring Biden.
Yeah. But NBC for electoral votes has it a lot closer. And they haven't called Virginia. They haven't called like all that.
On CBS right now, it is 49-42.
With 90% reporting, Trump is up by 3 points in almost 4 points in Florida.
That'll be a big turn.
According to the Associated Press.
In Illinois, Joe Biden leads by 16 points with 11% in. And Texas right now is 65% in. Trump only trails by 0.7%.
According
Biden
to
holds 54,000 more.
Texas is closing in at 50. Associated Press has it 57% reporting. Biden's only up by half of a percentage point against Trump. So that's starting to close in.
And Georgia, Trump is taking a larger lead. I believe he is up 14 points in Georgia.
With 34%.
Florida, I saw 92% reporting with a 3% lead, I believe. Although I would need to see it again.
Biden with 77% reporting is up by almost 4 points in North Carolina.
In Ohio, Joe Biden is leading by 7 points with 54% in. So that could be a little more. It could get closer as it starts to close.
According to Associated Press, with 56 in, he's up by 8. Trump is up in Michigan right now by quite a lot, like 16%, but only 15% in.
It is interesting watching all the Senate races go down too. As if you are watching, if anybody's watching this, if you want to go ahead and check out the Senate races, you can do so in your states. However, I'm going to give a very quick check to election betting odds and see where they are at right now.
I'm going to go ahead and wash my hands real quick because I just ate a very greasy pizza. So I will be right back. Corey, you got this.
All right. I will fill the void. Okay. So right now it seems to be at a lull in the events happening. And we don't want to bore you by just going on with numbers and numbers and numbers for the next 30 minutes until we get something. So unless significant moves happen, we will be filling it up with different, content for you guys. So we'll talk about some implications. We will go back to sports. We will talk some about food because that is always a very good thing to talk about. But coming up as soon as anybody returns, we will talk about the newly released Gold Glove winners for the Major League Baseball. So they already announced the MLB MVP, Rookie of the Year, and Cy Young finalists, and they're just now announcing who won the Gold Glove. So this should be very interesting when it comes down to it. Okay. BJ.
I'm back.
We are a small move, and we are going to transition over because nothing much is happening right now. No big time news is breaking. So I would like to take a moment to mention that the Gold Glove winners have been announced for 2020. In the American League, Roberto Perez for the Indians won at catcher. Evan White won for the Mariners at first. Cesar Hernandez for the Indians won at second. J.P. Crawford won at short for the Mariners. Isaiah Keener-Falefa won at third for the Rangers. Alex Gordon won at left for the Royals. Luis Robert won at center for the White Sox. Luis Robert won at center for the White Sox. Joey Gallo won at right for the Rangers, and Griffin Canning won at pitcher for the Angels. No Yankees up there.
Where they were all hurt. No Yankee played more than like 20 games or something.
All right, so moving to the NL at catcher, we're going to do same format: catcher first, second, short, third, left, center, right, pitcher. We have Tucker Barnhart for the Reds, Anthony Rizzo for the Cubs, Colton Wong for the Cards, Javi Baez for the Cubs, Nolan Arenado at third for the Rockies. I personally think that Chapman should have won that. He is a much more stellar defensive player, and they went further. Tyler O'Neill for the Cardinals in left, Trent Grisham at center for the Padres, and Mookie Betts in right for the Dodgers, with Max Fried at pitcher for the Braves. Mookie Betts wins his 5th straight Gold Glove. I'm surprised that more of the Dodgers weren't making it, like Corey Seager didn't get one, but it's not necessarily something that I'm too stressed about. Nolan Arenado won his 8th consecutive Gold Glove at third base for all 8 seasons he's played in the majors. So it is very interesting how that shakes out. Do you have any knowledge of when the MVP is going to be announced?
By the end of the week, I'm assuming if they already got the Gold Gloves out.
MLB Awards. It will be revealed on November 12th on MLB Network.
November 12th? Wow. That's late. When are they doing Cy Young and all that, or is that with MVP?
Cy Young will be announced November 13th. Oh, no, that's all NBA team, or all NBA, all MLB. The Cy Young will be announced November 11th. The Rookie of the Year will be announced on the 9th. And the Manager of the Year will be announced on the 10th.
DJ for MVP.
So right now for the MVP, we have in the American League Jose Abreu, DJ, and Jose Ramirez. I would see DJ taking this. And then in the NL, we have Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Manny Machado. I don't see Manny Machado as even a factor in this. I think it comes down to Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. I would lean towards Freeman. However, when it comes down to, because the voting happened after, the voting is closing later this week, I think you have to impact how valuable Mookie Betts was to this franchise, taking us from 2 years in a row we made it to the World Series. Then last year we didn't even get to the championship series, I don't think. No. We got to the championship series. In the DS or CS?
In the DS.
Yeah. But in the past 3 years, the team that we lost to, or the past 4 years, the team that we lost to went on to win the World Series. We lost to the Cubs in 2016. Then we lost to the Astros in 17, the Red Sox in 18, and then the Nationals in 2019. But with that turnaround on our last year losing in the NLDS, I think adding Mookie Betts makes him supremely valuable.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys. Sorry for the long wait, but I am back. A myriad of different states coming in. Sorry if I'm interrupting the sports talk. But I don't know how much you guys have been following, but I'm going on NBC to fill in the board right now. And Arkansas has gone for President Donald Trump, as well as South Dakota.
Arkansas
has gone. And also South Dakota, like I said, South Dakota, as big as it is, not a big prize electorally because of its sparse population. But in
Joe, we can't hear you too well.
yeah, I know this is a directional mic, so you can only hear me sort of, kind of. But I'm gonna try to raise my voice a little bit. Can you still kind of hear me right now?
Kinda.
All right, hold on. Give me just a second. Let me fill these in. Check your network, see what the counts are on different networks, because we know they've been giving different numbers.
We have 63 Biden, 48 Trump. They just announced on CBS that Biden has taken New Jersey.
Okay, but I already have that filled in.
Right.
What does NBC have? I mean, what does CNN have? Someone check CNN for me, please.
PJ, would you mind checking CNN?
I
See
can
what
check it, man.
Also, Corey, do me a favor. Check Texas for me. Check the numbers in Texas if you can.
All right, will do.
What am I checking CNN for? CNN has at 73 electoral votes Biden, 48 Trump.
All right. See, that's what I meant. I meant just to point out different numbers on different networks right now.
CNN,
Right now, Texas has 57% reporting, and Joe Biden is leading by 0.3 points.
Yeah.
He is only leading by 24,000 votes.
It's going to be a really, really close one in Texas.
And Joe Jorgensen has edged out a 1% of total Texas population in voting.
It'll be interesting. We'll see. Like I said, Joe Jorgensen seems to be having an okay night in terms of trying to get more support for the party itself. And like I said, the goal for Joe Jorgensen, a victory would be 5% nationally, and that'll lead to a bunch of different initiatives by the government to help out the party itself. I'm interested to see how that turns out through the night. We're keeping our eye on that. But again, Texas, extremely close. Someone check Georgia for me, please.
Last I checked, Donald Trump was leading with a significant margin, but I will give you an accurate one now on this map.
Right, and we also still know about the emergency situation over there, about the burst pipe and how that might affect things. So just keep that in mind as well.
Correct. Currently, Donald Trump is leading by 14% in Georgia, with nearly with over 250,000 more votes, with 37% reporting.
You said Donald Trump?
Donald Trump is leading by 14 points.
All right. Yeah, that might be one they wait until 90% of the precincts are in to call because of how close it was in polls and how close it was in exit polls and all that.
Atlanta is already being counted.
Completely?
No. They're in the process of being counted.
Okay. A bunch of votes are going to come in from Atlanta. There was a huge voter turnout, a huge voter initiative there that is going to definitely take place. Someone please check, actually, Corey, if you could, see if anyone has called the Senate yet. Any overall Senate projections, whether it's going to stay in Republican control or switch. I think I saw somewhere that someone called it, but I'm not sure.
Here are some of these. The AP has called 15 of the 35 seats up for the election, giving Wyoming, South Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Arizona, Tennessee, Kentucky, and West Virginia to Republican Party, giving Illinois, Virginia, New Jersey, Delaware, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire and Rhode Island to the Democrats. So right now it is 40-38 in Democrat favor.
Yeah, the Associated Press is calling states way too early, man.
Yes, the Associated Press already called Virginia blue, even though Donald Trump was winning by.
Trump
again,
is
these are
almost
projections.
20%.
These are not about what votes are coming in. This is how
They're about where is left.
Oh, yeah, where it's going to go, what
40%
it's going to do, and how it's going to.
With 40% of the vote in Virginia right now, Trump is up by 20 points.
I guess the belief for the AP is which areas are left, because they believe that those areas will take a very heavy swing in Biden's favor and eventually end up winning him that election.
And they
Right,
also,
like
called
you got to
Rhode
think about Nova. You got to think about certain areas of Richmond, if you can believe it or not. But yeah, they're expecting a lot in Nova, and I think that's fair. That's fair to think about Nova being that significant, because it really is. Nova turned Virginia into a blue state when it was more red, like about maybe 10 or 12 years ago. So interested to see how that works out. CBS is showing an 80-51 lead for Joe Biden.
Yes.
So we'll see how that turns out. I'm checking Fox News right. I have not checked Fox News all night, but I am checking Fox News to see what their Fox News is known for calling things way early as well. They're like an AP if I want to compare it to that, because right now they have 129-94 in favor of Joe Biden on Fox News Network. I don't know if want to take or leave that, but again, Decision Desk HQ checking the updates right now on Decision Desk HQ. Showing 115 in favor of Joe Biden, 120 in favor of Donald Trump, with them giving Donald Trump Nebraska, I believe most of it. Yeah, 4 out of 5 in Nebraska and Wyoming, which is fair.
I have news right here. Pennsylvania, according to CBS, may take days to come in. So, as we said, that would be the place to watch. We will not have an answer by tonight unless Biden takes Texas.
According to CBS.
According to CBS.
Has anybody called Florida yet? I actually haven't checked if anyone's called Florida yet.
No.
Decision Desk HQ said they were going to try to do something, but I'm not sure what they.
according to Associated Press, with 91% in, Trump is up by like almost 4 points in Florida.
Yeah.
Hold on, I got to let my cat attack my arm real quick. I use my hoodie as like one of those canine gauntlets that they use, like for like police canine training, where they just bite their arm, and I just put my arm right in the middle of Fat Boy and let him just bite the hell out of me.
All right, I'm gonna sit down real quick. I don't know if that's good for the camera, but I am gonna sit down for just a second and organize some of my online stuff here real quick. But yeah, definitely interesting developments. The 9 o'clock closings all came in. Every single source that I'm looking at is showing something completely different, and it's annoying. It really is. But
yeah, imagine if you're watching a football game and then every single different network has a different score.
That's exactly what this is like. Yeah.
And then you don't know which one's real until the end of it.
Until
Biden
December.
leads Trump in Ohio with 58% in by 4 points.
That's what I'm saying. If you can undercut whatever loss you might have in Florida by whatever gains you get in Ohio, that's still I think overall a victory for yourself.
Damn, Gerald's hairline looking crisp.
You don't play any games, bro. He's been waiting for this night.
How much rice did you eat?
Huh?
How much rice did you eat?
Half a pound.
Your stomach is just monstrous right now. It's like a brick weighing down in there.
The intestinal strength in the Mendoza family must be off the charts.
Never get sick.
We don't get sick usually, but we do have trouble with certain foods that you wouldn't even think about. Like my dad right now isn't able to eat cooked tomato.
What?
For some reason. I know. It's weird.
He can't have pizza?
Yeah, the sauce messes with him. Same thing with pasta. Same thing with a bunch of other stuff.
Lame. That's what I call it. Pennsylvania, Biden leads by 37.7% with 18% in.
If that's the case, look,
he has 486,000 up.
You lose Florida, but you gain it by gaining back Ohio and Pennsylvania at the same time. That's it. Again, like I said, that's it. But again, Pennsylvania seems to be something that is going to take a really long time to determine. So unless something miraculous happens, like in the state of Texas, or Michigan, or Wisconsin, or Minnesota, all those places that have really been determining factor for all that, it will, it's going to be a long process to find out who.
Trump leads by 3 points with 93% in on Florida.
91% in on Florida. Okay.
93% in. Trump leads by 3%.
All right. You're watching CBS. PJ's watching NBC. I'm gonna actually switch over and make sure that I'm just gonna stay hard on. That sounded terrible.
Yeah, pause.
I'm gonna stay consistently on CNN then, and that way I'll just ask for comparison.
Lucky
numbers.
you get Wolf Blitzer.
I get John King, Wolf Blitzer, and AC 360.
John King, man. Dude, he's a wizard. This isn't election day. This is John King Day.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I like how my computer's charging. It is charging rate at 0 milliwatts.
That's
Or
pretty bad.
megawatts. That's what it is. Nothing.
Yeah, so it's just basically running off of AC power.
Yeah. It's got 1.4%. Yeah. That's why it shut down earlier. Trump leads in Texas by 0.6%, with 67% in. Joe Biden with 69% in, nice, just took the lead by 0.4%. He leads by 32,780.
Right,
Nine.
Yeah.
CBS News predicts Trump wins in Arkansas, Indiana, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Tennessee. And West Virginia.
Yeah, would be interested to see. I'm actually glad the markers are working out because I thought it was going to be an issue with these states, but it seems to be working out pretty well.
The what?
The markers.
Oh, yeah. It looks nice. It's a good backdrop. All right, 3 hours in.
3 hours in.
We're 3 hours in, man.
All right.
All right, PJ. Know what we got to do. We're here for a long time, not a good time.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Biden wins
Preferably
Connecticut,
a
D.C.,
little
Delaware,
bit.
Maryland, Maine, New York, and Vermont. Or not Maine, Massachusetts.
Hour 3, gentlemen.
Y'all have fun with dealing with that tomorrow morning. I got to go back into work.
I ain't dealing with nothing tomorrow.
I got to
morning.
work at 4. No problem.
Yeah,
93% in.
I have a school day that I'm going to try to get to.
Yeah, you got your basketball team to manage.
We might have practice tomorrow since we didn't have one today. We usually do Tuesdays and Thursdays, but we have a game now. Our first game is scheduled for November 30th.
Yo, is there any way that I can get on the team?
No.
How old's the team?
High school?
Can I say that I'm 12?
No.
Fat boy, what are you doing? Dude, I hate this cat. All right. We have had absolutely no new news in the last 30 minutes of declared wins by CBS.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is CBS is going like a snail's pace. Fox News is the exact opposite. They're jumping on everything. NBC seems to be somewhere in the middle, and same thing with CNN, which is again really weird.
They have given Biden Colorado.
Who did?
CBS Network News.
I'm running into a similar problem that Corey has, that my laptop is about to die.
Plug it in, baby.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah.
if you want to leave for a couple minutes and then get that back in, you're perfectly fine
Yeah,
to do so.
I got the link in my email, so I'll hop back in a little bit once it's charged up.
Sounds
Fine.
good.
While you're doing that, let me color in Colorado.
Pennsylvania, 19% in. Biden leads by 26% now instead of 36%. He is only up by 200,000 now.
That is a diminishing number. It could get even closer as the day goes on, but still significantly a lead. Because the problem is, if it's going to swing Republican, we should be seeing that as the precincts are reporting in, because most Republican voters and conservative voters voted on election day. That was the stance, because early voting, absentee, and mail-in were all supposed to be Democrats who did not want to go stand in line, which I get. So a lot of early voting was supposed to be Democratic. A lot of in-person voting was supposed to be Republican. If that's the case, it seems to be dwindling and it seems to be getting lower, but I still think that's just such a high margin right now. And again, the uncertainty running around Pennsylvania and how long it's going to take to count, it'll be interesting to see how this turns out. But let me turn this the lights blue real quick, solid blue. Let me color in Colorado, and we'll see where we go from there.
The current CBS News number is 89-51 in favor of Vice President Biden.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be an incredible election night as we go through.
Well, it can't get too much closer than 2016, but we might be gearing up to see one that is. In Georgia, currently 38% reporting. Donald Trump has a 15-point lead with 300,000 more than Biden.
Is that up or down from earlier?
I believe that is up. Michigan, Trump leads by 20 points with a 210,000 person lead with 18% in.
That might be the mail-in factor. That might be the people who haven't been counting yet because of absentee ballots and different methods of voting. That might be the case. But again, interesting to see. Michigan was key in electing President Trump last time. And even though I thought it was done for because he pulled all ads, pulled all campaign events from Michigan, it seems to be his people knew what they were doing by leaving it alone and just showing it just the correct amount of attention. He seems to still hold on to this lead. But how many reporting in did you say? How much?
I believe it was 14%.
All right, 14%. That's not
in Ohio with 59% reporting. Biden currently holds a 3-point lead.
Yeah, Ohio again, mixed bag with Ohio. It also happens to be National Ohio Day, if you can believe that.
Ha!
Because that's technically the day, the anniversary of when they became a state or something. I'm just like,
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought National Ohio Day was just election day again.
Yeah, isn't it always?
Yeah, for real. It was in 2012.
You know, there is a good chance that we don't have all of the reporting done on the precincts until November 7th, which would make this exactly 20 years after the 2K election.
Yeah, that would be a significant. Again, I'm interested to see how state laws are going to be affected. I'm interested to see how exactly precincts are going to work. I'm interested to see how things are going to end up shaking out throughout the night and throughout the week, possibly, as it's looking like, especially for Pennsylvania. If there's another state that's really close, but then has an incredible influx of early voting and absentee voting that needs to be counted through a separate process, interested to see how everything works out. And once all that is taken into account, again, what the final result is going to be. That's why this is probably why when electors cast their final votes is in December, so that any uncertainty will have been panned out by then.
Right.
So that being said, let me see here.
Puerto Rico does not have any votes in this. Correct.
No, they do not. No, they don't. They're not a state. They don't get the votes. The only one that's not a state that gets votes is DC because of the law that was passed a while ago. But yeah, interested to see how things work out. And once everything is shaken out again, this is going to be possibly a long process. So, and the problem is if someone jumps or balks, it could be a potentially serious issue with misinformation. And we want to try to avoid that. At least we want to try to avoid that. I believe the networks want to try to avoid that. Certain, outlets want to try to avoid that. But again, these discrepancies in numbers are, for me personally, are somewhat worrying because things just aren't adding up somewhere. And it seems really weird to me that every single channel has a different count right now. I remember seeing a little bit of that in 2016. That was later in the evening. But usually the networks are pretty consistently on board with each other and saying, all right, this, and that is that. Not this time. It seems to be very, unfortunately, up in the air based on what you're doing. Like if you're just someone who only watches, let's say, MSNBC, and that's all you watch, you don't watch any other news channel, you probably won't even notice what's going on. But as for us, as we're looking at every single possible source available to us, it's looking like there's discrepancies that are unfavorable to the whole process as a process in a whole.
currently with popular vote, President Donald Trump is leading by 2 points. And keep in mind, this is not anywhere near full reporting, but that is just food for thought at this point in the game.
In the general population vote?
Correct.
Well, there you go. I mean, I've always said this from the beginning. I'll keep on saying this. Conservatives and Republicans, no matter what happens, as much as they don't like a candidate, they will go and vote red if it kills them. Because they are a voting bloc who knows how to unite. They don't divide within themselves saying, I want a different candidate with a different set of values. That's the Democrats' job.
Exactly. North Carolina looks like it is going to be a very, very close race. And Wisconsin has 8% in at a dead tie, with Trump leading by only 1,000 votes, even at 49-49. Louisiana, President Trump is leading by 25 points.
Well, that's Louisiana.
With 11% in.
I'm surprised they haven't called Louisiana.
In Kansas, 49% reporting Biden leads by 3 points, but only 19,000 votes.
Kansas.
In Kansas, their Senate race, Barbara Bollier, is leading by 5 points over Republican Roger Marshall with 45% reporting. In Maine, Donald Trump is leading by 15 points with 5% in. But again,
Right, but
only by 6,000 votes.
But remember, Maine is a split.
Right. And in Maine, Republican Susan Collins is leading by 24 points over Democrat Sarah Gideon.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I just noticed something. Has anybody called Rhode Island?
I believe possibly. Let me double check that.
Yeah, check on that because I just saw something and it looks weird to me about Rhode Island.
Rhode Island is going red right now, but has been given to Joe Biden. 32% reporting. Associated Press has given it to Joe Biden, but Trump leads by 10 points.
I guess, I don't know, maybe the smaller precincts, almost all the smaller precincts, rural precincts would be for President Donald Trump. And then as the urban areas are getting counted and reported, that would end up evening it out. But that seems like a really weird swing to me, a really weird outcome if Rhode Island ends up turning red.
I agree.
Because that's not something I expect. Same thing with Kansas going blue. That's an absolutely insane thing to me.
Stop eating my wires, you dick. Sorry, talking about cat.
I was about to say I'm not doing that.
And right now, the Associated Press has called Virginia in favor of Joe Biden. Donald Trump is currently leading by 16% with 43% reporting.
Wait, where are you getting these AP numbers from? From ABC?
No, these are 2020 U.S. election results live from the Associated Press.
I'm not getting any of them, and I find that weird.
I am going on Google and looking up the election map and checking all states and clicking on each one.
Yeah, it's really weird because
Joe Jorgensen has 1.8% of the vote in Virginia, which
fair.
if I check all states, Joe Jorgensen has a solid 1% of all votes.
That's good. That's on the way to a really good outcome for the party. Yeah, I don't know why certain things just aren't working for me real quick. The things are just slow right now. But let me put some stuff over. Let me connect my headphones. My headphones are connected. So you know what? Let me just I know what I need to do. Okay. But yeah, these are really weird, really weird numbers that I'm just not like are these making sense to you that there's this much discrepancy between the networks?
It seems strange. With 59% in Biden, with 60% in Biden only leads by 2.7 in Ohio.
The gap is closing.
The gap is closing as they just changed how many more reported. Donald Trump made up some ground. 2.7% lead for Biden in Ohio.
He needs that to hold out. We've seen switches before, but again, yeah, I see why that would happen. Right now, with how much did you say was reporting in Ohio?
60%.
Yeah, on Decision Desk, they're estimating between 65 and 78%. With the lead being 50.81 to 47.93. Again, interesting. Joe Jorgensen also in Ohio almost has 0.97% of the vote right now in Ohio.
Yeah. I mean, I'm big on the third party swing because the difference is that, especially when you look at each one's platform, a lot of people, their first thing is if their person loses, and they blame third-party voters. And I think that is a totally maligned call to make.
By the way, I'm going to call North Dakota. I forgot to add this. North Dakota goes to President Donald Trump. Not really surprising there. Went last time. Didn't really show signs of flipping. A safe state for Republicans. North Dakota for President Donald Trump.
In Missouri, with 20% in, Biden leads by 3 points, but 14,000.
Yeah, that's a low number difference right now. We have to wait until a lot more precincts report in for us to get any information on that.
Delaware, with 23% in, Joe Biden has a 67-point lead.
That was bound to happen. Delaware, a small state, but significant, a hometown state. He was never going to lose that, in my opinion.
I agree.
Any other updates? Did the AP say anything about the Senate? Did the AP say anything about anything going on in certain key Senate races, like in South Carolina?
The Senate hasn't changed. It's still that 40 to 34 AP calling the 15 seats. So nothing has any kind of gain here.
This is really weird situation I think we're finding ourselves in. And it's interesting to see how this night is shaking out. I know I'm used to the NBC
in North Carolina for the Senate, there is 83% reporting, and Cal Cunningham of Democratic Party leads Tom Tillis of the Republican Party by 0.7%.
In what state?
North Kakalaki.
Gotcha.
And Shannon Bray of the Libertarian Party has 3%.
That's a good percentage. There you go. I forgot also Alabama being called by NBC News to go red.
For the president?
For the president, yeah.
Yes. It is only 23% reporting, but he does lead by 22 points.
Yeah, and in a state like Alabama, that seems to be pretty almost a foregone conclusion, which I think is fair. So Alabama goes to President Donald Trump right now. So yeah, we'll see how we continue to shake things out. Can I get another check on Texas, please?
Absolutely, you may. As soon as my cat lets go of my arm. All right. Texas is a little bit closer, 64% reporting. Donald Trump is leading by 0.5 point.
That's a switch. That's a switch because it was Joe Biden leading by like 0.5 point. So, but how much? You said 60%?
64% reporting.
Gotcha. So again, keep your eyes on Texas.
Keep the eyes on Texas. That's what it's got to be.
Yeah. Any other state updates? Let me check. Decision Desk HQ. Decision Desk still has Joe Biden leading based on their report. But right now they're showing, when the numbers come up, I'll let you know. But
according to election betting odds, in the last day, currently it has Donald Trump sitting at 63.1% to be the next president. He has risen 27.4% in the last 2 hours.
That is an obscene swing. That is incredible, actually.
And Joe Biden sits at 36.4%.
Okay.
That is
Here's the thing. They
ridiculous.
Still haven't told a lot of the states. Again, I think that is all due to the discrepancies in the numbers. A lot of people are unsure about a lot of things. The possibility of this thing getting stretched out for a long time. I think they're thinking that President Trump will be declaring victory tonight. I don't put that past him. But I don't think a concession call is going to happen. I don't think the networks are going to call it tonight unless they're really lambastic and a bit too.
So you already gave it to Alabama, correct?
That's what NBC said. NBC
Yes.
said Alabama's going red.
CBS News agrees. Right now, CBS News puts 89 Biden, 63 Trump.
Yeah.
And as we predicted, the entire left coast is going to go blue, likely.
Yeah, that's at 10.
Pardon?
Is that coming up at 10 or 11? Usually that's an 11 p.m.
That's an 11 p.m. because it closes 8 West.
Okay. based on
Trump has the entire plus from Alabama up to Indiana and from left Oklahoma right to West Virginia, slanting up around North Carolina and Virginia.
Yeah, I see this right here. Does he have Nebraska? Does he have Kansas? Those still haven't been called yet. Correct?
They're not called yet, but they are likely. According to the AP, he has one Nebraska, but Kansas, they are giving blue currently with 62% reporting. Donald Trump is down by 0.3%, but only 2,000 votes. And Joe Jorgensen has taken 2.1% from Kansas.
That's an even better number for Jorgensen right there. Has Illinois been called actually? Has anyone called Illinois?
The Associated Press has called Illinois but they have 29% reporting with Joe Biden up by 6 points, but 108,000 votes.
By the way, Decision Desk HQ with between 70.9 and 90% estimated reporting in precincts, 8,363,828 votes being counted so far. It's saying right now Joe Biden is currently leading in the state of Texas with 49.48% of the vote, as opposed to President Donald Trump's 49.23% of the vote. Joe Jorgensen has a 1.02% of the vote share right now.
According to the Associated Press, updated at 9:42, which was a minute ago, 64% reporting Donald Trump leads in Texas by 0.7.
That's 64% by 0.7 again. These are extremely small margins. These are things that are swinging as votes.
Delaware Senate wins blue. Cory Booker predicted to win New Jersey.
Yeah, I think those were pretty easy call. That genuinely relatively easy calls to make. I think this is still on blue. Let me turn this red for just a second, just to change the mood a little bit. I still don't understand why the AP. I can't seem to find the results on their actual app.
I just go on Google and I find that.
I know you just go on Google, but like, what's the point of having the app if I'm not going to be able to see the things on it, right?
Correct.
That's just me. That's just me being, kind of a stiff about it.
Colorado Senate goes blue, as we assumed.
Yeah. The Arizona Senate is going to be one to watch. The Montana Senate is going to be one to watch. We're still watching the North Carolina Senate. We're still watching the South Carolina Senate. We're still watching the Georgia Senate.
Still, the Associated Press has it 40-38 for Democrat Party lead, 51 for majority, whereas other parties have 2 seats. So it is a possibility that it goes 49-49.
In the Senate, it seems to be Decision Desk HQ in the Senate for Texas. They have called it for John Cornyn, winning with 51.17% of the vote share on Decision Desk HQ for Texas. In terms of everything else, let me actually check Georgia right now. Has you gotten any updates from Georgia anywhere on your resources?
No, not yet.
I still have Donald Trump with a basically 12-point lead or 11-point lead with about 49 to 59%. So let's say about 49% of the vote being counted so far in Georgia. But again, we also know there was a delay there. We don't know how much that's going to affect the vote. So keep that in mind.
The Associated Press still with 48% reporting has Joe Biden. The AP poll reports, or not the AP poll, the AP reports Joe Biden winning, although he is down by 11.5 points at this mark in Virginia.
All right. I just checked the Real Clear Politics homepage right now. Based on Real Clear Politics homepage, in terms of the numbers, there have 131 for Biden and 107 for President Trump, though it seems to be that the popular vote is still showing 48.5% to Biden versus 50.1% to Donald Trump. So we may be headed towards a scenario.
269.
Not even 269. The same thing that happened last time, just reversed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that'll make everyone's head spin. I don't want to see that happen, but the cynical side of me does.
Biden leads in North Kakalaki with 80% in by 1%. And Biden leads with 64% in by 1% in Ohio as well.
That is back. That's
Biden with 19% in leads Pennsylvania by only 77,000 votes, or around 6%. Sorry, 7%.
6% proportionally, 6% relatively. That's not 6% of the entire population.
Correct.
So it looks like. Let me see here. If I cannot.
They've given Maryland to Biden as
Was that a question?
no.
What is? Here's my thing. CBS is dropping the ball right now. They are slower than a turtle in calling some of these states. Some of these you can make that safe assumption. I get
75% in Texas. Trump leads by 1 point and 125,000. In Wisconsin, with 14% in, Biden leads by 2% and 13,000.
In Wisconsin?
In Wisconsin, yeah. So it is going to be a very close election. Good golly.
Yeah, I know. I still have Decision Desk HQ showing me that Texas is still technically leading for Joe Biden. But yeah, this is an extremely close election. We also have another round coming in less than 15 minutes of closures coming up in the upcoming hours.
Oh, wow. I would like to reiterate, okay, on election betting odds, Trump just took an even higher leap up. He is now at 65.3% to Biden's 34.2%. He is up 30% in the last day.
65.3%.
Correct.
Oh man. Okay, that's interesting. But like I said, this is the one thing that the one possibly tiff I have with betting odds, and I'm not saying that they're not accurate. I'm just saying they seem to be projecting or amplifying certain results and certain probabilities.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So and that is always bound to happen, even though we think they're more accurate. They also amplify certain things that are closer than what they are showing in terms of anybody who has their money down. I'm trying to get to the website.
Florida, Donald Trump leads with 93% in. He leads by 3.5 points.
That's still a significant lead. No networks have called Florida yet, but if Florida goes red, that throws a huge boost of encouragement to the president.
Yep, and with 81% in, North Carolina Senate is tied with Cal Cunningham being up by just a couple thousand. Lindsey Graham is up by 10 points in South Carolina with 38% reporting. And I'll tell you what it was in Florida, and I called it from the beginning. The share of the electorate age 45 plus made up 65% of the voters. 35% were from 18 to 44. I called it from the beginning. It would be the older population that would win Donald Trump, Florida. This is going to be close. And the crazy thing is that it's going to be close for the next 3.5 hours. So we've got time.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Let me see if I can't figure something out over here. Decision Desk HQ still reporting that Texas is leaning barely leading towards Joe Biden. Real Clear Politics showing still 131 to 107. Arizona not been called yet. Nothing reporting in yet. New York been called. Nebraska been called by Real Clear. Has given Nebraska to President Trump. I can't see anything about Texas. Well, Texas is really close.
Texas currently has 2/3 reporting with Donald Trump leading by 2 points.
Where is Kansas? I have not seen anything from Kansas yet.
Kansas has, again, 2/3 reporting with President Donald Trump up 3.7 points with Joe Jorgensen at 2.1%. As we had mentioned, for some reason, Kansas has a strong Joe Jorgensen draw.
I'm all for it. I mean, more parties, more fun, right?
That's what I believe. The AP has Joe Biden at 131 to Donald Trump's 92, albeit Donald Trump has a 50.3% of the vote and Biden has 48.2. So we know that the popular vote, it only matters where it matters. So it's a not rational way to calculate an election. So that, right, only in each state does it, not even in each state does it matter, but in each area does the population really matter.
I'm going to switch my camera real quick, see if this works. I'm sorry.
All right, I will be I'll be here.
All
Yeah,
right.
you got it. That was
Okay.
quick and easy.
That's good. That's good. This lets me sit down and stand up, and it'll still be relatively okay.
Nice.
Yeah. This is the map. As you can see, much more comfortable like this. By the way.
There has been Michigan reported more than 24,000 same-day vote registrations.
Michigan.
Yep.
That is a huge spike. That is something that will affect things.
Which way do you believe that it would? I think it would affect things further to the left, to their
Same-day
benefit.
registration? Definitely, yeah. I think it'll benefit the left. It'll benefit the Democrats. It'll benefit possibly people who would consider themselves disenfranchised voters who have not been able.
However, with 20% in, Donald Trump leads by 20 points in Michigan.
20 points.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a significant draw.
This is where my prediction map is going awry, because I predicted Michigan and Wisconsin. Maybe one of them would go red, but right now it appears that both of them are leaning red at this point. As well as Maine looks to be leaning fully red, and Nebraska is fully red.
Minnesota seems to be leaning definitely blue.
It is. Joe Biden has a 31-point lead there, and nearly double the vote count, with only 30% reporting, but the writing is on the wall for that one. But Maine was one that is right now leaning very heavily red, and we did not expect that for the entirety of it. Donald Trump leads in Maine by 10 points. However, there is only 8% reporting. So with the ranked choice voting, we may see something else. Although I would be interested to see the ranked choice. Joe Jorgensen nearly has 2%, and Howie Hawkins has 1% for it.
That seems like a lot of 3% for both third-party candidates.
And Roque de la Fuente has 0.1% or 75 votes.
I don't know what that was. That was someone's.
That is the Alliance. He is the Alliance Party.
The hell is that?
Couldn't tell you.
I don't know. Where did PJ go again? I'm sorry. Where did he go?
He went to plug in his laptop, I believe, but he shall be back.
All right, let me check what's going on over here. Yeah, I got the notification from the AP that shows me what's going on. I'm gonna check the. Androids have that built-in news app called The Briefing.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm checking that right now to see what it tells me about other things, because I'm interested to see how things are working out, what they're using for their
for their sources.
Yeah, their sources. Who are they, like, for real? Like, who are they using? Let me check here. Let me see here. Okay. They're using NBC. All right. So that's fine. That's fine. Do me a favor, check your socials. What is social media responding to all of these results as? What are they thinking? Are they picking up on the fact that different networks are reporting different things? Are they picking up on the fact that certain things are taking more time? What's the temperature like on Twitter and other social media platforms?
CNN projection: Donald Trump wins Alabama and South Carolina. Have you already given South Carolina on the map?
South Carolina, I have not given on.
It is CNN breaking news. CNN projection: Donald Trump wins Alabama and South Kakalaki.
Well, I already had Alabama. Remember, that's a discrepancy, but South Carolina I have not had. Let me check NBC News if they have projected South Kakalaki. It doesn't seem as though they have, but let me see here. Oh, yes, they have. All right, they have. And according to NBC's running tally, this is.
I'm finding not a lot of. I'm finding not a whole lot of information on the differences in the. Excuse me, the differences in the different media and what they're showing for each state and their election.
Right.
However, I am seeing just remote politics posts, which I am trying my best to ignore.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, 21 minutes ago, Washington Post, Donald Trump is projected to win South Carolina's 9 electoral votes.
Yeah, I think based on the NBC News tally, that is 89 to 72 according to NBC in favor of Joe Biden. Still, you still have Ohio outstanding, Wisconsin, Minnesota outstanding, Pennsylvania is going to be a while. Virginia has not been called by any of the networks, as far as I can tell. Neither has Florida, Georgia, or North Carolina.
The AP has called Virginia, but we've mentioned that how Virginia is currently held an 8-point lead by Donald Trump with 53% reporting.
Still right now?
Still 18%.
But if you remember...
No, sorry, not 18, 8% with 53% reporting.
If you remember, that's what happened last time, because President Trump was leading in Virginia, but then it switched over. Senator Clinton, Secretary Clinton, was the one who ended up with Virginia. But that was also partially the Tim Kaine effect of what was going on in Virginia. I don't know
if there will be any such effect here.
Or I don't know if it's just another slowdown in terms of all the absentee and
Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is leading by 1.4% now with 19% of votes in.
That's
after being down 1.9% lead for President Trump.
Mm-hmm.
That is New Mexico is leaning blue. According to CBS News, New Mexico is leaning heavy, likely, and Maine and Virginia are leaning likely, or not likely, possibly blue.
Virginia as well? According to who?
According to CBS News. But I think that their projection for blue goes off of the future votes that haven't been counted yet.
All right. Yeah, I definitely see that. And welcome back to the stream, Mr. PJ Dolan.
I should be all charged up and ready to go.
All right. I got 1.6% on battery power, baby.
Oh, word.
Man, you need a brand new battery pack.
I need a brand new computer, dude.
Get one on Amazon.
So I'm seeing that things are starting to shift in Trump's favor.
They appear that way. I haven't checked this in a minute, but I will now. So currently, election betting odds. The main site is down, but there is a secondary site to access because of good God. Is this right now? Is this right now?
Or what are you looking
No,
at?
it's the election betting odds currently has President Trump at a 73.1% chance to win.
That's
with Joe Biden at 25.1.
Yeah, it's lower than he was. Joe Biden has consistently for the last month been up at around 63% chance of being favored to win.
In the last day, Joe Biden has dropped off 39.1%.
Trump is overtaking Texas. Looks like he's getting Florida. Looks like he's getting Georgia. Looks like
Again,
he's getting
those are fine. Those are fine. Like, I mean, not preferable that you.
Pennsylvania with 25% reporting is only a 0.2% difference. Looks like 3,000 votes separate Trump and Biden in Biden's favor.
That is an obscene amount.
Correct.
That is an obscenely small amount of votes for as big a state as Pennsylvania is.
This will be interesting. However, when I'm looking at all the areas, it appears to only be Philly, Pittsburgh, Erie, and then State College, and then maybe 3 other districts that are blue. So if you look at a map of Pennsylvania and how it's voting right now, it is very interesting.
I think they're going to wait a little while to call Minnesota, but I think Minnesota's next on the docket to go towards Joe Biden. I don't know why networks still haven't called Illinois. I don't know why networks.
I don't know why they haven't counted Florida yet. It's 91%.
By the way, Decision Desk HQ has awarded some still. They did the same thing that the AP did for Virginia, where they awarded Virginia to Joe Biden, even though he has a smaller percentage of the vote at the moment. Again, they're probably hoping on the swing from Nova from mail-in ballots, but this is the problem. Look, I called this. I told this. I said this. I said the networks and everyone has to be prudent about who they call. Projection models, I get that we're used to them, but they are not how everyone else votes it's around the world, and they're not technically always 100% correct. Projection models are usually pretty accurate in a normal circumstance. This election is not a normal circumstance at all, and caution needed to be taken in every single decision.
Updating by the minute right now, election betting odds has President Trump at 76.5% chance to be the next president,
Jeez.
with Joe Biden having fallen 41.1% in the last 24 hours.
I'm telling you, when the Western Coast starts getting into it, and things even out, then it really becomes the battle, the big battle.
Yeah, they're showing on here on Florida how Biden has underperformed in Miami-Dade County by nearly 10 points from what Hillary Clinton had. And then 2 points in Broward County down from what Clinton had.
According to the Associated Press,
Palm Beach County, Biden had about the same.
According to the Associated Press, it looks like, what is it? It looks like President. I'm sorry, President. Senator Lindsey Graham has won re-election in the.
I've also seen that in Nebraska, Ben Sasse has taken over and has been projected to win Nebraska, the Republican incumbent.
Yeah, I don't think his was really in jeopardy of flipping, but it was definitely closer than expected.
And in Oklahoma, you still have the Republican holding down in Jim Inhofe.
James Inhofe.
Yeah.
I still don't know.
South Carolina, they have not announced Lindsey Graham to win yet as of CBS, but he is leading by 10 points with 39% in.
The AP called it. This might be one of the only good calls
Right.
the AP had.
With Wisconsin, Donald Trump, president, is up 3% with 29% reporting. And in Louisiana, as expected, President Donald Trump is up 23% with 32% in. Minnesota, Joe Biden is leading by 30 points with 29% in. And the Senate in Minnesota is leaning left as well. 25% lead with 29% in. Florida now has 94% in with President Trump up by nearly 400,000 votes. So I think that is the next one to be called.
Georgia is still with what's that? 51% of the vote. It was leading. President Trump had 55% of the vote share. Nationally, it looks like President Trump is still leading in the popular vote.
We have not gotten to the West Coast yet, though.
No, we have not gotten to the West Coast.
Right now,
Ohio.
The electoral vote, according to NBC, is 89-72 Biden right now.
Correct. And according to the Associated Press, which has called things too early to, as other things wouldn't, they have it 131-98 in favor of Joe Biden, and Florida has not been called according to them yet.
All right.
However, they have called, which you do not have up. They have called Wyoming, Nebraska, and Kansas, as well as Louisiana, Mississippi. Yes, and Arkansas.
I think we are agreed at this point. We're not going to use the Associated
Press
for obvious reasons, but it's interesting that they call it because I know certain news networks do use them, but it seems as though many news networks are not using the Associated Press this year. And from what I can tell on CNN, they've gone with a white color for undecided or too close or too early to call instead of yellow, which they usually do. I think that's fair. A different change, different look. It keeps to the theme. Fair enough. I will be right back. I'm going to keep my earpiece in and I'm going to keep my camera on, but I am going to go get something to drink real quick. All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, do your thing. All right, so takeaways. I'm just going to lay this down. 77% in. President Donald Trump leads by 3 points in Texas. I'm going to take one more stab at the election betting odds before I put that away for a little bit.
I mean, you got to figure that the odds makers are already counting the West Coast and all that.
Yeah.
It's really starting to look like Trump's taking over.
It is still going up for President Donald Trump. Now he has 77.5% chance to be the next president, with Biden having fallen 42% in the last 24 hours, down to a 22% chance to be president.
Dude, it's 2016 all over again, man.
He held as high as 65.7%, and that was on October 2nd. And then on November 1st, he had a 64.8% chance to win. There is something to be said about Donald Trump's performance on election day. So this will be very interesting to see how this all winds out.
Bro, this is crazy, man.
Me and Florida put the GoFundMe.
Just like when 2016 happened, man.
Yep. Gerald and I expected it to be close, but in our predictions, there were only a couple where it came out with President Donald Trump retaining the presidency. But this is, again, there's still a lot of ball to play. Still a lot of game left. But it will be interesting to see how the next few hours end up working for this. Hey, fat boy, you're going to be here with me the whole time. Oh, I wasn't talking to you, PJ.
Oh, word.
Oh, word.
I try to watch my figure, bro.
Yeah, how do you maintain that girlish figure?
Dude, a lot of illicit substances.
Ow, boy. Ow, he's biting my hand.
Bro, I don't really know what you and Gerald's affiliations are, but if Trump wins, oh boy.
Yeah,
oh boy.
Gerald and I do not really lean towards any party or the other. And we keep this, like, at least for us, we like to keep it as middle of the road as we can, just information. But
right.
Feel free to, speak your piece if you want.
All right. So my piece as a very anti-Trump guy, another 4 years of this, man. I don't like it. It might be another 4 years of coronavirus at this rate. Like, Jesus, man.
Well, currently, the way the Senate race is shaking out, it wouldn't matter whether or not Trump had the White House or not, because nothing would get through. Because the AP says that the Democratic Party has won 41 seats to the Republican Party's 39, and there are still many up in the air, which are leaning blue and red. So it will be the Senate race will be one to watch, as well as the presidential election. But that is just something to keep in mind along with everything. I want to see Florida's numbers if they can come up again.
I'm going to look up AP's numbers.
AP still has them at 91%.
Yeah.
Boy, what a night.
I mean,
I titled this Election Night Madness.
As much as I don't want Trump to win, I also can't say I'm surprised. I always, in the back of my mind, was like, he's going to somehow find a way to win this election.
Yeah, and Gerald and I have discussed this on the podcast that for some reason the Democratic Party has happened to just shoot themselves in the foot with what candidate they put forward in 2016 and in 2020. In 2016, they put together somebody who was not likable and just could not get that median vote. And then this year, they put together somebody who doesn't have a great track record as a senator, who it's easy to pull apart something of, and he's viewed as not being able to hold his own on the debate stage. And also, they are going with the old blood, the old guard. They're keeping them in. Your Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, who have been in politics for 40 years, instead of promoting somebody who is younger or more middle of the road, who would appeal to both Democrats and undecided voters.
I just don't understand how they had 4 years to come up with someone.
Yeah.
And, I mean, all due respect to Biden.
I mean, they realistically have like 8 years because you start vetting them. Yeah.
I just don't understand how Joe Biden is who you come up with at the end. But here we are.
Here we are. Gerald's already got South Kakalaki on there. All right.
Ohio is leaning towards Trump now, according to NBC, with 95% in. Trump looks like he's up by like 4 or 5 points.
And the AP poll still hasn't called it. Pennsylvania is leaning red, with President Donald Trump up 4%, with 27% reporting. Maine is a nearly dead even break with 12% in. as we said before, this is going to be a long night. But that's why we got this, baby.
Yep.
What have you done? 4?
Yeah, I'll do another one. Alabama goes to Trump. Can't say I'm surprised. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Go
Gerald's
Tide.
already got that on there. Go Tigers.
All right, I'll go.
Louisiana is going to be the next one up.
I'll hold up my bet. I'll be right back.
All right.
My bargain.
So I guess I have the floor open again. Remember that as we are announcing these, every single thing, even if it has been decided, until it is at 100% or within the margin of error, there is still room for things to change. So even though we might be calling Pennsylvania as a done deal, or theoretically, we're not, but even though we're calling, California's going to go blue, well, it will. But if there's other states like Florida, which looks red, it could take a last-minute turn where every vote comes out as blue. And then it runs to Biden. So everything needs to be looked at in a certain way. Currently in Wisconsin, President Trump leads by 3.5 points. In Michigan, President Trump leads by 13 points with 28% in. So these are some areas to be focused on. As I've said before, it's Great Lakes, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Virginia is an important one as well. Not to mention the big go-getters like Ohio, Florida, and Texas. But there is a significant chance that this election could go to Donald Trump again. But there is also a chance that this election could go to Biden. And everything that I just said does not help anything. All right, now to take a look in at the Senate race, we're going to go ahead and check out that Senate. And right now, why is that in Pennsylvania? Okay. Right now, the Associated Press has put out new Senate predictions with 41 Democrat, 41 Republican. And you need 51 for the majority. So they have called 19 of the 35 seats up for the election. There are 16 left. There is a chance that it goes 8-8, and it goes Democrat 49, Republican 49, and the other parties 2 seats. Okay, let me take a look at. Texas is still leaning President Trump. All right, no new state has been called in the last hour or so. So that's a whole lot of fun.
New York Times has Trump up in Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
North Kakalaki.
Yep. But has Biden up in Arizona and Minnesota. But if Trump wins all those other states,
Trump has a 100,000 lead in Ohio over Biden with 69 reporting. Nice.
dude, sick.
Now 80% reporting, and President Trump has a 5% lead over Joe Biden. So there is a good chance Ohio could run red this election. Again, the AP is not something that we are 100% looking at because they are calling things significantly early. I'm going to take a look in at
I think they still have Virginia called for Biden.
They still have. They've called it for Biden, even though he is 7.5 points down.
I mean, we could just be ragging on him this whole show, and then it ends up being Biden, which, like,
Yeah. Just ragging on the AP, and then everything that they thought is right.
yeah. I mean, I won't complain. Get Biden all the votes you want.
Yeah, the West Coast is really going to be a lot of pop for Biden. So, especially those leftmost, those westernmost states, California, Oregon, Washington, and Nevada are going to run blue, in my belief. As I said, Arizona is a toss-up. New Mexico is probably going to run blue. We're going to have to just see where it all comes out. Damn, it takes Gerald this long to get a drink. What'd you say?
AP called New Mexico for Biden.
Yes, they have already called New Mexico. But
Yep.
as we've said, they are calling things really early. So just to educate any
NBC just called New Mexico for Biden.
NBC just called New Mexico.
Yeah, with 50% in.
All right. What are the numbers there?
Well, the slide just went away. So I would be happy to report that to you once they
When
get
it comes back.
on the TV. New Mexico. What the percentages were? Biden was 55%, according to my
Okay.
sources.
And what does that make the electoral vote count?
Well, once they get rid of this nifty clock showing when the next polls close, I will be more than
17
happy to
to go.
tell you. There's apparently 94-72 Biden.
Okay, New Mexico gave them 5. That makes sense. All right. CBS has not changed anything since that 89-72.
Nebraska is split electoral. Interesting.
Yes, they have one. They, as well as Maine, can give one extra vote out to a deferring candidate if the electorate chooses so.
Did not know that.
Yep, they're 2 split states, Maine and Nebraska.
Word.
All right, if I'm waiting for that Florida call.
Florida's going to Trump, man.
91% reporting, and he's up by 3.5 points, but 400,000. So that, as well as Georgia with 56% reporting, with President Trump having a 12-point lead. Texas, 70% reporting, with President Trump having a 3-point lead. Virginia, right now, 54% reporting, and President Trump has an 8-point lead. Pennsylvania, 30% reporting, President Trump has a 6-point lead. And Ohio, 80% reporting, President Trump has a 5.5-point lead.
You're paying for it.
NASDAQ futures hit a 3.9% rally. So the pricing in the stock market is going to go ballistic tomorrow. Huh. I apologize to any viewers right now. I'm just looking through this, finding if there's anything to actually capture. Biden wins Maryland. We already knew that. I like that coming up. All right. Something to mention, though. Right now, at this point, it does appear that President Trump has a significant lead in a lot of the states that have yet to be called and that are close. However, when the New Hampshire gets fully called and Minnesota gets called, then that, and New Mexico, when it gets called on here on CBS, you'll put those on the map, and that should give a couple more votes towards former Vice President Joseph Biden. And we also have California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, and those 4, and possibly Montana to go up there. All right, PJ, what are your thoughts at this point right now?
I'm feeling deflated, man. I'm feeling like
Tom Brady's football.
I mean, I really want Biden to, I mean, neither candidate is ideal, but Biden is a lot more ideal than Trump for obvious reasons. And I really don't like the fact that Trump is starting to turn the corner now.
Well, again, as we've said before, there's a whole lot of time left on this, so you can't really accurately make a guess as to how it is going. But it does look a lot closer than previously thought, considering the majority consensus was Biden in a landslide. So it will be
I mean,
interesting
again,
to see what comes.
looks like Arizona's going to go to Biden.
I am looking at Arizona right now.
Biden.
Arizona, he has 71% reporting. Biden is holding a 9-point lead. All right, let me take a look at this. All right, still no updates on CBS News and no updates from the Associated Press in the last hour, which means in 19 seconds, this will be hour number 4. And we've got a lot of time left.
I'll be here for a while.
I'm going to be here for a bit, man. This is how we're spending our Tuesday night. You know, it kind of makes you think, right? Like, why do they broadcast this? Right? Like,
Yeah.
it's just to get everybody nervous. They could just come out tomorrow and be like, hey, here's the numbers.
Bro, they got to get the ratings up, man.
That's really what it is. It's pageantry, dude. It's ridiculous.
I'm just like, I don't want to sound all doom and gloom, but I really am interested to see.
4 hours in, baby.
So even if Biden were to win, I'm still interested to see how Trump would handle that. Because he has not come out once, even when he was running against Hillary, saying that he would accept the election results.
He said he would not call for them too early this year and that he would accept. I do believe he just said that over the weekend. Let me take a look at the Senate. Senate still has 41-41, and there has not been anything new called anywhere. Damn, Gerald's taking a long time to get a drink, huh?
Yeah, I'm starting
He
to
must be
think
firing up still.
he's getting some rice, bro.
Getting some horchata.
What was that?
Oh,
I
here he is.
There he is. He was just waiting outside the door for us to summon him. I like the fisheye camera.
The Senate right now is 40-39 Democrats.
That's closer than what it was. I did check NBC News. By the way, my parents are watching CNBC, so they got the Money Network right now. So I think it's pretty good. But they got the same map as NBC News. NBC News has given New Mexico, the state of New Mexico, to Joe Biden, bringing his total up, according to NBC News, to 94 over President Trump's 86 now, because President Trump was also just awarded Louisiana.
Here is something to note really quickly. The NASDAQ 100 futures are jumping.
Well, that's the same thing. That's the same exact thing they did last time, because everyone thought it was going to go down, but it went up as soon as Trump became the president.
Yep. They're now up 3%, and then the futures have been halted for 2 minutes after a 3.9% rally.
Can you check the Asian markets, please?
I can check.
And in fact, this evening, the City Club reported that they were expecting around 5,000 absentee ballots, and they sent up around 90,000 ballots.
Let me check this. Percent change. Here we go. Asian indexes. Okay, Australia ASX All Ordinaries is down by 0.67%. Shanghai SE Composite is up by 0.50%. Actually, Australia is now only down by 0.09, but every other stock on the Asian indexes is up.
So what does that mean?
So every single stock market around the world is jumping, but the market is closed, so these are for futures. There is not let me check. Okay. There is not a single market across the world except for Chile, which was last updated on November 2nd, so they don't have any futures investing right now. But all of the markets around the world right now are leaping. So they believe that so Trump is performing better than expected. So they have reason to believe that there will be better bets on the United States for financial dependency. So when the markets open tomorrow, there will be a lot more activity. And as Gerald said, this is exactly what happened in 2016.
Yeah, they weren't expecting. Well, except for the Asian markets, last time actually went down. Last time, if you remember. So this is something to be noted.
Yeah, all of the implied open and futures changes. NASDAQ futures went up by 433 points. Dow Jones future change went up by 184 points, and S&P 500 went up by 58 points.
All right. Let me get a check on some tallies. PJ, what does NBC News say?
Not available right now. They just called Louisiana and Kansas for Trump.
Okay, Kansas is new. I was already doing it in Louisiana.
They have not called any of those, except they have not called any of those on CBS.
98-86 Biden for overall electoral votes, according to NBC.
On CBS, nothing new has been called in the last hour, but Trump leads Georgia by 13 points with 43% reporting. Iowa, Vice President Biden is leading by 25 points with 19% in.
That's actually pretty big because I was expecting Iowa to be one of the only swing states that Republicans could count on.
They have not called Florida or Texas yet. Pennsylvania currently, President Trump leads by 7.3 points with 1/3 reporting. And in Ohio, 82% reporting with President Trump up by 6%. Virginia has 56% reporting, and President Trump is still up by 6.5 points.
NBC has called the House of Representatives as in control by the Democrats.
The House?
Yep.
Well, yeah. Yeah, the House wasn't really a thought.
But still, it needs to be called. Fair enough.
All right, thank Blake Thompson and Ron Fournier. Thank you both very much for joining us tonight with updates.
All right, let me check the state. The Senate has not changed. It is still Associated Press calls 41-41 with Wyoming, South Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and South Carolina all going red.
California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington closed their polls in like half an hour.
And then the blue for Senate has gone Colorado, Illinois, Virginia, Delaware, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire.
It is almost 10%, correct? 10 p.m., right?
It is 10:30.
Oh, 10:30. Okay, so what am I doing? Okay. Has nothing is anybody calling anything at 10:30? I thought there was someone calling something at 10:30.
I do not believe so. Arizona, maybe?
No, Arizona already closed, but it's
Arizona already closed
called.
at 10. Yeah. Okay. 93-72 Biden is what CBS News calls.
No one's called Illinois yet?
Correct. Well, A People has, but
that's the
we're
AP.
not. That's the AP. We're not gonna. I will jump to AP poll for numbers, or not the poll. Just the AP. I guess it is the AP poll for numbers, but not for their decisions.
I think Minnesota needs to be called soon for Joe
They
Biden.
hold on. They put their 9 states to watch as the 6 states that I said to watch are all on there. That's what it is.
Look, you've got a political mind. If you're surprised by that, you need help.
President Trump leads Pennsylvania by 8 points with 31% in, according to CBS News.
Okay.
And Biden leads. Vice President Biden leads by 20 points in Illinois with 37% in. And Illinois Senate race, Dick Durbin is leading by 19 points with 35% in.
Illinois needs to be called soon. It really does.
Georgia, President Donald Trump leads by 12% with 55% in. Arizona, Vice President Biden leads by 7.7% with 75% in. Arizona was one of those states that I called to watch. In Utah, President Trump is up by 6% with 45% in.
By the way, Bloomberg. I checked Bloomberg. I forgot about Bloomberg and their count. Their count is at 131.98 for President Trump so far. I mean, for Vice President Biden, they have called New Mexico, Colorado. They've called Illinois in favor of Vice President Biden. They've called Virginia in favor of Vice President Biden, and that seems to be. And they've called Rhode Island in favor of Vice President Biden. Can someone check on? But actually, never mind. Let me check. Rhode Island right now, because according to Decision Desk, it's still leaning red, which is obscene to me.
You said Rhode Island?
Yeah.
Yeah, AP has with 33% reporting Trump up by almost
9
10%,
points.
but they've also called it for Biden already.
Well, that's the AP.
Yeah.
Man, the AP is drunk.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened
They
with the AP.
they still have Biden
Winning Virginia.
winning Virginia.
And they haven't called Texas or Florida yet.
Well,
Florida,
no one wants-
I believe, will be called in the next 15 minutes, as well as Illinois.
Texas, Florida, and Georgia are
Florida has 91% reporting,
They
with
got-
President Trump having a 3.5% lead.
looks like North Carolina's close, but with 91% in, Trump is up
By 1 point. Yeah. In New Hampshire, Biden is leading by 9 points and has been given that, but that was a while ago.
Yeah.
Wait, no, hold on. Who got New Hampshire?
Biden.
Right, is that the AP?
No, that's CBS.
Okay, I haven't seen NBC call it yet. I'll wait for them, but I'll keep that tabs on that.
Vice President Biden has gotten everything in New England aside from Rhode Island and Maine so far.
You're right, Sean. This is, in a sense, a referendum on America all over the world. I sense in the last.
Doug Jones will lose his Senate seat in Alabama to Tommy Tuberville in Alabama.
Right, and that's a Republican pickup.
Correct. Tommy Tuberville,
Trump
football
is up
coach.
12.5 points in Michigan with 36% reporting.
Fun
Trump,
fact about Tommy Tuberville: he coached University of Mississippi and Auburn
I think Trump
and Texas Tech and University of Cincinnati.
I think Trump gets Utah and Missouri, but double check that for me.
I will double check that for you. Utah has not been called yet, and Missouri has been given on the AP. But again,
NPR has Trump winning Missouri as well, but they based it off of the AP, so you know. I guess.
Yep.
Who bases off the AP?
NPR.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened with the AP. That's really weird.
They got some advanced sabermetrics going on. The advanced stats. Oh, dude, I still got my burrito bowl from Taco Bell. Hell yeah.
Bro, I still got a whole unopened bag of purple Doritos.
Yo, the second best Dorito.
I'm about to have to crush. Let's see how if this next poll opening or poll closing takes a real south turn, then I might have to break open the Doritos. Find any bit of joy.
Arizona is giving Biden
Whoa!
an 8.7% lead.
NBC has it 98-92 in favor of Biden for overall electoral votes, but Trump took a huge jump there.
He got Florida, didn't he?
I think he might have.
What we are learning right now.
They're about to talk about it.
What is this night telling us about polls and pollsters?
They haven't called Florida, but
What
that's
did they
Utah.
call?
It's Utah. They're
Utah?
calling Utah. That's fair.
And Missouri.
Utah, and I haven't seen Missouri yet on
And the
NBC. But
the Senate is dead even at 40.
I'm just giving this for reference. AP has Senate even at 41, but they also have it at 131, 108 in favor of Biden for electoral college
And you gotta take away like 20
because of
Biden.
Virginia.
based off of like what they've called so far.
Yeah,
what does the AP count have?
131, 108 in favor of Biden.
But they're also counting a bunch of states way too early.
Yes, CBS is really crawling here. I want to change to another one, but I got to keep that balance of each of us on something else
Yeah.
because we're still at like 93-72 and there's nothing happening.
Go to ABC if you want.
I don't know if it's on YouTube.
ABC should be.
Let me check it.
Yeah, search up ABC News.
Found it. Let me see if it's anything good. ABC News has Trump at 95 and Biden at 93.
What is their
ABC does
ABC.
95, 93 Trump.
Yes. Ohio, Trump leads by 5 points with 74% expected vote in. In Pennsylvania, President Trump leads with 9% with 32% expected vote in. In Rhode Island, Trump still leads Rhode Island
God,
by 8%.
bro. There cannot be another 4 years of this dude.
In Texas, President Trump leads by 4% with 81% in. They gave President Trump Utah. That is, you are correct.
It's like watching the Giants game last night, man. It was all going smoothly.
Virginia,
and then I just
55%
kicked the
in.
dick.
Kansas, they have given to President Trump. ABC has. ABC, yes.
They better not ask for
last
any.
time I checked, ABC used they used the AP and they used Nate Silver.
Hey, listen. The Midwest,
Wyoming is going rampant, 2% in, and he's 61 points up.
Who?
the
President Trump.
In what state?
Wyoming.
Sorry. Yeah. Wyoming.
Well, that's Wyoming.
The Midwest has way too many tornadoes to be pissing off this much of the country, bro. Their GoFundMe's are about to be dry as a desert.
Okay. CBS News has confirmed Utah as winning, going towards President Trump.
Yeah. ABC.
Gerald, you're really on it with that map. I'm just saying, I like that.
Gerald is doodling, bro.
I just waiting
Perfectly inside the lines.
Gerald, have you considered art school?
I'm a musician.
All right, but
CNN's
like
giving me something. Hold on.
Wolf Blitzer's talking to Gerald's ear.
I wish Wolf Blitzer was talking in my ear.
All right. Yeah, you're right.
Wolf Blitzer's the man.
Oh, they called something. Gerald's doing the dash.
Gerald, he's putting in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire.
Or he's striping up Maine. Yep, New Hampshire.
Ohio looks like it says too early to call was 74% in, but it's leaning Trump by like 4 points.
According to NBC, it's leaning Trump by 2 points. I checked. No. Wait. No, hold on. That's not. Hold on. That's a previous video.
I'm watching NBC right now. They had it 4 points Trump.
Illinois, finally called by NBC. I was about to say the current map, the way you see it right now, had 102 to 94 in favor of President Trump. But with Illinois and their electoral votes, it goes up to 118, 102 in favor of.
Keep me in suspense here. There's
Uh,
only two names, bro.
There's only two guys.
118 Biden, 102 Trump
Trump.
on the
There
NBC
you go.
count. So Illinois, like I had been calling it a while. Illinois, pretty deeply blue. I'm surprised it took them this long. Maybe they're just being cautious. Fair enough to them. I think now we're getting closer to these networks getting a consensus. Getting
Okay.
a lot closer in numbers, and I think that's a good thing. So Illinois goes blue. Final tally, current tally, according to NBC News, 118, 102 in favor of Joe Biden. We still haven't gotten to the West Coast over here. We have not gotten there. We haven't gotten Nevada. We haven't gotten Oregon, Washington. 55 electoral votes, almost automatically Democratic in favor of Joe Biden. Arizona, I think Biden is still leading. Corey, if you can do me a favor, check the numbers in Arizona to see where the count is. And I think that could really even things out. It's going to be really, really close and down to the wire. Everybody.
Arizona has 73% reporting, with Vice President Biden leading by 8.7 points.
All right. Y'all gotta watch what I'm about to send you on Twitter, bro.
All right. Wow.
God, I love Twitter.
Yeah, I'm not going to put that up for the viewers.
What just happened?
They have given President Donald Trump Louisiana.
Yeah, I saw that. That's already on my map.
Okay. Damn, Gerald's really the map man out here.
Gerald is.
He's on it.
I've never seen this man this motivated. Like, honestly, it's just a work of art.
I know. He's on one.
Gerald, if only you could move like that during the baseball tryouts.
CBS News has not announced Illinois and has it at 93-86 in favor of Vice President Biden.
That's CBS. All right.
Correct.
They're about as useful as AP right now.
Yeah, they're
Right
the
now-
opposite.
It's projected that Donald Trump wins Missouri. I have not seen that. That's according to 538, which is ABC.
This is also on AP. They have given them
Hey,
Missouri.
That is now.
AP.
That is, by the way, that is actually.
With 56% reporting, President Donald Trump still has a 6.5 point lead in Virginia.
That's really weird. I don't get it. Like,
73% reporting in Arizona, and Biden is up by about 8 points.
Still, our
According to AP.
states are waiting. There is a possibility that President Trump takes all four of those, Erie and Wisconsin.
A great tweet. As a Knicks and Jets fan, I know what a loser looks like, and Joe Biden is not losing this election.
Damn, same people who were like, yo, the Knicks are 4 years out from being like the best team in the world.
2021 champs, baby. This coming up year, miracle run.
Bruh, let it go.
I won't let it go until
Let it go.
I won't let it go until I'm released of my earthly bonds. Kentucky, Trump.
Yo, Internet Explorer announces that Hillary Clinton wins New York. Thanks, Gerald.
Shit. All right,
Yeah, the Rust Belt is going crazy.
we got 15 minutes until the next polls close. How
The
we
Rust
feeling?
Belt really is going crazy right now.
Maine is leading Trump. It was 17% in.
Give me just a second. I need to mute things real quick, and I need to figure out another way to hear you guys. All right, give me just a second.
You got it, dude.
It's kind of fun, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun if Biden wins.
We're gonna see a turnout in every state where the last like 1/3 of everybody votes Jeb.
Christ.
I told Gerald, I was like, "Yo, here's my electoral college map," and it was all Jeb.
Bro,
538 votes for Jeb.
God. I have a feeling that the next like hour and a half is either going to be a slow turn up of Biden's winning, or it's just shit's going to hit the fan fast.
Well, one of the interesting things to look out for is that Republicans have tended in the past to get late surges because there is a distinct difference in timing of the jobs worked versus working like hourly, I would say.
Yeah.
So we could possibly see a change in how it goes later on. They have still not called Illinois.
Biden is leading substantially in Minnesota with 38%.
Expected. President Trump is leading in popular by 3.5%.
Oh my God. Senate is now 41-40 Democrats, according to NBC.
The polls, baby. As of right now, President Trump on election betting odds holds 68.8%.
Well, it's
Biden
gone down
is
a
at
little bit.
Give me just a second,
30.4.
guys. Just a couple seconds.
Cartographer Gerald is back in his.
You get nothing, Gerald. You do not get any second.
Gerald, we need you on the maps, bro. The people are watching.
People are waiting.
Just like the Democrats had 4 years to come up with a less shit candidate, you've had 4 years to prepare to color in that map all night.
Yeah, better get it. Dude, you know what's something that we didn't think about? If we would have done this in person, then we wouldn't have Gerald's beautiful map.
Gerald would have had to bring the map. I got command hooks, bro.
Yeah. All right, next 4 years.
We'll see you in 4 years.
Yeah. Meet up again in 4 years?
Yep.
Same place, same time.
Hopefully Trump's doesn't find a way to run again.
It'll be Eric Trump
Christ.
or Donald Trump Jr.
Which one is the one that looks like he got hit by a potato?
Oh, Eric Trump.
Yeah.
Dude, can we talk about how Barron Trump is Kristaps Porzingis?
Dude, can we talk about how damn terrifying Mike Pence's daughters look?
I have not seen this. I would like to take a look.
Dude, they look like The Shining. Like the girls that stand at the end of the hallway.
I mean, I don't see it.
Well, maybe it wasn't Mike Pence's kids. It was some dude's kids that look absolutely horrific. Like, I would actually be terrified to see them in person. And I'm almost 6'4", 200-something pounds. I would run in fear.
Sarah Palin's kids.
Rhode Island is leaning heavily towards Trump.
I guess. I don't even know what to... and Gerald's gone.
Hey!
We lost him. He got abducted by the Map Man.
South Carolina has been called for Trump, according to NBC, which Gerald has up on our nifty little map.
South Carolina's been up for a while.
We have our own map.
We have our own map.
We don't need all these sources, bro.
We are the sources.
118, 102 Biden for overall electoral votes
They just called Illinois on CBS News.
for
Biden.
Biden.
It's Illinois.
Gerald.
CBS News just called Illinois.
For Biden.
Gerald's dead. Oh, he's switching his earbuds. He's got the AirPods in, dude. He can't hear us.
Dude, we're too poor.
Yeah. He can't hear you. He has his AirPods in. Oh, no. All right. Putting another one of these out there for America. It's going to be a big one.
Yeah. Gerald.
He can't hear us, man. He's got his AirPods in. He's listening to some tunes. Hickenlooper wins Colorado in the Senate. Oh, shoot. Let me check my phone. Because there have probably been like people messaging me, and I've just been ignoring it all day.
Nebraska goes to Trump.
Yes. According to who?
NBC.
Oh, fair. CBS has still not declared Nebraska or Missouri. Hey, oh, by the way, guys, check out my new lock screen. Check this out, PJ.
Oh, yeah.
Sick. The GOAT. They still have not called Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, or Texas, or Virginia. Virginia, President Trump still holds a 5.5 point lead. And in North Carolina, President Trump holds a 1.2% lead with 93% reporting. We can hear you.
Give me just a second, you guys. I still can't hear you, but that's on my end. So
Shake
let me
my head, dude.
Work through a few kinks, and then I'll be right back with this.
All right, PJ, as we're going to take a couple minutes to step away from politics because it seems to be very slow right now, we should address what the Yankees need to do in off-season signings.
Starting pitching. No more J-Hab. Tired of that, man. Tanaka, the whole postseason, he was tweeting like he was leaving the Yankees, like it was his last ride. So who knows where he's going. Severino comes back next year. We got Cole, obviously. We got Deivi Garcia, despite the fact that Aaron Boone only likes to play him for 2 outs. And, outside of that, we really need some pitching. You got Trevor Bauer making some interesting tweets. Some very interesting
love Trevor
tweets.
Bauer. Trevor Bauer to the Dodgers.
The Yankees still needing starting pitching.
Trevor Bauer to the Dodgers.
Trevor Bauer to the Yankees, bro.
DJ to the Dodgers.
No.
And
absolutely not allowed.
what about your catching concerns?
Dude, Higoshiaka is kind of a tank, man. That's Garrett Cole's favorite pitcher, so he's staying. I don't know. Gary needs to figure out his bat, man. He's been terrible. He's had a terrible average for the last 2 years.
Gary has the same play style of Yasiel Puig, and it's that when he was hot, he was a wild horse. He would go out there and just yank them. But then he is so goddamn cold for the rest of the entire season.
Yep.
It's almost not worth playing him.
Yep. That's exactly what Gary Sanchez is. So,
President Trump leads in Texas by 4.5 points with 83% in.
Life happens with the Yankees. I mean, it's literally all it is pitching. All it is starting pitching. You could not ask for a better lineup.
I want to check something really quickly because I believe this could shed something on the Yankees. So if I look at the standings, what was that? Don't make that noise, Cheryl. Okay, so the Dodgers had the highest run differential in the MLB with plus 136. The next closest was plus 60, shared by Tampa Bay, Chicago, White Sox, and Atlanta. So we more than double. Oh, sorry. San Diego had a plus 84. I neglected that. But our run differential was 136, and New York Yankees were plus 45. So it came at a point. I can't find advanced stats on this. However, there comes a point where the runs allowed per game, I want to see what that is. Runs allowed per game, 2020. Because this could show the Yankees problems. Most team runs per game, the Dodgers were first, Atlanta second, and the Yankees third. So if the Yankees weren't in top 5 for run differential, then there was a lot of runs given up. So
That's what I'm saying. You could not ask for a better offense from the Yankees. But, I mean, that lineup is just disgusting. But as far as starting pitching goes, you can't have Jay Happ being your Game 3 starter in a playoff series.
Averaged team ERA, the Dodgers were first with 3.11, and the second was Minnesota with 3.52. The Yankees fell to 15th, middle of the pack with 4.41, above Kansas City, who had 4.3, and below Baltimore, who had 4.53.
Can't ever be below the Orioles, bro.
Well, no, you were better than the Orioles by a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If we can get one nice, because I mean, you have to remember that Severino was out this year, so you got Cole 1, Severino 2. I mean, if we keep Tanaka, then Tanaka 3. But if Tanaka goes, then you got Devi 3. And then if I have to see Jay Happ start another game for the Yankees, I'm just going to put another hole in my head.
Dude, you can become a Dodgers fan. I got enough jerseys.
Nah, Yankees have been. Yankees
At-
are.
At least you're not a Mets fan.
Dude, bro, if all the other teams I supported, on top of that, I was a Mets fan, I would have killed myself years ago.
I'm glad.
We can hear you now.
I know. Could you not have heard me the entire time?
Nope.
Okay.
Unless
because
you were like, did you make a clicking noise into the mic and whistle?
No.
Gerald is a habitual whistler, so yeah, I'm going to go with he did.
Yeah, probably.
Then I heard that. But if you were talking for the last 5 minutes, you didn't come up at all.
Okay, that's fine because I couldn't hear you guys for the last 5 minutes. I was switching headphones. See,
Yeah, I was saying you got your AirPods in, you can't hear us.
they're old ones. They're knockoffs. So don't. Here, let me take one out because apparently one of them has low battery. But whatever.
Currently, President Trump has surged back up to 69.4% chance to win the White House, with former Vice President Joe Biden sitting at 30%, courtesy of election betting odds from Maxim Lott and John Stossel, odds from FTX, Smarkets, Betfair, and Predict-It.
That's better than it was for Joe Biden, but still worse.
It went down again when it was just PJ and I here. It went down. So Trump's highest was 78.1%. And then his lowest after that spike, it was 67.6, but he is going back up.
Okay, that's fine.
He entered today.
Mitch
And
McConnell looks
President
like a
Trump
nematode.
entered today at 35.5% chance to win. President Trump's chance now is nearly double that.
By the way, nobody told me NBC called Nebraska, and by the
You
way,
were gone, dog.
real quick, hold on.
They have
Nebraska,
already called
Wyoming,
California.
Nebraska and Wyoming, Trump. California, Oregon, Washington, Biden. That puts Biden up 192 to 114. Significant difference in lead. We're still waiting for Arizona, Iowa, Minnesota,
We're
Wisconsin,
waiting for
Michigan.
Texas and Florida.
Yeah, Texas, Florida, Georgia also as well. Still leaning
Which
Trump.
are all leading Trump.
And we're also waiting on Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, which are all leaning red.
Trump.
Someone check the North Carolina numbers specifically for me.
I can absolutely do that for you. They have already on the CBS. They have not called anything new aside from calling California. So it is 168 to 86.
94% reporting in North Carolina, and Trump is up by 2 points.
How much? 94%?
Yep.
94% reporting. Trump is up by 1.5 points. Virginia, they've still already called. You have 58% reporting, and President Trump is leading by 6 points.
Still ridiculous to me. I don't know how that happened.
We cannot hear you.
I said that's still weird to me how they did that.
Yeah. Well, NBC hasn't called Virginia yet.
Nobody has called Virginia yet except for AP.
AP has Biden at 209.
Correct. And Trump at 112. But as we know, AP is out of pocket tonight.
AP kind of has their head
President
to
Trump leads Georgia by 10 points with
Jesus.
62% in.
Washington to Biden.
Guys, it's been a little too long. It's time for an appearance.
Oh, yeah.
If you are a Biden supporter and you're getting nervous, if you're a Trump supporter and you're getting nervous, just look at this cat. Look at him. Kitty, kitty, kitty. He can do a little dance, too. He goes.
Look at the size of them. Mitch McConnell just is he's a very upsetting person to look at. His face is just very off-putting.
He looks like a turtle, bro.
He looks like a turtle. He looks like a nematode.
Uh-oh. I got a fat boy on my shoulder. There he is. Look at him. Look at him.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to sit there.
Nice.
I don't have to do anything now.
Why are his eyes so small? Where's his chin? There's just a lot going on.
North Carolina, President Trump leads by 1% with 93% reporting, according to CBS News.
I feel like that could still
He belongs in the home. Honestly, how are half these Congress people still running for office? They all look like they're 2 steps away from the grave.
Because big dogs got to eat.
You have not seen Prince Philip of the UK. Search him up and tell me he doesn't look like a dead prop.
Bro, you want to know Mitch McConnell looks like he just went 12 rounds with Muhammad Ali.
All right, they're doing a what happens if for it, and right now on CBS.
What just happened, PJ?
Nothing. I was just listening to Corey. Corey said they're doing a what if.
Okay, if they give Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania and Virginia red, if they give them all blue, then it is 249 to 289. But if you take Pennsylvania out and give that red, it is exactly 269. But with the Great Lakes looking right now, I do not believe that they are going to go blue. Pennsylvania is going to be a toss-up, and Virginia is going to be a toss-up. In Florida, 94% in. President Trump leads by 3.5 points.
Dude, this is insane, man.
In Michigan, President Trump leads by 11% with 40% in. Nebraska, President Trump is at 52% to Biden's 46% with 53% in. I understand it's already been given on certain things, but this is just CBS's news. I'm going to grab your head, fat boy, the size of a softball, and you don't even know what to do. Come, sit on my fur coat and burrow in it. Dude, look at Gerald. Look at him. Wow, Gerald.
What is it?
Pennsylvania has decided to hold off on counting mail-in ballots until tomorrow morning.
Pennsylvania?
Correct.
was that? Who reported that? That's according to who?
CBS News just reported that.
Anyway, can you do me a favor, Corey? Check Fox News real quick.
They're not saying anything on this. It's just running through each one. They've called Maine to Biden.
Should they still be working on that assumption that they're going to pick up those 3 states? They talked about the polling. There was polling in some states that
Giving Mississippi to Trump.
had done that as well.
And they give Missouri to Trump.
Well, the leads in Michigan and Wisconsin have been a little bit wider than the.
I'll say if there's anything that I see. Aside from that, they gave Maine to Biden on here, which is still up in the air.
At least from our data, that Michigan and Wisconsin are performing reasonably well, and we're still optimistic that Biden will end the night with leads in those places and ultimately win.
PJ, do me a favor. Check the social. See if the social media is jumping on anything particular. If anything stands
Okay.
out to you on social media.
Gotcha.
They're only showing the ones that they've called already. So
New Jersey has voted to legalize marijuana, so that's
Recreation
fun.
or medicinal?
Recreational for 21 or over.
Joyzy?
Yep. Twitter is singing praises of John King and his efforts tonight in reporting the election.
I'm not going to mention the AP. The AP poll has given President Trump Wyoming and Idaho.
Hundreds of people are gathering
Hold
outside of the White House, both Democrat and Republican.
They put up a new fence, by the way. They put up a new fence last night.
Yeah.
Keeps his seat, winning re-election there. Go to South Carolina, where Lindsey Graham defeated his challenger, Jamie Harrison. Arizona right now is too close to call, but as we've been discussing, Mark Kelly is doing pretty well in the lead there. In North Carolina, that state, the run percentage there too close to call, but Tom Tillis is in the lead. And then there is the Georgia special, where Raphael Warnock will run against Kelly Loeffler in that state. Let's go to senior writer at Politico and co-author of the Politico, Jake Sherman. He's an MSNBC political contributor. Jake, your thoughts on these Senate races so far?
If you're Mitch McConnell, you're having a great
We're
night.
a little too quiet right now. I didn't notice Corey went away.
Untold amounts of money to take out McConnell and John Cornyn and Lindsey Graham, and they all skated.
North Carolina and Georgia are apparently still too close to call.
Who seems to be leading?
Trump. Trump is leading in Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. Let me check. With 98% reporting, Trump is up by 3.5 points in Florida. So Florida's going Trump, essentially. Georgia was 66% reporting. Trump is up by 10 points. North Carolina with 94% reporting. Trump is up by about 1.5 points.
In where? North Carolina?
North Carolina with 94% in. Texas with 74% reporting. Trump is up by 4 points.
Any news on Nevada? Does anybody know what Nevada's doing right now?
Let me check. Nevada has no results yet.
0% reporting in?
That's according to the Associated Press.
Okay, this, according to Fox News, and we're not using Fox News, but according to Fox News, Okay, hold on. I was about to say.
My fish feeder or the filter in my fish tank started screaming at me, so I had to run away.
Nice. According to Fox News, and
And now I got gunk all over my hands.
cool.
Algal gunk.
Fox News has reported, according to Fox News Decision Desk,
Maine.
Fox News has given Florida to President Trump. Let me check on the application seeing, but Fox News also has Joe Biden at 207 to President Trump's 148. That's according to Fox News. Check some of my other sources. Real Clear Politics, their count is at. Wait until their big board shows up. 196 in favor of Joe Biden versus 146
wow.
in favor of Trump. That includes the state of Florida being called for Joe Biden, according to Real Clear. Decision Desk HQ has also called the state of Florida in favor of President Trump, but they also have Joe Biden at 205 versus President Trump's 135. That does not include any definitive results from Arizona, Idaho, Minnesota, Iowa, Maine, which is now leaning blue. Rhode Island is now leaning blue as well. And
Fox News has called Maine, I do believe. No, that's not true. Wait, yeah, they may have actually. Check that out.
I'm still waiting for Hawaii, Alaska, and Nevada.
On the election betting odds, President Donald Trump is up to 72% to
That's
Joe
up.
Biden's 27.5.
That is up again from where he was, wasn't it?
It is up. His highest was at 78.6, and that was at 10:06 p.m. And then after that, his low was 68.2, and now he's up at 72. A reminder that his lowest on the day was 31.4 at 7:21 p.m. And he started the day at 3:09 a.m. at 35.5. She's not even wearing her mask on her nose.
Who?
This lady on CBS.
I don't know.
Michigan is being led by President Donald Trump, as is Florida. But Florida still has yet to be called, even by the Associated Press.
Here's the thing about Pennsylvania.
Montana is leaning red right now at 50.7% for President Trump, which is 3.6 points higher, with 33% reporting.
But that's Montana.
That is Montana. Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North
Hold on,
Kakalaki,
wait, how much percent reporting?
33%.
Yeah, my Decision Desk HQ numbers are saying that President Trump is only ahead by by literally 2%.
At what percent?
2% of the vote in Montana.
Mine has President Trump with 95,000 and Joe Biden with 88,000.
Mine has 90,000 for President Trump and 86,000 for Joe Biden.
Currently, the CBS numbers are 168 Biden, 108 President Trump. CBS estimates that Ohio is leaning Trump. And as you said, nobody has ever won the presidential race without winning Ohio and Florida, correct?
I believe it's no Republican has won without Ohio and Florida.
There you go. President Trump has gotten Kansas, which you already marked there. Well, we are in it for a long night still.
Yeah, this is not seem to be clearing up anything anytime soon.
We're gonna get some stuff's gonna get called soon, man.
I know that, but still, it doesn't make it. The stuff that's being called isn't making anything any easier.
I think the Rust Belt is going to take a little longer, but I think we are going to find Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, and Texas called very soon.
I think Texas is next in line. I'll be honest.
It is at 74% reporting.
Yeah. What's the margin?
President Trump leads by 4.5 points. And then in Florida, 98% reporting. President Trump is at 51.3%. I don't understand how they haven't called that yet. 98% reporting, and President Trump is in the lead with 3.5 points.
I'm telling you, they're gonna wait until they have to call everything. That includes whatever mail-in that they're counting right now. And then once that's done, if it's within 0.5%, they're gonna do the state recall.
Fair.
So they're gonna wait until they're 99.5% done with Florida to actually call it. Georgia right now on Decision Desk HQ has still 53.94 versus 44.84% in favor of Donald Trump, with about 70% estimated vote count and precincts reporting. By the way, you guys have 5 minutes until your next shot.
All right, I'm gonna go make some tea real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Don't take too long.
Let me take them out real quick. All right.
So what are your impressions at this point?
My impressions are that are more towards the networks than anything else. Not candidates, but networks. I still think there's a myriad of things that could have been cleaned up and talked about between network executives and all that to say, hey, let's try not to confuse people. They did the exact opposite of what you think they should have done. They didn't come to a consensus about certain things. They didn't do this. They didn't do that. It's strange. In terms of the presidential results, Georgia is not as close as it could be, but everyone's still waiting for that based on certain delays that have been given, based on certain that have been reported on, based on the mail-in voting that might not have been counted yet. Same thing in Pennsylvania. You said we're going to wait until tomorrow for Pennsylvania. I don't think we're going to get an answer for Pennsylvania tonight, and without Pennsylvania, I don't think anyone can be declared the winner yet. Whether someone declares themselves the winner is a different story. I believe President Trump is more inclined to do that for himself than Joe Biden, but in either case, there's definitely not going to be a concession speech tonight, and no concession calls tonight. The state of Idaho right now, based on what I'm looking at it, is actually going towards Joe Biden, which is a bit surprising to me.
That is also surprising because when I see they've been off the hizzy all night, but the Associated Press has already called it for. Oh, wow. Okay. Idaho has 18% reporting with President Trump up by 60 points. 18% reporting. President Trump has 105,000 to Joe Biden's 25,000.
No, Decision Desk H2 in Idaho, it's showing 117,000 for Biden versus 106,000 for President Trump.
Huh.
By the way, Joe Jorgensen again, another 1.6% in Idaho.
Here's a fun piece here. In Idaho, Kanye West has 0.6% of the vote, as I'm looking at it, with 908 votes.
Yep. What are the numbers in Rhode Island showing you?
I will check.
Because right now they switched over to leading for Joe Biden, which is going to be a huge help for him, should it be called that way.
They've called it for the AP, and it is 49% reporting, and he is up by 0.7 points.
Joe Biden?
Correct.
All right, let me check NBC News again for my personal map. Let me see what we got going on here. I still 192 to 114. This is still showing Maine has not been called. Rhode Island has not been called. Nevada, Arizona have not been called. Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia not been called. Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan not been called. Ohio has not been called. Alaska and Hawaii, obviously. Polls have not closed there yet, but we'll see how things go off. NBC News exit poll in Minnesota, Biden surges with college-educated white voters. Minnesota, I'm almost certain, is going to go towards Vice President Biden at this point.
Minnesota, yes, I'm confident in that.
I think Iowa is also going to go there. Again, the key in this election is gonna be
Breaking news: CNN projection: Donald Trump wins Mississippi.
Mississippi. I have not received that from NBC News yet, but
CBS also has him winning Mississippi.
and NBC has also updated their board. That's what the 114 was actually. So actually, I just missed it on site. But yeah, Mississippi now going who was that?
What?
Screaming Minnesota.
Joe Biden.
Oh, okay. All right. This is shaping up to be a very, very interesting evening. Let me see if anybody wants to come on and comment a little bit. Check local news real quick. Is it 11 p.m. yet?
Yes.
Check local news, see if anything's going on in D.C. or in Baltimore based on marches or any protests going on.
Absolutely.
Crowds were forming. I know that was a thing.
I'm checking it at WBAL.
Yeah, and I'm going to check.
I do not see anything on WBAL.
All right. I actually have a website that lets me view traffic cameras, live feeds.
I am also not finding anything currently of any marches, but Fox Baltimore, Fox 45 expects there to be. Let me find it. Hold on. Is this now? Yes, November 3rd. Okay. The mayoral race, which is already decided, because whoever wins the Democratic primary wins Baltimore mayoral race, as we know. And it is the same thing with city council president.
Right.
I'm looking else. There is not a whole lot going on about assembly right now. So I cannot say that in Baltimore, at least. I'm looking in DC now. I, again, do not see anything about organizers. PJ's back, by the way.
Okay, good.
Except for DC protesters, thousands expected outside White House on Election Day.
Gotcha.
I know CBS said that thing about Pennsylvania not reporting mail-in until tomorrow. The governor of Pennsylvania tweeted it out, so you can consider that official. And Wisconsin and Michigan have said that they're not going to count mail-in ballots for a couple days either.
Wisconsin and Michigan?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's going to be huge. That's going to flip.
It's a possibility.
That's probably gonna do the flip. That's probably what it's gonna be. Senate is 43-43 right now, according to NBC News. The House obviously is in control. Of the Democrats.
According to AP, it is 45-42 on Senate for Republican Party. And even with the announcement of the mail-in ballots not being counted until later, President Trump is still at 71% chance to win the White House through Maxim website on election betting odds, FTX.
Right. Can you check the DC statehood odds right now, real quick? Just to see.
I cannot, because the election betting odds website itself is down because of high traffic. So, yeah, you can't find a whole lot of information on that. But I can look up DC statehood. nothing is new on here, so I cannot look.
So maybe after all this time, AP was right because the margin in Virginia is closing.
Well, like I said, Nova. My understanding is not my understanding, but rather my assumption is that the lines were still so long they could not have closed the polls, and you can't report a precinct until polls are closed and everyone has voted. So again, very 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 interesting to see how things go.
PJ, it appears as if we are 4 minutes late, but we are in hour 5. Go there, fat boy. Good boy. He's biting this shit. Look at this.
So, and while we celebrate, before we celebrate hour 5, we'll not celebrate. Let's take a shot to the fact that Pennsylvania has over 2 million mail-in ballots, apparently, that are not going to be counted until the next couple of days.
It is still a toss-up, though, because if you look at the entire area, a lot of those will be rural votes.
But no,
So-
rural. Well, the assumption is, and again, this is the assumption. The assumption is that the rural voters, because they're smaller in technical population size, they went out and voted today, which is why you're seeing a high influx report of Republican votes right now in Pennsylvania. It's still very close, but the mail-in votes are people who did not go to the polls today, did not go vote early, and in fact decided to do the absentee mail-in option. We will see these things, how things work out, how things play out in Pennsylvania. But I do believe those millions and millions of votes are going to be affecting many, many, many different things in the state in the days to come. And there's going to be uncertainty until Pennsylvania is called, I think. I think Pennsylvania is going to be, like I said from the beginning, Pennsylvania is going to be the state that will decide this year's election. And we won't possibly know it until later in the week. So, but Corey,
I
go
agree
ahead
with
and
that.
take your.
There we go. Oh, PJ, did you already?
Yes, he did.
All
He's
right.
not waiting for us. All right. Let's see. If we
I do not believe there are any new updates right now.
Yeah.
So, in other news, the Patriots are expected to activate Antonio Brown heading into next week's matchup versus New Orleans.
Did he go to the? Oh yeah, he's on the Patriots, right? Wait,
Sorry,
what
the
was
Bucks.
wrong
The
with-
Bucks. The Bucks.
The Bucks, yeah.
Antonio Brown is a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
Right. I was about to say, I'm like the Patriots. Didn't he get fired? I was about to say, didn't he get fired from there after like a day?
Something along that line. He got suspended from the NFL.
Gosh. Okay. Let me see if I can't find some.
Oh.
What's up?
The NFL trade deadline was today.
Right.
Well,
Sorry, I was a little preoccupied.
yeah. Sorry, man. The Green Bay Packers did not add any new wide receivers, which sucks for Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
Damn. Dwayne Haskins didn't. He didn't get traded, but the football team did absolutely nothing to help him, or get traded to help him out with.
He's not the starter anymore, so they don't
Now
care.
they got Stephen Colbert on CBS.
PJ, you're a maniac, or whoever made that tweet is a maniac.
They've got Stephen Colbert on CBS News right now.
Well, Stephen Colbert, he's on the Late Show. What did you expect?
Yeah, well, he's on right now. He's hanging out. All right, we might as well call. Kentucky has been called. I don't know if you put that on there.
That's been there. That's been there.
Oh, it has been there. Never mind. I'm seeing something else that it has not been. Let me see if it's on the map. Bada bing. I think everything on the map is accurate. All right, CBS News has 175, 111 towards Joe Biden.
Has what?
175 to 111. And Associated Press has 209 to 118 Biden. But keep in mind that does have Virginia, which has not been called by anybody except for AP.
I still have NBC at 192, 114 in the map. So let's see how well that works. We'll put the map on. yellow.
New York, Biden only led by or is leading by 22 points.
What do you mean is leading?
It's
won
not-
New York.
Right, but it's not all counted. But he is leading by 22. CBS News projected a win in New York, so it's already set in stone. But 22 points is not a whole lot.
I guess, which is interesting to see. I guess that's where they're racking up some numbers in favor of the president in terms of the popular vote. Actually, have you checked the popular vote numbers recently?
Yes, they are sitting at Joe Biden right now is up by 0.8 points.
Yeah. I have Joe Biden, according to NBC News, I have Joe Biden at 53 million, and I have President Trump at 52 million. So it's 49.8 versus 48.7.
I have 49.8, 48.6, but it's 55.5 million versus 54 and 100,000.
Yeah, so again, discrepancies. This is the name of the game today, and it's annoying as all had, as it can get.
But we synthesize it for you.
Huh?
I said we synthesize it for everybody.
Yeah. We shouldn't have to, but we are. Decision Desk HQ still has Joe Biden at 205 and President Trump at 162. That includes wins in Utah, Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, North Dakota.
They had paused voting counting in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, and they have resumed it. There was a labor issue, but they have resumed in Pennsylvania
That might
for
be-
Philadelphia.
That
However,
might-
President Trump still has a 14-point lead with 48% in.
14 points.
Correct.
Decision Desk is a lot closer. How many precincts reporting?
There was 48%.
I'm up to the estimate of 61% reporting in according to Decision Desk, and the gap is closed to 51.58 to 47.18. Much closer than other networks are reporting, including 1.24% for Joe Jorgensen.
Nice.
Right, yeah, this seems to be an okay night for Joe Jorgensen. Wisconsin, right now, at the moment, 51.13 for President Trump versus 47.38 for Vice President Biden, with about 59% reporting in.
President Trump has dropped down to 61.5% chance to win the White House to Biden's 37.9% chance.
The information that just came in out of Philadelphia about the vote count stoppage and then restart has definitely affected the betting odds, as well as the fact that the mail-in counting delay is going to cause the potential for a swing again in some of these states. And all that being said, this looks like the betting odds are now starting to take notice of the uncertainty of this of the results of some of these key states in the election. Do me a favor, see if there's any aftermarket trading anymore. Yes or no? Check the Nikkei, check the Australian, check around and see what the stock market is. Are they up higher? Are they still up but less than before? Are they down? Check what the stock markets around the world are
Already on it.
Yep, are doing.
Okay. Excuse me. It seems as if money.cnn.com is taking a bit to load. So I'm going to open it in browser and see if it loads quicker. This is taking a while, so I will check a different website. Okay, right now, why is this happening?
Oh, PJ, can you do me a favor? And can
Got you. What
can
you
you
need.
look at the numbers in Virginia again, please? See
Yeah.
if the thing has changed or not.
64% reporting. Trump is only up by 2 points.
Okay,
now.
all right. So gap is closing, and you said 62% reporting. 64% reporting. In
64.
Virginia, and Trump is only up by 2. That's a lot closer than it was. That is much closer than it was. The AP might have been onto something. So keep that in mind, everybody. What is? Yeah, there seems to be a lot of. Has anybody actually? Let me check. Decision Desk HQ.
I cannot bring up moneycnn.com. CNN is having difficulties loading, so there is no way of me being able to reach that site.
Fox Business, maybe, or Bloomberg.
Worlds. We'll hit Business Insider. Right now, the futures of everything is still going up. NASDAQ is still at 3 points up. It has fallen a little bit in futures,
Okay.
but it is still up by 3 points. Sorry, not 3 points, 3%.
All right.
And it is fluttering around the 3.05 mark.
All right. Let me see here. Okay. In Texas, according to Decision Desk HQ, with about 84% reporting in, it's Donald Trump with 51.58% of the vote, and Joe Biden with 47.05% of the vote. Still a lot of vote left to count. This was last updated 11:38, at least according to my browser. 206. It looks like one of the Nebraska districts, by the way, according to Decision Desk HQ, is now leaning towards Vice President Joe Biden. Remember how we said there was a possibility that those states will split between Maine and Nebraska, and they might just offset each other?
Correct.
Still an option, but we'll see. We'll see if anyone wants to call that yet. NBC still holding true at 192 to 114. No calls yet in Montana, Idaho, Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, and Maine, and most importantly, Rhode Island, and then most importantly, Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania seems like it's going to be the longest one to call. It might just be, depending on how close this election is going to be what is going to determine the presidency of the United States in this election.
Yeah, and the fact that Joe Biden is trailing right now in his home state, it does speak a lot about the pressure that he has put himself under. And I do take this back to what he said about ending fracking and ending these natural gases. And I think that has really hurt his numbers, as we're seeing today.
Right, but I also think it's due to the fact that there's been so many discrepancies in counting right now, and also the fact that mail-in voting is going to be a factor, but not this evening. So we will see how well this works, but right now it's looking very shaky all around the country right now, very uncertain, and we'll see where that goes.
Oh, absolutely, we will. I mean, we have no other choice but to just sit here and watch. Ow, cat's bite my finger. Don't bite my finger, bite my arm, you dingo.
I thought arm skin was a lot more sensitive.
I put my hoodie on like this, like one of those canine trainers when they wear those big gloves for the dogs to bite him. That's what I do. I do that, and I just
Oh, yeah.
mess with him. So then if he wants to claw me, he got to go through this like 1/4 inch thick hoodie. All right, it seems as if we have lost PJ for the time being, but I
Right,
do
yeah.
believe.
Yeah, he says he might be back, but for right now, he's not going to be with us. That's all right. We can fill in space. It is currently 11:41. I'm going to check around the other networks. CBS, the tally on CBS. As soon as my application loads real quick, it is 175 to 111 in favor of Vice President Joe Biden. Their results are showing a state that hasn't been called yet. Certain states have not been called yet. Nevada, Arizona, Wyoming, Idaho, Montana.
AP has already called Idaho and Wyoming in favor of President Donald Trump.
Oh, that's the AP.
Correct.
Technically, I think Idaho is still leaning Trump, which is, I can get that. Rhode Island is still leaning Joe Biden, but no one wants to call it yet. That's 4 electoral votes. My apologies. That was 3. I said it was 3 earlier. It's actually 4 electoral votes.
Nobody wants to call the Florida race, even though there's 2% left to report, and President Donald Trump leads by 3.5%.
Again, I don't know how much mail-in vote. I don't know what the state is reporting in terms of mail-in, in terms of other factors. But
Arizona Senate race is likely to go blue, according to
John Kelly.
C.
John Kelly is a much more favorable candidate than Martha McSally, I think, ever was. Remember, she never won her election. She was placed there after the death of Senator John McCain.
True. Yes.
So we will see how.
President Trump still leads by 10.8 points in Michigan with 46% in.
Okay.
And I'm waiting for the next blurb to pop up. Maine is 5% or 5-point lead for Joe Biden with 37% in.
Oh, it's leading towards Joe Biden now?
Correct.
Okay, that's different than what it was before. Before it was leaning towards President Trump, if you remember.
Yes, early on it was.
So if I can look at this, see what everything is. Decision Desk HQ again is showing me that Rhode Island and Maine are now leaning towards Joe Biden. Idaho switched from leaning towards Joe Biden to leaning towards Donald Trump. That is still between 43 and 51% of the vote being counted. That's still, That's still a lot of vote left to count, but it is 188,000 to 155,000 in favor of Donald Trump, which is 53.2% versus 44% even. Again, Joe Jorgensen was 1.77% of the vote in Idaho. In Minnesota, Vice President Joe Biden is at 54.71, and President Donald Trump is at 43.07% of the vote, and that is with about 58% of the vote being counted according to the Decision Desk HQ, or precincts reporting, I'm sorry. Maine, let me see the numbers in Maine. I know it was close. Joe Biden is at 51.66, and President Trump is at 45.52. Joe Jorgensen with 1.67, and Howie Hawkins with 1% as well. So very, very split vote right there.
Fox News has already called Arizona as a Biden win and Florida as a Trump win.
Those are big calls, but also Fox News is known for calling things very early.
Yes.
So we need to wait on that again. The one Nebraska 2nd District, the results are showing that Joe Biden actually looks like he's leading right now, 53.3 to 44.8% of the vote, with Joe Jorgensen in that district winning 1.83% of the vote. The more I see Joe Jorgensen's name keep on coming up in these results, the more I'm thinking she's picking up more and more popular votes, which is very, very, again, very, very good for the party. And overall, I think good for the country if you start diversifying the options that people have available for different parties. It would cause, I don't know if you, I sent you a video on mixed, mixed member before proportional representation. I don't know
Yes.
if you saw, yeah, where based on population and based on people voting for parties, not people, it would be a lot different. The results possibly for what is our election system. Basically, how it works in a parliament, in terms of the leading coalition or the leading party uh, picks their leader automatically, and that's who leads the country. Interesting, very different. Uh, dare I say, very European option on how to do things, but still something worth noting on how things can end up working out in that system. Let me see. What is okay? According to Decision Desk HQ, uh, Decision Desk HQ has themselves with an estimated 95% of the vote in awarded the state of wow. That's the state of no, that's not close. I'm sorry. Oh, these numbers are weird. Hold on. The state of Ohio, according to Decision Desk HQ, has been awarded to uh, President Donald Trump. A big win for him if that ends up being um, that ends up being uh, that ends up coming to fruition rather. Right now, according to Real Clear Politics, is 45% Joe Biden, 53% Donald Trump. That's an 8-point spread with Ohio coming in. North Carolina. Um, what are the numbers in North Carolina showing, if you can find them?
I absolutely can. It's got to give me a minute. All right. And through this point, Joe Jorgensen is at already 1/3 of the votes that Gary Johnson had gotten in the 2016 election, but his were the most ever for the Libertarian Party. So this may come out to be something close to that and still gain recognition. You ordered the North Carolina race?
Yes.
All right, well, you got it. There's 94% reporting with President Trump holding a 1.4 point lead.
That's really, really, really close.
He is up by 75,000 votes.
Okay.
And the
Projections.
Associated Press has not yet called this race.
Right. Projections on the Senate, if my computer would load.
The Associated Press has 42 Dem, 45 Rep.
42 Dem, 45 Rep.
Correct.
Yeah, this is going to be if
Georgia with 74% in. Trump leads by 8 points.
still huge. Still a huge lead.
Correct.
NBC still has 43-43. So I'm interested to see how things end up working out. But it seems very, very interesting. Jay Inslee, just a few minutes ago, Jay Inslee wins third term as Washington governor. Fair. Representative Ilhan Omar wins re-election in Minnesota. Apparently, if I can get this camera thing to work out, let me see. Let me reload a 538 again. Now, I know they're using AP. They have some really wonky numbers, but it's still 192, 118 in favor of Vice President Biden. Up at 11:48, according to Nate Silver, Steve Bullock seems to be outperforming Biden by 6 points in the state of Montana, although it looks like technically Biden is leading in the state of Montana. I don't know if that's according to his numbers, if he has different numbers than us, but on Decision Desk HQ, it looks like President Biden is still winning 50.18% versus 47 to 0.45% with 50% of the vote counted. That's still, again, really close. Nothing about that is considered safe for anything, for anyone who in Montana. Um, let me see here. Decision desk has updated one main district, and Rhode Island, according to Decision Desk HQ, has been called for Vice President Biden, as well as the one of the districts in Maine. So giving Joe Biden, according to Decision Desk HQ, 210 electoral votes versus President Trump's 166. And the vote count is extremely, extremely, extremely close. Popular vote is at 49 to or 50.1 to 48.4. Joe Biden leading with 56 million votes versus Donald Trump's 54 million votes. Again, these numbers are already really close to what the finishing numbers were in 2016, and it is not including a myriad of different ballots that have to be counted by mail in different states. Maybe that's what the holdout is. Maybe that's why it's so hard for a lot of these networks to call it. Maybe they are pulling their punches this late in the game. They're not doing what Fox News seems to be doing and just putting all their eggs in a basket and trying to be first. I think that'll affect their accuracy right now. But even with let me see what is it exactly that
Okay, CBS is talking about their Senate right now, and Ben Sass there saying yes, he wins, which we've already known for 3 hours.
I don't know what CBS and AP, two of the most venerated news media companies in the world, are dropping the ball tonight. That's insane. Have you checked BBC? Have you checked Sky News? If you want.
I have not. I have also not checked C-SPAN.
Right, exactly. I want to. Yeah, C-SPAN.
C-SPAN doesn't really have the numbers on it, but I
Well,
could.
I don't think they use numbers. I think they just
No, they don't.
on speech.
Correct.
That's fair. Their job is to record, not to.
BBC has Biden 192, Trump 114.
So about the same
I'll
as
bring up
MS.
the map. They have them West Coast for blue. They have West Coast, New Mexico, Colorado, Indiana, and Rhode Island, Maryland, New York, and then all of New England except for Rhode Island and Maine. And then red is everything. Hold on. Let me see your map. I believe everything you have on your map, they have.
Okay, that's fine.
So your map is identical to the BBC's.
Cool. By the way, update from Iowa. Current numbers. President Trump has 51.43% of the vote share versus Joe Biden's 46.86% of the vote share, with 78 or 79 reporting in. Like you said, Kanye West in Iowa has 0.18% of the vote, and Joe Jorgensen has 1.12% of the vote.
At least it's better than Kanye.
The Senate race with 77% reporting in, so shows Joni Ernst actually leading right now in the Senate race right now, 50.43 versus 46.61. There seems to be 2.14% for Rick Stewart. I don't know who Rick Stewart is. I'm not sure what party he's from. So I'll be interested to see how that ends up working out in the end. But because I thought Iowa was.
Hold on. They're saying that Trump is overperforming what he did in Western Pennsylvania from last election. He had 66.4. Yeah, according to CBS, he had 66.4 last election in Western Pennsylvania, and he has 79% now. In Beaver County, he has 71% now, and he had 56% then. And he still won it last year, or last election, I should say.
Right, yeah.
Westmoreland County, President Trump right now is at 69%. He used to be at 64%.
Okay. Well, CNN's website is their website right now is some garbage.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's incredibly high traffic for every single one of these reporting websites. So
Oh, I just needed to reload it. Apparently, CNN has 192 for Biden, which seems to be a consensus right now. Versus, what?
There might be something missing on CBS because right now CBS has 187 to 111. Oh, they haven't given New Mexico yet.
Right. Yeah. Actually, CNN just rechecked. CNN is 205 to 114. Trying to see where did they give Rhode Island? No.
Did they
Rhode
give
Island
Nevada?
hasn't been given. No, they haven't given Nevada.
Minnesota, probably.
No, it's not Minnesota.
Montana? Yeah, what?
No,
You said that, what's the number?
it was 205. I just reloaded the pages back to 192. I don't know what's
Huh.
going on that. I'm
Yeah, because
not,
AP still has Virginia going blue, even though Virginia right now is 1.7 point lead for President Trump with 2/3 reporting.
right, but that was down. That's down from what was almost a 13-point lead with only
Correct. However, it appears as if the mostly Democratic districts have finished reporting.
Alexandria.
Yes, Alexandria, Richmond still has to be fully counted. Roanoke has been counted. Norfolk has been counted. So Richmond is the only bit left of blue in here, aside from that a little bit of Chesapeake, and then everything else appears to be red.
Right.
So this is going to be interesting. North Carolina, I'm still not sure why they haven't. I guess it's a 1.4 and 94% reporting in favor of President Trump.
Again, we don't know if they're waiting. Possibly, maybe they said maybe we gotta wait until certain things get counted. Wait until mail-in gets counted. Maybe they're not counting it until tomorrow, like other states. Still a very interesting situation in North Carolina.
And especially interesting in Florida right now, considering there's 2% left to be reported, and President Trump has a 3.5% lead.
In where?
Florida,
How much percent?
98% reporting.
Yeah, CNN has what looks like 205. What state am I missing? Indiana.
CNN projection: AOC wins re-election.
Yeah. And CNN has projected Virginia goes blue.
That is what.
That's the missing piece.
Right.
Let me check. Well, we'll be watching NBC News until Virginia gets counted, but it is according to
CNN did project that Joe Biden won Virginia.
Yeah, according to
Pennsylvania
NBC,
says they won't be done counting until Friday.
Well,
Fulton County, Georgia, won't be done counting until Friday. USPS has lost almost 300,000 ballots that a federal judge demands they discover.
well, I can't argue with a federal judge. I'm not going to. But that seems rather. I'm not going to say convenient, but rather unexpected. Let me see here. Yeah, okay. According to Decision Desk HQ, it's still projecting a Virginia win for Joe Biden, even though they're counting about 66% of the precincts reporting. In NBC, Virginia, the numbers are showing Joe Biden in the lead with 52.4 versus Trump's 45.9, with 75% of the vote in. Let me see if I can't. Yeah, I'm gonna zoom in on Virginia again and see what counties. Look,
this is a good time to remind everybody that there were 14 other candidates in the Democratic primary other than Joe Biden.
This is very true.
So everything also is proceeding as planned for the 269 doomsday scenario.
This is that's really the
which is the only blue states are Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, all of New England, and one district in Maine. That is the Doomsday 269, and we are so damn close to it. This was the first thing we predicted when we busted out that map. We said 269. We are doing well.
Yeah. Give me just a second, Corey.
Sure thing. I'll run it from here.
Yeah.
Ohio has been counted for 88%. Or they've been counted a lot. So the trailing candidate needs to get 88% of all the rest votes in. And 89% has already reported, and Trump holds an 8.1 point lead at this point. Given this fact, it seems safe to assume that Ohio will run red again this election, which puts us in good spot to see these nuclear option of 269 to 269. And as we're looking in here as well, Maine seems to be slightly favoring Vice President Joe Biden. And Oregon has already been called. So the entire West Coast has been called. All of New England, except for Rhode Island and Maine, have been called. So the ones looking up in the air right now to go blue are Arizona is leaning blue, Minnesota is leaning blue, and Maine is leaning blue. Nevada is also in a situation where it could go blue, as the polls had said before. And Virginia has been called on various sites. The Associated Press is one of them, and CNN is another. With 67% reporting, President Donald Trump leads by 1.6%, which has been trailing down over the past few hours. However, it seems as if the places that have not been counted yet might be the places that will get them the maximum results for the Democratic Party. Either way, however this shakes out, Virginia is an important state that could give President Trump a much higher chance to win this election. And it would give Vice President Biden also a much higher chance of securing this election. So as we speak, they are processing the governor of Vermont, in which Phil Scott will remain in, is 96%, and he has a 40-point lead here. President Donald Trump is leading Iowa by 6 points with 81% report. So there is a lot to see here. Joni Ernst is leading by 5 points in the Senate race in Iowa, which was 1 point of contention that we had mentioned previously. Montana, President Trump is leading by 4 points with 32% in. And as I said before, President Donald Trump is leading Ohio by 8 points with 93% in. While we are on the topic of those new states, we still have Texas, which is left with 78% reporting, with President Trump at a 5.5 point lead. We also have, I already reported on Iowa. I'm going to go back over to Georgia because we've not talked about that in a while. With 78% reporting, President Donald Trump is up by nearly 8 points.
Still around the same consistent lead for President Donald Trump in Georgia. The map updated. NBC News has now awarded, I'm sure you already said this, but I just want to get this for the record. NBC News has now awarded Virginia to Vice President Joe Biden, and they have awarded Ohio to President Donald Trump. These are still very, very close races. The tally right now on NBC News is 205-136. This is a very slow-moving bulldozer of an election right now. But as you know, I'm going to update the board. Also, Idaho also awarded to President Donald Trump, and I think that's everything that we have so far. Like you said, Rhode Island, we don't know. Maine, we don't know. Pennsylvania, we're not going to know. Georgia, we're not going to know. Florida still has not been called. I think, like I said, they're still going to wait until they get to that point where they know that the margin of error isn't going to cause an extreme measures to be taken within the state. This is shaking up to be another situation where things turn out very, very close. Um, According to NBC News, voters who did not vote for either Joe Biden or President Trump uh, are numbering almost at 1.7 million voters who did not vote for either two of those candidates. That those numbers are translating into mostly what I can see libertarian voters um, in the country. So very interesting to see that. But I will update the board. You can keep on going on
In
something else.
in Michigan, currently, President Donald Trump is leading by 10 points. In Wisconsin, he is leading by nearly 5 points with 63% in, too early to call. In Iowa, he's leading by 6.5, as I previously said. And all of these are too early to call. Nevada, President Trump leads by 55 points with 1% reporting. Hawaii is nothing and nothing. There has been no report in Hawaii, but we can expect that to go blue. NBC News has it at 205, 136, as we have previously mentioned, and CBS News has it at 187, 111. There is still the Idaho call left to make and the Virginia call left to make. They're looking in the Oakland County, Michigan, where Biden has a 7% lead. However, he does trail in the state at a large amount right now. So
How many voters are left in Oakland County in Michigan?
I believe that 64% reported.
That's still a lot of vote.
Still a lot of vote. Senate, Massachusetts, Ed Markey won his election. So that is one blue tallied in. There has not been much takeover on the scale of the Senate, I don't believe yet.
Yeah, I can understand that. It seems to be very, very hard for the Senate. You got to remember, there's also a special runoff in Georgia that could determine the runoff. Right now isn't going to be determined until January in the Senate. So maybe right after the general session starts in Congress, they have that special election, the runoff that needs to be completed. This is going to be an interesting situation in the Senate as well. The only thing surefire we know right now is that the House is going to stay in Democratic control. That's the only thing we know.
Correct.
Right now. So,
And to take a look back to the election betting odds, President Donald Trump today has been as low as starting out the day with a 34.7, and that was at 5 p.m. Then he at 10 o'clock, he got up to a 78.6% chance to win. And then his lowest that he has dropped since is 56.9%, but he is going back up steadily. He plummeted around 1:20 p.m. when they announced the Philadelphia counts and the Pennsylvania put off, and now he is going back up steadily as of 11:55 p.m. tonight. Effective at 12:01, he was sitting at 60.6, and now at 12:04, he was 61.5. So there's a lot to look at in the terms of election odds. There's a lot to look at in the terms of what we can tangibly see as universally. They have just given Ohio to President Donald Trump in effective CBS. Correct.
I was about to say NBC called it, CNN called it.
Yep.
Yeah, CBS now catching up.
Hey, the AP hasn't even given it out.
My thing is about the AP is because they've been right about certain things on the night. I'm just trying to think, what do they know? Like, what exactly is it that's holding them out on certain things and making them, like, they knew something about Virginia. So now my questioning about them, even though I thought they were sloppy, now I'm thinking, oh, no, they're possibly being advantageous. But it's still an unknown factor. Can you check on Rhode Island numbers for me, please?
Absolutely. Rhode Island has been counted as blue for the Associated Press. 49% reporting. Vice President Joe Biden leads by 0.7% and only 2,000 votes.
I think I'm going to go get the other projector real quick because I think I'm going to bring it down here just for my
Barely.
All right, give me just a second. Let me fill in Virginia, and then I'll do something real quick.
Okay, I'm still not. Yeah, you can go ahead and fill it in on Virginia, but I do think that it is still too early to call, considering CBS has not said a single thing about it.
I'm just using. Remember, I'm using the NBC map. That's why. So, if it again, discrepancies are discrepancies, but we are using I decided to use the NBC map for this. So, give me just 1 second. Let me bring down another projector real quick because mine is sucks right now. But I'm just gonna mute myself for a second, but I can still hear you. All right.
Okay. Yep. So in other news, since it seems to be at a break in a lot of politics things right now with the election, we have a commercial break that we're sitting on. I need to bring up my phone so I can actually see things. Oh, my phone shut down. Okay. So we already discussed the Gold Glove winners for ESPN, but we have not been over the possibilities for who may win the MVP. Or sorry, we have been over MVP. We have not been over Cy Young or Rookie of the Year or Coach of the Year. So I'm going to put in the finalists, and I will tell you about it, and I can give you my analysis on this, just to give a little tiny step away from the hours and hours of politics that we've been on. So I need to log into this. Come on, man. I already have it. Okay, I apologize for the slowness on this. ESPN is being unfriendly to me, but in that case, okay, again, my apologies for taking so long on this, but I do think that this is an interesting thing to look at, considering this is the latest in a season that MLB voting for Rookie of the Year and all that has ever come out. So it should be interesting to find out which players get in, which players don't, and how it'll impact their or how their playoff performance would impact how well they perform in it. So when it comes to the American League MVP, we've got Jose Abreu, DJ LeMahieu, and Jose Ramirez. I think this one goes to DJ LeMahieu just because of how clutch he came up for the Yankees and led them to such big regular season success, which is what it's all about. Then for the National League MVP, we got Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Manny Machado. I don't see Manny Machado as a contender on this list, especially over Fernando Tatis or Mike Yastrzemski. It seems a little whack, but Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman are pretty even with it. I think that Mookie Betts might get it because he was the difference maker in bringing the Dodgers to the World Series this year and winning. For AL Cy Young, we have Shane Bieber of the Indians, Kenta Maeda of the Twins, and Hyunjin Ryu of the Blue Jays. Notably, two of these pitchers were just on the Dodgers not more than 1 year ago. So I think in this, it has to go to Shane Bieber. He pitched lights out all season, and he's gotten, this has been his award all year. It was his to lose. So starting on opening day, everybody, he put the most strikeouts in an opening day start, and he's just been on a roll for that. NL Cy Young, we got Trevor Bauer of the Reds, Yu Darvish of the Cubs, and Jake DeGrom of the Mets. I like Jake DeGrom's performance, but I think this year, all of these pitchers have not equaled regular season success for them. But I think I have to give it to Yu Darvish. Again, he just pitched so damn well. He has most fielding independent pitching, innings and win probability added, and most wins. But Bauer had ERA and had the lowest average on balls in play. But I really think Darvish just gets a little more of it done. Rookie of the Year, we've got Christian Javier of the Astros, Kyle Lewis of the Mariners, and Luis Robert of the White Sox. I like Kyle Lewis. He just had a more slugging and he had the better defensive metrics, not better than Robert, but he played really well, and he played well throughout the entire season. So I would go with Kyle Lewis on this one. For NL Rookie of the Year, we've got Alec Boehm of the Phillies, Jake Cronenworth of the Padres, and Devin Williams of the Brewers. I like Cronenworth. He played his butt off for them, but I really think that my boy from the Dodgers, Tony Gonsolin, was snubbed on this. He pitched like that in the playoffs, and he pitched well all year. So I guess I would have to go with Jake Cronenworth myself. I like the plate appearances, and I like his batting average on it, but we'll see how that comes out. And then AL Manager of the Year, Kevin Cash of the Rays, Charlie Montoya of the Jays, and Rick Renteria of the White Sox. Have to give it to Kevin Cash. The Tampa Bay Rays blew past everybody's expectations, so I think we have to put him on there. And then NL Manager of the Year, we've got Don Mattingly of the Marlins, David Ross of the Cubs, and Jace Tingler of the Padres. I really like Don Mattingly for this. I think they snubbed Dave Roberts on this one. However, not a fret. The Miami Marlins exceeded expectations, getting them to the postseason. So that's really what it takes, especially after they had a COVID outbreak early in the season. So they recovered from it so well. But those are my picks for the awards going into the it'll come up on the 9th through the 13th when they will announce each of those. So stay in the news. It will be live on MLB Network when they announce that. Speaking of various sports right here, I'm going to find something on here which I think is very interesting. So Jimmy Garoppolo got injured on the same day that Kittle did for the 49ers, which pretty much takes them out of being a great team contention. So Kyle Shanahan, the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, announced that this is not the same injury that has plagued him before, and it is just a whole entire new injury. If it was just a re-aggravation, they could sit him down on the bench for 2 games and deal with that from there. However, this is a new injury, so he could be out for the entire season, but the safe thing to say is at least 6 weeks. He, word for word, said it was essentially a whole new one, just on the same foot about the injury, and that the sprain was more serious than the one he suffered earlier in the season that got him back in 2 games later. So Jimmy Garoppolo, if you have him on your fantasy team, I'm sorry. There have been way too many injuries this entire season, but you do what you have to when you run with stuff like that. Looking back in on the election, Joe Biden won California, as we know, but he had 69%, which is nice, to Donald Trump's 30%. I'm looking at the map. CBS News has confirmed Idaho, and they have confirmed Utah, and that is essentially all that they have confirmed recently. They may have given in Rhode Island, but I do not believe so. And they have not given Maine, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico. They still have not given in, which I think is extremely interesting. But coming up soon, Joe Biden, I believe, is expected to make a campaign announcement and address a crowd in Delaware. So we will stay tuned for that. And when that comes up, you guys will be the first to know along with us. In the meanwhile, fat boy. Oh, he's licking my arm. This cat is a weirdo. In the meanwhile, I would like to discuss something that is going on in baseball right now. And it seems, PJ and I were talking about this in the first hour, but it seems as if our beloved MLB commissioner, Rob Manfred, is going absolutely mad. He's got no idea what he's doing, and he wants to put the American League and National League World Series, put them in a neutral ground site, and he wants to keep the batting, the designated hitter, only in the AL. And he still hasn't forgiven he still hasn't punished the Astros. So we're really in a bad spot with that. Real quick, I'm going to check in for you guys while Gerald is gone. I'm going to check in on the current odds of the election. So with electionbettingodds.com, courtesy of John Stossel and Maxim. While this is loading, I'm going to check the election results. So currently, President Trump has a 59.6% chance to win the election, with Vice President Biden down to 39.9%. Again, this is up and down for each one, respectively, 23.7% in the last day, but it has been as high for Donald Trump as in the mid to low 70s. But this 59.6 indicates one of the lowest points ever since he hit his peak. However, it is not quite as low as it was in half an hour ago when it was at 56.9. So he is following a slight downward trend, which could be a resultant of the calls in Maine and Arizona going up. But aside from that, we don't really have too much new information coming out. Again, it is late. Pennsylvania has already announced that they will not be counting all of their ballots by the end of the night. It may even take until Friday. Florida, as expected, will go to the ends of the earth to get it to 99% reporting and get it to 100, as long as it is not within that 0.5% margin of error that they so much love. But in Florida, either way, we sit here at 96% reporting, with President Donald Trump holding a 3.3% lead over Vice President Biden. In Georgia, we have 82% reporting, with President Donald Trump holding a 7.5% vote percentage lead over Vice President Biden. And in North Carolina, we have 94% reporting, with President Donald Trump holding a 1.4 vote percentage over Vice President Biden. In Virginia, back to that as one of the states that has already been called but is not 100% determined yet. Joe Biden has been called the victor by NBC and by the AP poll of Virginia. And currently, President Donald Trump leads Joe Biden 1.8% in that area, with 68% reporting. Pennsylvania right now, President Donald Trump has a 15% lead in that state, with 64% reporting. And then Michigan, President Donald Trump holds a 10-point lead with 55% reporting. And in Wisconsin, President Trump holds a 5% lead with 78% reporting. Looking over to the West, we have Arizona. President Donald Trump is trailing Vice President Biden by 7.7% in Arizona, with 75% reporting, which could make it out to be a blue state, as the doomsday prophecy would hold. And in Maine, if we go up there, show me Maine, 66% is reporting, with Vice President Biden holding a 6.3% lead over President Donald Trump. So Pennsylvania is, as we said, and also Texas, which still hasn't been called, is sitting at 79% reporting, with President Donald Trump holding a 5.7% lead over Joe Biden. Now, if we take a look to the entire United States, if we look at percentages, Joe Biden, 49.8%, Donald Trump, 48.6%, and Joe Jorgensen with 1.1% of the vote. So she has hit 1.3 million. Joe Biden is at 60 million, and Donald Trump is at 59 million. This information is from this information is from the Associated Press. They have been known tonight to call things way too early, but they did get Virginia from the very beginning, and the jury's still out on Virginia, as it has not come near the finishing numbers and is only sitting at 76%. But we can expect it to stay blue. And they're looking up at hypotheticals right now, given different states. And at this point, we believe that Pennsylvania is the key to the White House. It comes between Pennsylvania and the Great Lakes. It looks like Gerald is coming back, as if he is setting up a projector, but we are going to see how this goes. All right, Gerald is back and muted.
Sorry about that. You can hear me now, right?
Correct.
That was like a long process. Yeah, I was just setting myself up. I needed a new projector. I could not see anything with that old one. It's so low power. According to Fox News, by the way, according to Fox News, um,
Here's the doomsday.
hold on.
Here's the
Let me read it
doomsday.
now. According to Fox,
If Biden wins Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan, which are the ones that they project, if he wins Virginia, and then President Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, then that is our doomsday 269, 269, which is a very possible scenario now.
it really is. I think it might actually be considered. You might be concerning in a way, but I still haven't seen anything about Rhode Island anywhere. By the way, not seen anything about Rhode Island. Not seen anything about Maine. I've not seen anything about Montana. So again, I haven't been looking at it right now. If Joe Biden can win Minnesota, which he's projected to win, switch Michigan and Pennsylvania over to his column, and win Arizona, that should be enough to put him over the top.
I also want to mention this has not been called for the race yet, but leading by 7 points with 96% reporting, Joni Ernst is leading in Iowa Senate race.
Right, yeah, exactly. Let me step away for just a couple more seconds, and then I'll be right back. All right, just a couple more seconds, and I'll be right back.
All right, take your time. I'll do my best to hold it down just a little bit. So when we are looking at the Senate races, it seems very close for the entire United States. And right now, the Associated Press has it, the Republican Party with 45 seats and the Democratic Party with 43 seats. The seats that went to the Democratic Party are, whoops, I zoomed out too much. The ones that went to the Democratic Party are Oregon, Colorado, New Mexico, Illinois, Virginia, Delaware, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire. The ones that have gone one, according to the Associated Press, to the Republican Party are Idaho, Wyoming, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and South Carolina. I apologize if that was long-winded, but these are concerning times. The House has handily gone. They've called 282 out of the 435 seats up for election, 132 of which have gone to the Democratic Party, and 150 of them have gone to the Republican Party, according to the Associated Press, which would still leave the Democratic Party with a majority in the House. According to the Associated Press, they have given Montana and Ohio to President Donald Trump. The only states yet to be called are Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Wisconsin, Michigan, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Maine. They have given Rhode Island to the Democrats, and they have given Virginia to the Democrats. So it will be interesting to see how the rest of this shakes up. Currently is sitting 223 to 145. The only places in which the Democrats have a lead and have not secured the position are Maine, Arizona, and Nevada, according to the AP, has no results yet. So stay, in the mindset of this is possible that we go to a 269 doomsday scenario. Checking back in on the election betting odds, as I like to do. They are taking a minute, so Gerald, I will hand it over to you.
Apparently, the U.S. This is news, general news rather. The United States has formally withdrawn from the Paris Climate Agreement 3 years after President Trump announced his intent to do so. So that seems to have finalized at this point. There were questions surrounding how that would shake out, how that would turn out, and it seems to be that the president has succeeded in that endeavor to try to withdraw the United States from such agreement. It's definitely something that will make certain people happy and make other people very unhappy. But this is the situation we are in right now. Looking back at Decision Desk HQ, has Hawaii been counted yet? Has it polls closed yet in Hawaii?
Let me double check. Hawaii, yes. According to the AP, they have given Hawaii the win,
NBC hasn't called it yet. I'll wait on them for just.
and Alaska has not gotten anything yet.
Well, Alaska ends at 1, I think. Local.
Right.
Arizona so far still leading. Joe Biden still leading. Nevada right now with only 2% of the vote in. President Trump is leading in 2 counties right now, but 70% to 27% over Joe Biden. But this is still extremely early, extremely small numbers, and interested to see how the rest of the state goes. But I think Nevada it was projected, or not projected, but polls and other things have projected Nevada to go to the Democrats in this election. Rhode Island yet to be called, Maine yet to be called. That 5th Nebraska district yet to be called, I believe. NBC still holding firm at 205 to 136 in their tally, which is in conjunction and is also in conjunction with CNN and their count exactly 205 to 136, same exact states, same exact count going on. Michigan. 54% of the vote is estimated in. Donald Trump still leads 1,637,000 versus 1,339,000. With the votes that have been counted so far, 20% have been early votes. 55% of the early vote is expected overall in the final results in the state of Michigan. So we still have a long ways to go in terms of some of those early votes that need to be counted, in terms of some of those votes that need to be managed. Very interesting way that this is going to go, and interested to see how this continues. Oh, and by the way, if you didn't know this, John King has 2 big boards.
He has 2 of them.
2 of them. He's got a whole corner.
He's a wacko.
He's a wacko, but he's getting it done.
He's a crazy man.
Yeah, they're reviewing some of the 2016 maps right now, but it seems as though.
Hey, good job, Nate Silver.
Right. Gosh, I think SNL did a really good job parodying the situation that happened 4 years ago, and it was really interesting to see how things ended up working out there. But yeah, so again, developments keep on rolling in slowly but surely. Things are starting to pan out. Things, like I said, as the night progressed, I was right that the consensus between the networks would actually end up panning out. It seems to be the case right now. I don't know what CBS is saying, but I know NBC and CNN are working together. Fox is a completely different story.
CBS is at 187 to 136.
Okay, so 136 they have fine. What haven't they awarded to Joe Biden at this point?
They have not given him Minnesota, and they have not given him New Mexico.
Yeah, New Mexico seems to be the one, I think.
Also, we are 11 minutes past the 6-hour mark with this, so.
Right. Congratulations to you. You have fun with that. I will stick to my coffee and water. So.
Speaking of which, I am going to take a 2-minute break to go grab my water, find a way to fill the time.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, yeah, I'll take solo time. In this election, we have seen time and time again situations in which the expectation has not been met. The expectation of what we thought was going to happen on Election Day has already been shattered time and time again tonight. And this is something that is interesting, something that, again, unprecedented time leads to an unprecedented election. And based on the numbers right now that we're seeing everywhere around us, based on the projections that we have already gotten, based on the way the number of votes are shifting with mail-in and counting discrepancies that have come up in certain parts, 54% of the vote actually being counted in Michigan right now, a 54% lead for President Trump versus Joe Biden. I believe it's 46%. In Pennsylvania, 61% of the vote, 2,490,000 votes versus Joe Biden's 1,826,000. That's a 56.9 to 41.8 spread, a significant difference, I believe. But still, just about 40% of the votes still left to count. Plus, the state of Pennsylvania has already announced they are not going to be done counting, not going to certify any results until Friday. Same thing with that one very populated, very urbanized city dwelling suburb county around Atlanta in Georgia. Same thing. Not until Friday will those results be certified by the state. So we have a long ways to go before any definitive answer will come up. Scranton coming in strong for President Joe Biden, and CNN right now says stand by for a projection. I'm interested to see what this projection is from CNN. We are standing by for that. I will get it. Hopefully, let me see if I can get NBC updated as well. So, but yeah.
It is still incredibly interesting to me how let me just double check this right here while I take a look. I am looking at how interesting it is how when California just closed 2 hours ago, or not even 2 hours ago, they already have 60% reporting. But then we have Texas, which closed very early and was 79% reporting. Even odder is the North Carolina's, or not North Carolina, but the reluctancy to call the race in Florida. And I understand that they have their state margin. But, the Associated Press has given, I might have mentioned this, has given Iowa to President Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Right now, their call is 223 to 174.
Let me switch out my headphones real quick because one of them, they're about to die again. But CNN projection is that Minnesota goes for Donald Trump. I have not seen NBC News.
Minnesota goes for Donald Trump.
I mean Minnesota goes for Joe Biden. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I was going to say this is game changing. That would change everything.
I know. Let me just put these away and let me get this rolling again. All right.
Okay, absolutely. So looking here, apparently, CNN, as you said, just did project that Joe Biden wins Minnesota. There is a lot of controversy around Georgia right now, whether or not it's up in the air or if it is for Joe Biden or Donald Trump. It is a lot of different moves by Fox and by social media. And according to Justin Amash, the senator for part of Michigan, he says, in precincts that have fully reported, Donald Trump is underperforming his 2016 numbers by a significant margin in Kent County, Michigan. So we'll see what that does. On Twitter, Mark Levin says, okay, I'll call them right now. President Trump has won Texas, Ohio, North Carolina, Iowa, and Georgia. So there are no sources closing out all these. It is just him saying his bit there. But the projections are coming in slowly but surely. And as you mentioned, Trump and Biden supporters rally near the White House as polls begin to close.
Yep. I knew that. I think everyone was anticipating something. I won't call it a confrontation yet. I'll just call it the differences of vote and preference that are coming to a head right now.
There have been arrests outside the White House, which is natural when you are that close to the White House in massive droves and acting semi-violent. A scuffle had broken out between D.C. police, bicycle patrol officers, and a small group of protesters. Happened a block away from the White House. The police moved back and rode away from the area.
Can you do me a favor? Check the North Carolina numbers again. Hold on real quick. CNN projection about to come in. Stand by for CNN projection, they say. This is another projection. They're rolling in quick in CNN. I've not seen certain things from NBC yet that would suggest me to update the map, but I might just get them soon.
Some food for thought is that the Amish have no idea what is happening right now.
This is very... No, they read newspapers.
Yeah, but right now.
Oh, that's right. Maine still technically leaning for Joe Biden. CNN projection right now, real quick. It says CNN has called. CNN has called the state of Florida for President Donald Trump.
Okay, and that was my call. So now that they have checked Florida on the Associated Press as well, putting it at 223 to 174, with only 2 states now leaning blue, and all the rest of them are leaning red. And Arizona and Maine put together give how many electoral college votes?
Not enough.
Arizona gives 11, and Maine
You
gives
also got to remember these minuscule
4.
numbers in Nevada are going to change.
Right, they are going to change, and then that only gives 6. So 4, what is it? 11, 4, and 6 gives you 17, which would only put him at what? No, that's not right. 11, 4, and 6 gives you 21, which would put him at 254. Now, this makes it important, and what we said, Pennsylvania is the heart of it. If he gets those 2, or if he gets those 3, and then Pennsylvania, that is ball game. Joe Biden is coming out to announce to the crowd something in Wilmington, Delaware.
I'm not sure. I know it's not a concession.
I mean, there are 3 things it could be. He could be conceding, he could be claiming victory, or he could be just telling everybody to hang in there. So we are going to quiet down for a little bit while we watch this.
Yeah, definitely. Let me mute our mics. We suggest everybody go in and listen to their things. Listen to their
All right. So as Joe Biden has just finished his speech, he calls for patience on there. He believes that he will win Pennsylvania. He believes he will win Michigan, and he believes he will win Wisconsin as well as Arizona, which currently he is not favored to win any of those states except for Arizona. He calls believing that they could win Georgia, which he is, again, not favored in currently. However, Pennsylvania currently is a 15-point lead for President Donald Trump, but they still have to count mail-in. With 2% in, President Trump leads by 53% in Nevada, but that should change going into this, or coming as more votes are counted.
I was about to say the counties in the more urbanized areas, the college towns, Las Vegas, and all that. Those are all those university towns, all those urban districts, all those city districts are very much still in play in Nevada right now. That's why I said Nevada's going to flip. Arizona, I think, is going to go his way. And you said Maine is going to go his way. I think that one extra district, you can add this extra point, that one extra district in Nebraska is going to go his way. I think Rhode Island's going to go his way. He still definitely has a chance. I think Montana and Iowa still have something to say. Obviously, Wisconsin and Michigan still have something to say. The vote count, according to NBC. By the way, also, Joni Ernst has won re-election according to the Associated Press. Let me see here. NBC has not updated its map yet, but I'll be waiting to see that. But CNN has updated 215 to 165 is the current count on CNN.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to switch over to them right now at this point, but I'll consider it. But for the time being, like you said, it looks like Joe Biden is still keeping the line, keeping the fight going. Commendable to him, I think. I think there is still a lot of discrepancy, a lot of wiggle room, a lot of chance for things to flip, things to change. And once all that's counted and reviewed and everything, and then by the end of the week, I hope by the end of the week, I think we'll know who the president is. But I'm not gonna say. President Donald Trump tweeting right now, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after polls are closed." That's fair. Votes cannot be cast after polls are closed, but they can be counted after polls are closed. That's how things work. And an election ends. An election ends when all votes have been counted, according to federal and state laws. However that may shake out. It might take time. It might not. But again, we've been spoiled in this country, getting so used to projection models, and this it's really kind of just knowing what's going on with these things in the election. But as of thus far, I have not seen an election like this before. I've not. I lived through election 2000 because I was alive, but that's I wasn't conscious. I wasn't old enough to really understand what was going on. I was like a year old, I think. So, again, an unprecedented election, definitely a close one, a nail-biter, something to keep your eye on, something to maybe not even hold your breath because it's going to take a while, but something to suggest we will all learn a little bit more patience in this time period while we wait for these election results to be finalized and to come into play as the week goes on.
So looking at my projection right here, as I call it, as I see it, if Joe Biden wins Nevada and wins Arizona, and then also wins Virginia, I'll give that to him right now, just because that is the call on the field. And then if Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, then Donald Trump has already won Ohio, Indiana, and Iowa in the Rust Belt. So if he comes out and wins Michigan and Wisconsin, he does not need Pennsylvania to win. So even if Nebraska goes and gives goes to Joe Biden, and if Maine goes all blue on that, so we're just going to split them and say one gives to each. It would still come out for if President Donald Trump can make hold on, give me 1 sec. If President Donald Trump can pull out Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, Wisconsin, and Michigan on top of the ones that he has already won, he will win the election with 274 electoral college votes.
God, that's close.
It is. I need to make Alaska dark.
I am
red.
updating the map right now. NBC News has now confirmed they are awarding the state of Florida to President Donald Trump. It is now, according to NBC News, 205 to 165.
I'm going to share my screen on this. Let me know if you can see this.
You should be able to add it yourself. Yep. Yes,
You can see this?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the count. You can see my cursor here. So can you see the cursor over Arizona?
Yes.
Okay. So here I'm giving all of the already given out states in California, Oregon, Washington, Colorado, New Mexico, Minnesota, Illinois, Virginia, then all of here, even including Maine, if we give that all blue. So in Pennsylvania as well, we give that to blue and we give everything else red as it currently is projected. If this comes out to happen, it would be 274 to 264. So there is no wiggle room here either. Is if even one of these is lost, let's say Pennsylvania very easily could go to Joe Biden as soon as the counts come in. When I look at, when I look at Michigan, it is 60% reporting with President Donald Trump up 9.6 points. And I look at Wisconsin, and it is 82% reporting with President Donald Trump up 5 points. We look over down at North Carolina, and that race is led by Donald Trump with 1.4% with 94% reporting. We look at Georgia, 83% reporting with President Donald Trump up 7.5%. These are the only, and Texas, of course, which has not been called, has 81% reporting with President Donald Trump up 5.6%.
Hold on, Corey. Give me just a second. We're back into discrepancy territory right now. NBC News that we've been following all night on our map has just awarded the state of Iowa to President Donald Trump. And I think CNN's about to project, they have a projection standing by, but I think Iowa, according to NBC News, so far has been awarded to President Donald Trump. Stand by for CNN projection. I think it's going to be the equal. I think it's going to be the same thing. Iowa, President Donald Trump. That puts President Donald Trump up to 171 electoral votes versus either 215 or 205, depending on which network you're watching. Based on that, if you can tell me what CBS is doing right now, I haven't checked on them in a while.
Absolutely. Currently, CBS has 187 to 136. They have not filled out any of the Mexican border, and they have not filled in Nevada, Montana, any of the Great Lakes states, Pennsylvania. They haven't figured out Maine or Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, or Florida, as well as Alaska, and because that is not finished closing, and Hawaii has also not been reported. So we are standing at this. So this makes this map right here. We can figure that Alaska, the only wiggle room that could go into this is if Alaska somehow went blue, it would be still 271 to 267. That is the only wiggle room that President Donald Trump has.
Did you give that district in Maine, and currently the entirety of Maine and the one district in Nebraska is actually also leaning blue?
So the one district in Maine would go right, or would go red or blue?
No. All of Maine stays blue. I think it's a projection right now.
Okay, but it was the Nebraska one that would go blue. Okay, yeah. So if the Nebraska one went blue, it would still come out to 273 to 265. And if Alaska went blue, it would be 270 to 268 here. This is the closest possible election that we could see from this. If any of the Great Lakes states with Wisconsin, I'm not counting Minnesota in there because that has already been determined for its win. But if we see this happen, then this is the closest scenario. We also have seen, as if Joe Biden says, as he put his out, that this is hard to maneuver, that they are comfortable, that they think that they can take Georgia. I'll put this back. And they think that they're going to win Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. That would put them at 307 to 231.
That's still a possibility based on this is a swing. This is a complete swing that they're hoping for.
But my way too early guess is that I believe that this is the way that the map is going to figure out for the election. I see if Nebraska, I'm not sure if that district has already been determined to give it out to Joe Biden in Nebraska. Is that something that we know?
That yet, I've not seen it anywhere, but I have to check Decision Desk again. I have not checked on them in a while, but Decision Desk showing me that one Nebraska district is leaning blue.
Okay. So if that goes blue, then this is the case that we see. But there is the other factor, which we also could see, is we end up with a red Pennsylvania and blue Great Lakes.
Minnesota's still waiting to be called. Michigan, obviously.
Minnesota, according to as the AP poll has already called it out, it is 223 to 174. Minnesota has already been called towards Joe Biden, Vice President Joe Biden. So if everything, I believe that whoever wins these Wisconsin or Michigan will not win Pennsylvania, and whoever wins Pennsylvania will not win the other two.
Can you check North Carolina for me just for a second, please?
You want me to? Okay, I can give you the race right now. North Carolina right now has 94% reporting with Donald Trump up 1.4%.
90, how much?
94% reporting.
So still kind of high, but still kind of that's still possible for a swing right now. That's still possible for a lot of different things right now.
Yes.
Nail biter. This is going to be one to remember.
Yep, I just saw the projections from CNN saying that Donald Trump has won Iowa and that Senator Joni Ernst won re-election, which we had discussed on the podcast previously. Her seat, she was on the hot seat for a while there.
Yeah, but President Trump, yes, according to NBC, has won Iowa.
Time to put Iowa in.
By the way, CBS News just projected, I got the notification, just projected Florida for Trump.
Okay. Yeah, I believe, CBS News did? Well, they didn't tell me, and I've been watching it.
I just got the notification. It might update you in a second.
This is a very interesting race right here.
Yes.
Somebody tweeted out that this is the world's longest Seahawks game.
You know what? That's fair.
This is incredible. Washington Post, after tight race, Trump is projected to win Florida. So Washington Post backs it as well.
Yep. Betting odds?
I will give you those as the betting odds man on campus here. I can't give you the Senate odds because that site is down. But as of right now, President Donald Trump holds a 58.4% chance to become the next president of the United States.
Is that up from the last hour or down?
I can check that right now. I'm breaking out the last day graph. That is up from the last hour.
By how much? Like 0.5%?
Okay, yeah, CBS just announced that Trump won Florida and Iowa. So at 11:54, President Donald Trump was down to 59.6, and then at 12:06, he hiked up to 61.5, and then has just been inching down and back up, but hovering within that 2.5 point margin of error around there.
Does the New York Times have have that running meter like they did last time again?
I can check that right now for you.
Yeah, I remember last time that was a big thing. Checking the battleground desk on CNN.
Election needle.
Yeah.
Florida is leaning, has plus 2.9. Georgia has Biden at plus 0.05. North Kakalaki is, hold on. Okay, Florida is already done. North Carolina is probably Trump, and Georgia is tilting Biden.
Tilting.
Um,
Right, see, that's
so what we've seen is for a while it was taking cues from trends in the North Carolina and Florida area. So we have not seen the full scope of Georgia. Atlanta came in a little bit. I can give you my let me find this out real quick. Election map. Okay, right now in Georgia, it is 86% reporting with President Donald Trump up by about 6%.
6% in Georgia.
Correct.
They're counting that as a swing because his numbers are going down as the votes are going up, coming in, or being counted rather. And I think almost the same goes for Pennsylvania. So that might be why the needle's pointing that way.
Correct.
According to Fox News app, President Trump to make a statement as White House race could go down to the wire. It'd be interesting, the response to the statement. I don't know. This could be him trying to declare victory again. We are not sure, but it'll be interesting to see where this race could end up in the next few, or where the president might want to take the results of this race, if he's gonna try to do something
Right.
possibly
Another
constitutionally questionable, and then send it to the Supreme Court and to see how things work out. But I think I'll be honest. I have confidence in the Supreme Court. They'll do the things to protect the integrity of the election.
Absolutely.
Rather than the
party.
benefits of the party. Especially,
So
I love, like, I've learned, like, Neil Gorsuch. This is my new guy on the Supreme Court.
he is the best. I'm a big Neil Gorsuch guy. He's a constitutionalist, but he's not like out of his mind. I want to bring something up right here. If Georgia ends up tilting blue, then this is the only way that President Donald Trump could win this, is through Wisconsin, Michigan, and a Pennsylvania Lake Erie trifecta. So if they could pull out a Pennsylvania, a Minnesota, and a Wisconsin, then that is it for Georgia.
You mean a Michigan and Wisconsin?
Michigan, Wisconsin, and a Pennsylvania win.
Right, exactly.
Right. Did I say Minnesota?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. And that's not happening. But if but I very much believe that at this point in the race, I do think that the final count is going to look like this. I very much believe that this is what it's going to come out to. And something like this has been what I've been looking at. Except it was flipped with the Great Lakes versus Pennsylvania. I said Great Lakes would go blue and Pennsylvania would go red. But looking at it right now, with the vote still to be counted, anything could happen. To look at something just interesting to point out, because I'm a big what if guy. If Donald Trump won Pennsylvania, lost Georgia, and then ended up winning Maine, which is not likely, ended up winning Maine, then he could afford to lose Wisconsin if he gained Michigan and Pennsylvania. But that would need a Maine win.
Right. It need an assist.
Correct.
It's all contingent on Georgia tilting blue.
This is all contingent on Georgia tilting blue, or else it will go how I previously thought it would, with this, and most importantly, that.
There's only a few precincts, county or districts not reporting into the state of Texas yet, that are considering that are in consideration. Have not reported any votes in yet, apparently. But Decision Desk HQ has made their prediction towards giving the state of Texas to President Donald Trump, but it is an extremely close result. But still yet to be counted. Some of those districts, which seem to be not those sparsely populated ones, but moderately populated ones, so that could still make the difference. The Where's Rhode Island here? Rhode Island.
It's not even an island, man.
I know.
I've been lied to.
Rhode Island, I think, is still going to go to Vice President Biden. That is going to be interesting because that's 4 electoral votes right there, and that could make a huge difference.
Exactly, and with the thing I just put up there, the contingency on winning Pennsylvania but losing Georgia and losing one of the Great Lakes states. If you lose Wisconsin, you need Michigan. As if you don't get Maine and you don't get Rhode Island. But if somehow he pulls a rabbit out of a hat and gets, if President Trump pulls a rabbit out of a hat and gets Rhode Island and gets Maine and doesn't give up that Nebraska, then he could lose Michigan instead of Minnesota. But the way that things are shaping out, I do believe firmly that the Associated Press has called Texas for Donald Trump.
That might be the next big one that the networks call. I'm still out at 215 to 171 on CNN and at a 205, I believe, versus, let me see, a 205 versus 171 on NBC.
CBS has given a 187 to 171 in favor of Vice President Biden, and now updated.
Mexico for him?
No, they have not. However, the Associated Press, which is looking more and more correct as we go on, now has 223 to Vice President Biden and 212 to President Donald Trump.
This is shaping up to be an election for the ages.
One for the ages. To get 3 of these in the last 20 years, this is ridiculous.
It's a whirlwind. It's a whirlwind, but again, this is the nature of our country right now. This is the nature of the electorate. This is the nature of the divisiveness. Sometimes this is the nature of just where we are as a country, and it's showing its face. And it's hard to maybe wrap your head around because we aren't. Not that we're not used to this, but usually things are being pretty clear cut. I think we were spoiled in the 80s and 90s about who we knew was going to win the election.
Yep.
Right? But certain, it's just we're not like I said, unprecedented times. So many different factors going into voting, and such a high turnout has made trends, even the ones that we expected to happen, just feel inadequate or just outdated. So it's an interesting election, and again, we still might not know the results until possibly tomorrow, possibly later in the week, possibly Friday.
Now, the fact that the AP poll has given Texas to President Trump, I would like to see what the odds look like here. They are stuck at 58.4. The needle has stopped moving around here. I'm checking the last day results, so that gives me the 24-hour span. The needle is halting around 58%, so it is edging there for each candidate. It's flatlining sort of each. So President Donald Trump currently holds still a 22.5 point improvement from the last 24 hours. He is nearly as high as Joe Biden was entering today.
Yeah,
which is something else.
That is a very different thing. Oh, okay, all right. NBC News has just projected, from what I can tell, let me see. I need to corroborate. Yes, NBC News has just projected the state of Texas to President Donald Trump. That puts President Donald Trump in NBC News' tally at 209 versus Joe Biden's 205, according to NBC News. So I'm standing by, waiting to see if CNN is going to call Texas quickly as well. But
I recommend, Gerald, you should check the Decision Desk HQ on Arizona.
Decision Desk HQ Have you looked at it yet, or have I it just?
Yes, I just saw a snippet of it, but I would like to know what it is shaping out to be.
It's still looking. We're at 77 is the lowest number it gives me. 77% reporting in precincts. 52.58 versus 46.13 in favor of Joe Biden, with a 1.3% going to Joe Jurgensen as well. So it looks like not a comfortable, but definitely a definite lead in terms of what's being projected in the state of Arizona. That would help Joe Biden, along with, I think, Minnesota, almost a foregone conclusion at this point, is going to go for Joe Biden, as well as Nevada. I think the numbers are going to switch there. Honestly, I do, for Joe Biden, and that might even things out again. And again, this is gonna come down to Georgia and Pennsylvania, and it's gonna come down to those late votes that need to be counted later in the week. President Donald Trump is gonna do everything he possibly can to try to block those votes from being counted, trying to say it's unconstitutional, but state laws are state laws, and the election results being counted in a certain way are up to each state according to the
Yep,
Constitution.
that's federalism, baby.
And look, this is why we have separation of powers in different branches, in different levels. This is why, because in situations like these, no one person has all that power. Or,
No, as Kanye West said, no one man should have all that power. Something interesting to note right here. What the hell was I just looking at? Right now, there are currently, aside from Alaska, which has not ended yet, or which has not finished their polling, there are 8 states that have yet to be decided by the AP. Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Maine. Of these, 5 of them were our 5 states to watch, with Arizona, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So I don't want to, pat ourselves on the back here and say, hey, we've got a little bit of like knowing what we're talking about a tiny bit, but we kind of know what we're talking about.
just a little bit.
Just a little. But as we previously said, this is going to come down to election week, as we have said time and time again. So we need to just hang in there. I'm pulling this off because it's getting a little warm in here. If you're uncomfortable with how this election is going, that is very understandable and a perfectly fine place to be right now. If you're angry at how it is going, that is perfectly fine, but don't take it out on others. This is a time to remember we're all Americans and we persevere. There's a saying where if you put one man in the middle of the rainforest, he would be at the bottom of the food chain. But if you put 2 men in a rainforest, they would instantly be the apex predator. And it's because people know how to work together. They know how to band together, and they know how to just form up around things that matter. And if you believe that your candidate has been done wrong with some actual reasoning behind it, then peacefully protest, be an activist, but by no means resort to violence. That is the worst thing to do in this scenario, whether Biden wins and you're angry, or if Trump wins and you're angry, or if it comes down to the doomsday prophecy of 269, which is nice, then you can be angry, but don't hurt anybody. That's it. So election news update, Texas is still likely Trump from CBS. They have not declared it yet. President, we already have notched in that Texas is going to the 45th president, Donald Trump. But let me check to see if anything else has come up in recent times. I'm going to give you an up-to-date odds. It was at 58.4 when I last checked it. And now sitting up, it is at 59.8% in favor of President Donald Trump. So what do these odds say to you, Gerald?
For me, still too many things that are just inconclusive. Too many things that just they're just showing that it's still too close to make a definite case for either one. At this point, last election cycle, in 2016, it was up to 80, maybe 90% in favor of Donald Trump. This shows that the uneasy nature of the of this election, the uncertainty that is behind almost everyone. By the way, CNN projection right now, they just projected Rhode Island goes to Vice President Biden. Rhode
Okay.
Island. That's on CNN. That's not.
Yep. Washington Post and CNN both got that in the same minute.
Check NBC News real quick because I thought I can't read that number. I can't tell if it's 205 or 209. Actually, 209. Let me check the NBC map. I might have to fill in Rhode Island.
Okay. The AP is still sitting 223 to 212, which I hate to say it, but as much as we dogged and as PJ said, watch us shit on this all night and then they turn out to be right. And that seems to be what it was.
There goes NBC giving Rhode Island to Joe Biden, and also another pickup for President Trump, Montana. I believe that's 3 electoral or 4 electoral, but I think it's 3 electoral votes. So on
Yes, Montana is 3.
on NBC 209 to 212 in favor of Donald Trump. On CNN 219 to 171 in favor of Joe Biden.
I'm trying to figure out which one they have. Oh, they haven't given Joe Biden Hawaii yet.
They haven't given
Because Hawaii is 4, because you said 219 to 212, right?
no one's given anyone Hawaii. I don't think the polls are closed there.
AP poll has given Joe Biden Hawaii, which is why it's 223 to 212.
Minnesota's missing from NBC's Till, and Hawaii is missing from both. But Texas is missing from President Trump's Till on CNN.
Also, currently, Alaska is 23% reporting, with President Trump taking a 20-point lead. So,
Sounds about right.
sounds exactly right.
Nebraska, District 2, 1 electoral vote. Joe Biden is leading 52.7 to 47%. And Maine District 2, President Trump is leading 52 to 44.5 with
Wow.
46%. That's the 1 electoral vote that they can give.
Right.
So they might swap.
They might swap.
It might be an offset, but it seems that way right now. But let
Wow.
me fit in Rhode Island, let me fit in Montana, and I'll finish doing Texas real quick.
All right. This is incredible. We've far breached the 6-hour mark on this podcast. Gerald, this is Gerald's 6th hour going into it now on this podcast. But oh my goodness, this is I'm so awake right now somehow, and I want at least 2 more states to be called before the end of the night. I believe that Arizona will be called, Nevada will be called, Alaska will be called, and Hawaii will be called 100%. But the ones that are not yet called for the only states that have not yet been called by the Associated Press are Alaska, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Maine, and then each of the districts in Nebraska and Maine. So I think tonight we will see a North Carolina finish. I think we will see a Georgia finish.
I don't think Georgia. I think they've put in too much uncertainty with the fact that those votes are not going to be finished counting by order of the state. By order of the state, that the fact that those votes in that one county are still kind of still in question. So
I think next. Go ahead.
I don't think Georgia's going to finish that, but continue.
I think next up to be called, the next numbers that we're going to see go are going to be called for Maine, for Wisconsin, and for Arizona. I believe those are the 3 that we are going to see very soon. Because Arizona reporting.
All 3 of those seem to be Joe Biden states as well. So
Well, Joe Biden is leading by 6.3 points in Arizona with 77% reporting. Wisconsin, actually, President Trump has the lead by 4 points with 85% reporting. And then Maine, Vice President Biden leads by almost 10 points with 81% reporting. I do see Maine being the next one to be called. And as evident, Maine gives out 4 electoral votes.
I believe three out of 4.
Right. It gives out 4 total electoral votes, but Nebraska and Maine are the only ones with split voting. So they could give 3 of them are determined by popular vote, and then the one is determined by the district vote.
Right.
So this will be something to follow as well. They have not announced Nebraska's last district, and they have not announced Maine as a whole yet for anybody. I'm going to check the news around the United States not relating to politics, if that is possible.
Yeah.
President Donald Trump in the last 15 minutes has dropped 0.4% in his odds. So he's now at 59.4%. Okay. In news, Sarah McBride is set to become the first openly transgender state senator in the United States after winning election in Delaware. Those are
a U.S. senator from Delaware or a senator in the Delaware state government?
Delaware State Senate.
Okay. Well,
Yeah. So yeah, not a federal senator.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
of note.
Of note, right? That it's a big step for people of transgender, or not people of transgender, for transgender people all across America and across the world even.
Right.
Also, we still have news about the Trump and Biden supporters by the White House. Growing numbers of protesters are moving through central Washington, D.C. There are literal fireworks.
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull up this website that I had because this is really weird.
And a note in Florida, which was one of the most contentious things, was that hold on. The CBS News currently has Trump up 209 to 196. They have not given Minnesota, they have not given Arizona, and they have not given Virginia.
I was about to say Virginia seems to be the one that's missing. Also, have
Right.
they given New Mexico
They have,
to Joe Biden?
correct.
Okay.
But in Florida, we saw a number. It was a very heavily weighed, as I brought up the number earlier, Cuban turnout for Donald Trump, but also a very heavily Puerto Rican turnout for Vice President Joe Biden. So
Florida?
in Florida, yes.
Okay.
So the Puerto Rican turnout for Joe Biden was incredible. It was about, I believe it was 75% of Puerto Ricans voted for Joe Biden in this election. Unfortunately for those who did, it was not enough to gain them Florida, as that has been unilaterally decided to be a Trump territory as of this election and as of about a half hour ago.
Right. I'm trying to figure out why CNN has 219 to 209. Like, what is the 209?
That is what Donald Trump also has in this
No,
map.
I know the 209, but what exactly? What state am I missing here from the 209?
Okay, Idaho, Utah,
Yeah, I got those.
whichever one's next to Nevada.
Oh, never mind. I know why they're not at 212. They haven't put Montana.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay, that's all right. I guess.
Yeah, CBSN is at that same level, but without adding in probably, it's either Virginia or Minnesota.
By the way, numbers in Nevada have switched over with about 73 precincts reporting in. numbers in Nevada have gone up to 52.02% in favor of Joe Biden versus 46.15% in favor of the of
President Donald Trump.
yeah. Apparently, there's an 8,291 votes that went into a category called none of these candidates, which is
So wait. Hold on.
it says none of these candidates.
I see it. I see it. 6,196 is the number I see. But
either way, there's multiple thousands of people who just said, yeah, none of them.
none of these candidates.
Minnesota's still holding true with about 83%, according to Decision Desk HQ. Numbers of people or numbers of precincts reporting 53.41 to 44.45% in favor of Joe Biden. Neither, I don't believe NBC has given.
Wow. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish up.
Has given that state to Joe Biden, but I'm not sure. But go ahead. What's your?
In Nevada, everything except for 2 counties are voting Republican for President Donald Trump, and it is in the county closest to California and in Las Vegas. Those are the only sections which are voting projected for Joe Biden.
Stand by right now for CNN projection. I'm seeing on my screen right now. John King is at the big board, but they're standing by for a projection.
For Minnesota?
I don't see any more projections for NBC. Actually, let me check. NBC just updated something.
Yeah, they might have given Minnesota, which would mean you got to throw that on there.
No, it's 210, which means I think they gave one of the Nebraska district over to, they gave one Nebraska district to Joe Biden, and the rest of the state of Nebraska to Donald Trump, I believe.
So OddsShark, the latest odds to win the 2020 U.S. presidential election are Donald Trump minus 160 and Joe Biden plus 120. And for what that means to those of you who do not know betting terminology, is a minus 160 means that in order to earn $100, you would need to bet $100 and win. A plus 120 means if you bet $100, you will get 120 back.
Which means Trump is still the favorite, but still definitely.
Trump is the 61.54% implied probability favorite by OddsShark.
Yes, that is OddsShark.
And then
Arizona, 79 reporting in, still 52.5 to 46.1 in favor of Joe Biden. Nevada, still CNN is only reporting 7% of the vote in, which still shows a significant lead for Donald Trump. But as we've seen from Decision Desk, that is going to change as the night goes on, or as CNN receives more of those precincts, and we will see that continue on. But right now on CNN, 220 for Joe Biden, 210 for Donald Trump, and I think that is is really what gives the edge to Joe Biden on CNN. On NBC, it's looking like it's still 210 to 213 in favor of Donald Trump, and that's significant. So I don't know how to add that. Let me see if I can't add a little piece of blue to Nebraska.
just give a little stripe going down the middle.
Yeah, let me get a napkin and let me work on that right here.
7 hours in, by the way.
Yeah, time for number 7.
Oh, that's not number 7. There have been a lot more than 7. 7 hours. I have never been on this. There will never be a We Talk Politics or We Talk Sports that exceeds 7 hours in the history of this show ever again.
Not even if we do another election.
No, I don't. I mean, well, I don't think it'll come down to this if we do another election.
Hopefully, we will have another outlet to talk politics by then.
When?
As in, we might get hired.
Yeah.
Far flung, but still.
I'm looking to see when the election was decided in 2016 because
220, I believe.
2:20 Eastern time. Trump is projected to win Montana according to Edison Research. Washington Post says. We already have that, but just back it up. So. Interesting. This is kind of crazy, man. I'm gonna be the first to say it.
What do we got going on?
Oh no, I'm just looking at the toss-ups that they have on here with Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. They're just showing a graphic on here.
Yeah, I don't think the networks have enough data on Nevada because it's still showing a Trump lead in Nevada.
This one is showing slight blue on CBS.
They might have more information on it then.
To make something even to bring up a point which will be very controversial after this one. If President Trump pulls out the win, currently right now, Joe Biden has 49.8% of the popular vote and Donald Trump has 48.5% of the popular vote, beating him by 1.3 points. Biden is leading in the popular vote.
Here's the problem with the expected vote. The expected vote is that there's still an estimated remaining 33 million votes that have to be
Which will
submitted.
come down to give whoever wins it the win.
That's definitely what it's going to be. Almost
Right.
2 million people have voted for other in terms of, so that's probably a Joe Jorgensen thing. But still, definitely, really, really, really close. But Joe Biden still has the edge in popular vote right now. Decision Desk HQ still showing a lead in Nevada. It's still showing a lead for the 3 of 4 electoral votes in Maine. One Maine district is going to be going to, looks like President Donald Trump, but only one of the 4. Minnesota still leaning blue with about 84, according to them, % of the precincts reporting. Montana already counted. Georgia still 52 to 46, closer than when it was. Still have a lot left to count. Still have a lot of things to manage there.
North Kakalaki, 94% reporting with President Trump up 1.4 points on Vice President Biden.
It's almost
up
at 1
by
because it's 5.0. Oh no, never mind. 5.09
Yeah.
versus 50.09 versus 48.69.
Yeah, I've got 50.1 versus 48.7, which is just rounding.
Yeah.
But wait, did you say 48.69?
Yes.
Nice.
Michigan still at 62% reporting in, but 53 to 45% basic. 53.23 versus 45.14. Still a lead, still many points, but still it's still getting smaller. Wisconsin, even further down, 81% of precincts reporting in, but still a 51.16 to 47.34 spread. Joe Jorgensen getting 1.19% of the vote.
Oh, my county went blue.
What county?
Anne Arundel.
Oh, wow.
Looking at that. A little bit.
By the way, I think question 1 and question 2 both passed in the state of Maryland.
Question 1 was which one?
I believe question 1 was the adjustment of state budgets in the General Assembly.
Oh, okay. And then question 2 was the expansion of gambling services.
Into the sports betting market.
I'm glad I voted for that one.
Okay. Yeah.
So it helps, man. Being able to sports bet.
It does, and they say the majority of the money is going to go to the educational system, as is state law for anything gambling related. In
Correct.
Maryland, and lottery related. So.
And also the issue was that you can still do sports betting online in Maryland, but you would do it through like FanDuel or something, and the money would not stay in Maryland. So now any of the revenue generated, a significant portion of it needs to go to Maryland schools.
Overall,
which will help the inevitably to pass Kirwan Commission on the blueprint for Maryland's educational future that will pass with a $30 billion plan over the next 10 years.
Yeah. Joe Biden says, according to AP, President Trump and Joe Biden shift their focus to Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Yep.
The 3 states that could again determine who wins the White House, and it looks like those are the states that are gonna determine who
Oh.
wins the White House.
Washington Post says Trump is projected to win Iowa.
Oh, we already had Iowa.
Yeah. Well, that was just Washington Post is a little late. Internet Explorer says that Florida came too close and they're demanding a recount as Bush just barely fell behind.
Yeah. How's that possible that Internet Explorer went backwards?
Dude, they're so slow, man.
I know.
They haven't caught up yet. Yeah, before they were even born, they went there. All right. I did not just see a change on here. Okay. As of right now at 1:36 in the morning, we still have several states. I believe we have 9 states left: Alaska, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Kakalaki, Georgia, and Maine. Those are the only states left by the Associated Press. And according to the Associated Press, Joe Biden leads 224 to President Trump's 213. I believe we have everything. I think I saw something about Minnesota on news outlet.
NBC has just projected Minnesota to go for Vice President Joe Biden.
Oh, I thought you were about to say President Donald Trump, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's the game." I was like, "Holy fuck."
That's Vice President. Also, we're standing by for another CNN projection. This might be something new as well. Could be Maine coming up, as you might have thought. But standing by for CNN projection as well. But I'm going to fill in Minnesota at the moment.
Do that while I check on CNN, and you'll hear it.
Gotcha.
We think he's doing this way, and it's 60-70% on the absentee, but how many are there?
Anything you see anything yet, or is John King still the big board?
I'm not currently watching CNN. I still have CBS on, but I am quickly refreshing my Twitter feed to see which one I can get the quickest coming in. But I'm checking this out. News. Is there anything new? Is there anything cool going on? Federal judge allows additional time after USPS turns down court order deadline to sweep facilities for undelivered mail-in ballots. So that's what we were talking about when we said that a federal court ordered them. You got to find these. So, yes, it has been confirmed. So, no, nothing has come on the Twitter yet.
I'm still waiting. I don't know if they took it off, but I don't see anything yet.
Wisconsin should have an update between 3 and 5.
As in the hours of 3 and 5 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, they're getting pretty close, but things are still pretty close in the state overall.
Because, and anchor of CBS says that the reason why is because once they started, they can't stop counting. Like, they're not going to just stop. So between 3 and 5 a.m., we will have an answer on Wisconsin, which is one of the most any state left, which is not here. Here's the thing is any state left right now, which is not a Democratic leaning state, is a state that is one of the most important. And it's that little ring around the eastern coast or the East Coast and the Northeast with Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. At this point, those are the only ones that matter.
Right. Exactly.
I've still not found anything from CNN. CNN projection, Donald Trump wins Montana.
Oh, they had not awarded it yet?
No, they had not.
Okay, that's what it was. Okay, so now both NBC and CNN are back in consensus based on everything. Do me a favor, check ABC for me.
ABC, gotcha.
I'm looking at Fox News again,
All right, I'm moving from CBS to ABC.
and I'm checking Fox News again. Fox News has
They have ABC has Biden 220, Trump 213.
okay, I can understand 213 to 220. Okay, so all the big networks are in consensus.
As of right now, President Donald Trump is at 62.5% chance to retain his presidency, and former Vice President Joe Biden is at 37%.
Okay, I'm looking at
And also, one important thing to look at is they have the state Senate to 46 to 45 in control of Republican Party, whereas the Associated Press has 46-44 in favor of the Republican Party. And the Democrats retain the House with 203, and it is 218 to control. So it looks like it will lean that way.
all right. It looks like what is it? The Fox News has their tally at 238 to 213.
They have already given out Arizona, correct?
They have. That seems to be the only one I'm
Yep.
missing. Rhode Island is in.
They gave that out hours ago.
I know. But like I said, they gave a lot out hours ago. They gave the one extra district to for Nebraska to Joe Biden as well. I'm trying to figure out if my math is off somewhere because I don't see Hawaii also included in the till.
Yes, that is also in AP, which is AP right now is at 224, 213.
So where's the 238 coming from? That's my question.
They may have given.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's already been given.
Have they given Nevada or Maine?
Nevada has not. Maine. That's Maine. 3 from Maine have been given to Joe Biden. So 3 from Maine, 11 from Arizona, and 4 from Hawaii. How's that looking?
Hold the phone. With 94% reporting in North Carolina, President Trump holds a 1.4% lead.
Checking Decision Desk HQ again for the numbers. It's still a 50.09 to 48.69. So yeah.
Yep, nice.
But how much? 94%?
94% reporting.
I think that's the same number from last time.
I think it was, but I just saw something come up here.
New number, well, not new number, but estimated 74% of the vote or precincts reporting in the state of Nevada, showing a 51.6% versus 46.55% spread in favor of Joe Biden. So, and Arizona, Decision Desk also has a 52.54 versus 46.16% spread in favor of Joe Biden, with 77% of the precincts reporting in. So I'm almost sure Nevada and Arizona, as well as Hawaii, are all going to go to Vice President Joe Biden, as well as Minnesota. Or Minnesota's already been called. We filled it in our map. The majority of Maine, so 3 out of 4, possibly also going to Joe Biden. That would put him. I'm not sure. I think that does actually put him to 238 versus 2. I think it's, what does Fox News have again? 238 versus 2. How does that exit out every single time? 238 to 213. And it looks like, according to Fox News, it's a 65 million votes to Vice President Joe Biden versus 63 million votes to President Donald Trump. That's a 49.9 to 48.5 spread in terms of popular vote.
Okay, right now looking at it, I'm giving. All right, hold on. You said what was the numbers? 239.
Huh?
You said
238 to 230.
Oh, they give 3 of them. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, 3 of them.
All right. Yeah, I'm running that up on my election, or my 270 to win. So that leaves Nevada open, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and then 1 district in Maine. 238 to 216, correct?
Right, correct.
Okay. So we can project from the, actually, I mean, it's really close. Let me see Nevada again.
Nevada. Right now
66% reporting with a 4% spread favoring Joe Biden.
Let me check CBS again. I want to know what CBS is doing right now. I got their app. It's still okay. CBS is still going 197 to 2
Yeah.
in favor of Donald Trump. What haven't they awarded again? They have not awarded Virginia. It's Virginia that's messing with it. I don't know why.
Because if I may, I'm going to load this up.
Right.
And if I'm looking at Virginia currently, 82% are reporting with Biden ahead 6.5 points. So
Yeah.
it doesn't look like much is going to change here, but it already has been called.
But if you remember, that was the same exact thing that happened 4 years ago. And
They called it early, right?
Remember, we said it earlier. That we called it the Tim Kaine effect, but it seems to be even more so something completely different now.
Well, we could see. I mean, there's a good possibility, and when I say there's a good possibility for literally anything to happen tonight and over the next couple nights, or just the next couple days. There's a possibility Virginia just doesn't get it. You know, there's a possibility. There's a possibility Nevada flips over. There's a possibility Arizona flips back over.
Right. So
there's a possibility that
I keep on saying too early to call.
Right.
And I think that's fair.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think that if it's too early to call, you don't call it.
Oh, actually, hold on real quick. What did they just award? 207 to 2010 on CBS. Minnesota.
They gave Minnesota. Yeah.
That's what it was. Okay. Still missing Maine. 3 of the 4 electoral votes could go to Vice President Biden. I think they're still missing the one Nebraska district that was split. They're missing Hawaii. They're missing Arizona. They're missing Nevada. In terms of the Republicans still waiting for something, or it looks like Montana is the only thing they haven't called on President Trump's column yet that the other networks have, and Alaska is yet to be determined, as well as Hawaii in the rest of the networks.
Right. You said Hawaii was determined on which network?
It wasn't determined yet. It was determined on the decision desk.
Okay, and on the AP poll, it also has been determined as going to Vice President Biden.
That's another thing. I think that's another thing about the safe bet that's what it is.
Even though right here, according to the Associated Press, they have no information.
It's the nature. It's like Maryland. It's in California. It's a nature of the state. And no indication that anything has changed. No polls have indicated anything, even though betting odds have not indicated anything that's changed. Nothing has indicated a change in Hawaii, and I think that's why it's a safe bet. So, let me check. I'm going to see if I can't turn on some of the Spanish networks right now, just to see what they're saying. I want to know. I know Telemundo is basically owned by Comcast Universal at this point, so they probably have the same number as the NBC News map, but it's still very, very, very close. Decision Desk HQ, Real Clear Politics is showing a 223 for Joe Biden to Trump 213. I don't know where the 3 electoral votes are coming from because it's not showing me. Is it Hawaii? It's probably Hawaii, and they didn't split the Nebraska district. But, yeah. Let me see here. Wisconsin's still not called yet, 94% in. Arizona's still not called yet. Nevada's still not called yet. What else is there? Hawaii not called yet, but it's still being projected by Decision Desk as a Biden column. Let me see here. What is it? Wisconsin. What am I missing here? Maine's 3 electoral votes have not been determined yet on Real Clear Politics as well, though it shows Biden leading 53 to 43%, with 82% of precincts reporting according to Real Clear Politics. North Carolina also not being determined yet. And a myriad of other things, discrepancies rather, that have just caused a number of different things to go on. Welcome back, by the way. I did not notice you were out.
No, it's okay. My internet just cut out. I thought you froze, and I was like, oh, it looks like Gerald froze, and then it just disconnected me. So
Yeah.
I'm being sabotaged. They don't want to hear what I have to say about this,
They can't handle the truth.
even though I have nothing to say about this. Like, that's the thing. This entire 7.5 hours we spent, I haven't given a piece of opinion aside from, I think this could go this way.
Right, exactly.
I'm nothing more than an analyst. I'm not a talking head. I just sit here, I drink, and I know things.
Yeah. Checking Telemundo.
Oh, yes. Gotta do Telemundo.
Yeah. Again, same map as NBC because they're owned by the same Comcast Universal. But we were checking to see what they got going on there. Yeah, it's interesting. Nancy Navarro is actually there. She's a pundit today for Telemundo. Yeah, that's about right. I don't see anything new there. So I'm gonna go back out and go back to CNN because I like John Kane on the big board.
The two of them.
They're right, 2 big boards.
We said this election would be close. And god damn if it is.
Right, exactly.
This is, I remember in 2016, are they still counting Pennsylvania a little bit?
I think there's still certain things were being. Remember that
President Trump is leading 14.5% in Pennsylvania by 700,000 people.
Let me see here. Hold on.
I want to look something up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pennsylvania.
Mine is still saying 70% with 56.6 to 42.2.
Something around that.
Yeah.
I would like to know how many. They have 9 million voters at the registration deadline. So Pennsylvania has 9 million voters, and he is up by 700,000.
Right. Yeah. So that's interesting. So new voter registration we said are most likely more.
Hold on. Wait, they're already at 480,000 voters, and registered, they have 9 million. So there's an amount of how many people actually voted versus how many people are registered voters. So
I think
that's going to be something important.
Yeah, I think they're counting right now the
amount of ballots received is what they're counting, because they have a number on received, but they need to when they say count the ballots, it doesn't mean they need to count how many they have. They're not physically going 1, 2, 3. They're putting it in for each ballot, who they voted for, and that's it. Next.
Right. And let me see if I can find.
Also, I'm going to take a detour here. The last time we checked, it was at 64.2% in favor of. Actually, okay. Currently, President Donald Trump has a 64.9% chance to win the keys to the White House again.
Okay, that's back up again.
That is, I can give you more information on his chance in the last 24 hours. He is right now sitting higher than Joe Biden entered today with.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
And Joe Biden is sitting slightly lower than Donald Trump was, slightly coming in here. Currently, Joe Biden is 2 points lower than Trump was at 5:12 a.m. or 5:06 a.m. Wait, this is November 3rd. Okay, this is 12 hours right here or less. So this is at 5:06 p.m. before everything. Donald Trump had a 34.8% chance to win. Now, Vice President Biden has a 34.6% chance to win. At 5:06 p.m., Biden had a 64.7% chance to win, and now President Trump has a 64.9% chance to win. He dropped after the Philly news, then he dropped more, or he dropped initially after his high because more stuff started to come out, and then after the Philly news, he dropped more all the way down to 56.9%, but has been steadily holding on to around 59% and now is back up. His highest on this peak was 65.7%.
If you can do me a favor, check the Senate projections right now or Senate seats, how they're shaping out.
Okay, I will try to go to electionbettingodds.com, but I'm going to guess that yes, there's too high traffic on it, so I cannot check through that. I'm on a mirror site right now, but what I can do for you is I can get you the election map and say what it looks like for the Associated Press. Right now, they are giving what is this? They're giving the Republican Party 47 to the Democratic Party 44. And the Republicans are now favored in North Carolina, Michigan. We're going to switch over to the Senate for the next 5 minutes and talking about this.
That's fine. Yeah.
In Alaska, Dan Sullivan, with 28% reporting, the Republican, is sitting at 60.1%. And Al Gross, the Democrat, is sitting at 35.4%. So he is 25 points nearly higher than the Democratic Party's senator. I don't know if it's challenger. I'm not familiar with Alaskan senators. But Al Gross sits 25 points lower than Republican Dan Sullivan. And that is for Alaska. If we go over to the ones that need to be counted still, we can go to Michigan, where John James of the Republican Party is sitting at 54%, whereas Gary Peters of the Democratic Party is sitting at 44%. This is 65% reporting, and Republican John James holds a 10-point lead here. If we go over to North Carolina, we will see with 93% reporting, Tom Tillis is sitting at 48.7% Republican, and Cal Cunningham of the Democratic Party is sitting at 46.9%. So it is a 1.8 point differential in here with 93% reporting. If we move from that, I believe what just happened? The regular election, David Perdue leads, but the special election still has a runoff election going on. So the regular election, David Perdue of the Republican Party leads John Ossoff of the Democratic Party by 4.3 points.
I'm sorry. The Senate race in Maine, Suzanne Collins and Sarah Gideon.
Has that caught back up?
Still too early to call, but the difference is 55,000 votes, and it's looking like a 52 to 41% difference. In Montana, Steve Daines has a 52.8% lead over 47%.
This has already called it for Montana. Stephen Daines wins.
Yeah, they're going a bit. Gross
and then
Sullivan is going to be interesting to see.
Yes. Also, the Michigan one, as I said, is not particularly close right now, but it is one of those areas to watch as it could run up to that additional deadline with the counting when it comes late at night. And John James, the Republican, is favored by around 10 points with 65% reporting. But I think the closest one is that North Carolina. It is a 1.8% difference, and North Carolina still has to be counted for the presidency. And there are 7% which have not reported, which could make that difference.
Yeah, it's looking Arizona still hasn't been counted.
For the Senate?
Yeah.
Correct. You have Mark Kelly of the Democratic Party. I forgot to mention Arizona. You have Mark Kelly of the Democratic Party leading at 53.9%, and Martha McSally of the Republican Party trailing at 46.1%. So he has about 7.8% over Martha McSally.
By the way, the president is
with 77% reporting.
Is expected to make a statement soon. He seems to be getting ready to make a statement from the White House, by the way, in terms of the campaign. I don't know. If he claims victory, things could get messy. If he says, I think we're going to win, but we'll see tomorrow, which I doubt. It doesn't seem very much to be part of his character. Very interesting to try to see there.
I don't think he'll claim victory. I think that this is a spot where he feels nervous.
But he's never going to project nervousness.
Right. Yeah, absolutely not.
Something that makes headlines and make things go. By the way, I think this is a brilliant prediction for one of the YouTubers I watched. The next step, if President Trump were to fail at re-election, one thing that he's most likely going to do, he'll buy a TV company.
Yeah, media.
By the way, Georgia, 91%, getting closer. 50.6 to 48.1, according to CNN. The gap is closing, and they still have those votes they have to pick up in that one county that's going to determine. So it's getting even closer in Georgia, even closer in Georgia.
We will see it come down to the wire here.
We will see it come down to the wire. According to NBC, it's 50.6 versus 48.1. But still, that's such a close margin with those outstanding votes that still need to be managed. But right now, the consensus around between the networks is that it's 220 to 213 in favor of Joe Biden, at least on CNN and NBC. I believe ABC, I'm not sure, I forgot. But Real Clear Politics has 223 in versus 213 in favor of Joe Biden. So just those three different votes right there. We have not seen Alaska. We've not seen Nevada. We've not seen Arizona called. And based on how things are turning up, this is still really, really close and still within reaching distance for both candidates. An incredibly close situation in this election, but still very much up for grabs for both candidates. Super, super close decision to be made.
I agree wholeheartedly. Also, with news right here, currently President Donald Trump sits at 67.2% chance to win the White House. And 4 minutes ago, he sat at 68.4%. So it seems like he is on an upward curve. I'm going to share this real quick, the screen, so everybody can have a better idea of.
He's going to be on an upward curve for the moment.
Exactly. Well, this is what I have been referencing all day here. And this is election betting odds. It is on a different site right now because this is a mirror site. But you can see entering the day, Biden came in at 64.8 and Trump came in at 34.8. And there is the tiniest degree of separation because there is a margin of error on this. So they intersected at 9:30 or like 9:20. Which is pretty much just at like the open of everything. So then he plummeted as soon as the news came out of the gate. Then we can see that there was some news about Atlanta, and then he still went down. And then there was the Philly news, which is the battleground. And then he dropped again.
By the way, I was able to pull up a chart on one of the mirror sites for the Senate control probability.
And okay, we'll put that up next. But as you can see here, it has been stagnating. Aside from this dramatic rise, it has not, and on Trump's side, his just steady rise. This seems like another one where it's just a wide, it was keeping its rhythm right here, and then it's just going up from here. So we could see another drop like we did where it looked like it was going up here, but there's a lot more history right here to show like a little curve to it. So again, it will rely on what the president has to say coming up here in just moments.
Yeah, go ahead and go. If you can share your screen again, it should be an option on your website, the mirror.
Not on this one. You're going to have to do that. Yeah.
Let me share the screen. It's interesting, very interesting, what I'm about to show you, and I want you to be ready for this. Ready. This is the current projection for Senate control.
Wow. Good God, 0%.
That is really weird.
Other? That's 50-50. That's what other is.
Okay.
Other means 50-50. It's not like there's going to be a coup and a bunch of people are going to storm the Senate and kill them all and then be like, hey, we're the new guys.
What they're saying is there's no chance of Democratic control. According to this betting odds, there's a 62% of Republican control that they retain, and really basically a 40% chance that it's going to be 50-50. So it will really come down to the presidency of the United States and who the vice president is going to be in the United States for the sake of this these upcoming sessions for the next 2 years, how things get done, and how things are going to end up turning out in the sense of how business is going to get done. So we'll see how this goes.
Virginia is dead even at 49-49 with 80%. CBS News has still not called it.
What percent? What percent?
49%.
Reporting.
Oh, I think, what did I say? 80?
I have up to
80% reporting.
I have up to between 80 and 93% estimated votes in Virginia. That is showing.
On
50
AP, I see 52.5% Biden and 46% Trump.
That's what I'm seeing on Decision Desk HQ as well.
Okay,
That seems to be a reasonable
consensus.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay. On let me see here. Yeah. Okay. The is it Real Clear Politics? Another check in on them.
Another note here,
Yeah.
and I'm just going to double down on what I said before. I don't think that Donald Trump is going to give a victory speech right here. There's a possibility that he could. However, I think he's going to give one more of those, like, stand back kind of things. Like, this is going to happen. This is going to work. We got this. There's no problem. But then he might also double down and say, and if it does happen that we lose, it's fake news. But that is what I expect.
Yeah, and that's just not going to help anyone right now.
No.
And it really
We need both people to just assure,
it will
hey,
not,
just trust the process.
Yeah, it will not help him, and it definitely won't help the Supreme Court should a decision come up. Try to help him because now he's saying, if you start messing with
I think he's thinking about that also, and I think he's being advised as we speak. Hey, you go out there and be professional.
But the president is notorious for
not listening exactly
to his advisors, so he's a wild card.
Yep.
Definitely going to be an interesting situation right now as we listen. As the same thing we're going to do for the president, we will listen into his statement once it comes up. Once it becomes something we can listen to. We advise you guys or anybody who might be listening to listen to the president while we do so. So there's going to be a few moments of silence. But as soon as the president comes up, we'll be listening. We'll probably mute our mics, and then we'll come back up with comments and any updates after whatever that may happen, whatever outcome happens after the statement from the president.
Absolutely. I would even advise putting up a be back soon type thing, just in a picture, like share your screen on a picture of gone fishing.
Right, exactly. Let me see here if I can find something I can work with. Let me see.
That's a great question because typically they do, and this is unusual. But last night you asked that question.
All right. As we continue to look at some of these results, Decision Desk HQ has President Trump at 213 against consensus. They also have President Biden at 225. I don't know where the extra 5 are coming. I know where they are. The extra 5 are coming in from Hawaii and I think one other district, but I'm not really sure. But
I need one moment. I need to grab something really quickly.
yeah, sure, go ahead. I'll fill in the space. But still a few discrepancies, but the network seemed to have gotten everything together. It was a really, really, really confusing time at the beginning of the election process and counting and all that. It was just a bit of a misnomer, a bit of just confusion. A lot of confusion being caused by the different things going on in between the networks. Like I said, there's a lot of usually a consensus, usually something that just works for people, for the networks to get together and say, all right, let's go together on this. But no, they all seem to have gone their own direction. I don't know if that's. I don't think it was beneficial at all. I think it was more distracting than anything else to the rest of the viewers at home. Everyone's trying to find out the best information. You don't want competition between the networks. You want cooperation. But I think the consensus now between the networks seems to be going pretty well. Almost everybody has just about the exact same numbers. I'm going to check other networks as well, but we'll see how things shake out. And again, we're still waiting for the statement from the president. But Corey, you are back now. So.
Yes, I am. There is Edison Research has just given Trump, Texas, which is WAPO's go-to, which is about an hour afterwards. It's just this really cool thing to just take away from politics for a second. Check this out. This is Official Ball American League when they used to put that on. And it's from the streak.
Nice.
Yep, a nice ball. You can see where it was hit, too. Just fouled off right here. It wasn't by Ripken, but it's when they used to print which league the ball is from. The home team. Each one would have their own.
Right.
So that, pretty damn cool.
It is, definitely. Have we checked on Pennsylvania?
I can give an update on that immediately. All right. Currently, Pennsylvania has 64% reporting with President Trump at a 14-point lead, which I believe is the same, if not just a little bit more reporting than there was last time we checked.
Yeah, that seems to be consistent. 800,000, almost an 800,000 vote difference in the state. But again, we're talking about millions and millions of votes that still need to be counted, which is why the state made the statement very early on in this process. Hey, we're not going to be done counting. We will not certify until Friday. So
okay. Right before this comes on, it looks like his entourage is heading out. Election betting odds has President Donald Trump at 67.8%. And he is riding out that little peak right there. And it is seemed to come to a stop right around 68%, with him up again 32.3% in the last day.
Right.
And I think that this speech that he gives right here will definitely affect those odds based on what he says. Although I don't think they will affect the outcome of the election itself when it comes to counting votes, because it can't. Everybody has already submitted their ballot. Right. It could put implications on the Supreme Court should anything happen, or there be a challenge to it, or a demand for a recount at certain precincts. It could also be a very big detriment to the American people themselves and sow the seeds of conflict within the American people.
Yeah, definitely. So this is going to be an interesting. I am waiting. We are just waiting for the statement from the president. We're interested to see. Remember, about 4 years ago, on Election Day, 4 years ago, about this time is when the inklings of the Trump victory were just being set in place, when Pennsylvania was being decided, when Wisconsin was being decided, when the concession call from Hillary Clinton came over the line. This is not that situation. We're in a different situation. Joe Biden has shown no sign. He has shown face in a rally, which is different than what Clinton did, and has made it clear he is not done in this election. And I think the Trump campaign, or the presidency, really is going to make a statement as well about that they're not done, about how good the numbers look for them. You know how it's going to go. Our numbers look fabulous.
These are the best numbers we have had.
We've ever seen. We won states we didn't even think we're going to win. And we're going to ride this out and we're going to win it. And we are going to win. Keep America great. And that's basically what I'm expecting at this point. But
I believe that. So back looking at the Senate results, we have, it may have been the same, at 47-44 in favor of the Republican Party. They still have not decided Alaska, Arizona, North Carolina, Michigan, or Maine, or Georgia. But then it also has their regular election has not been confirmed yet, and then they still have the special election for the runoff.
Right, for Georgia?
Correct.
Yeah, Montana still hasn't been called, but it seems to be...
Montana has been called by the Associated Press. It is going red.
Not been called by NBC News, but the Associated Press has called for Steve Daines to retain. Right now, without that call, NBC News is still at 46-46 in favor of the Democrats right now. I mean, at a tie, basically.
What are the two that they gave Blue? Okay, we got that. Did they give Arizona blue already?
No, they have not. New Hampshire,
Got that.
Delaware,
Got that.
Virginia,
Got that.
New Jersey,
Got it.
Massachusetts,
Got it.
Minnesota.
We've got, Minnesota, Oregon, Illinois, Colorado, New Mexico. Those are the rest of them.
Yeah, that's what they have.
Well, that's weird. This is 44.
This is 46.
Huh.
Um,
Other parties have 2 seats is one of the things, but there might have been 2 senators. No, that wouldn't make sense.
Are they? I don't know if they're counting the independents, the 2 independents that vote with Democrats, that caucus with them, which basically Bernie Sanders and I forgot the other guy's name.
Okay.
But yeah, usually they add them in, so I'm not sure how that.
Well,
that would end up
on another note, there has been absolutely no news from the Associated Press for any new winning anything.
Right.
However, the Libertarian Party appears to have won a state house seat in Wyoming.
That's all right. Okay.
Libertarian candidate Marshall Burt wins. She wins the Wyoming state house race. Or sorry, I apologize. He wins because this was the former on there.
All right. Okay. That seems pretty. Yeah. That's all right. Like I said, tonight seems to be an okay night for the Libertarian Party. No one's looking at third parties as spoilers right now. They're just looking at them as an option, which is the whole point, I think. And I think that would be pretty, I think, beneficial in overall in how things can work if more options are available to the table. I will say this: should the Libertarian Party become more of a factor, I believe that is also spells a future of division for the Democratic Party to split into 2 between the progressives and the more moderate Democratic voters.
I agree 100% with that. There's been calls for that since 2015, and
Yeah.
it was almost akin to the temporary Tea Party movement in the Republican Party. However, this has gone on significantly longer. The Tea Party movement brought us people such as Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, Justin Amash, Thomas Massey, to name a few. Not that those guys are related in their politics very much, but they came from that Tea Party constitutionalist movement. And we saw the 4 women in the United States Senate. They held their seats back. Senator? Yeah, senators, I believe.
I believe Joni Ernst was one of them, wasn't she? She was a Tea Party darling.
Yes, she was. She was absolutely. Hold on. Let me find something real quick. So, yes, we got the House candidates, the 4 women, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Presley, and Rashida Tlaib. They all retained their seats. So we see that.
I think they're calling them.
The Fab Four, exactly. And they retained their seats, and it shows that, hey, this has a future to it. And if Biden does not win in 2016, then I could very easily see a division coming within that politics. And also the Libertarian Party could be gaining more steam. And if that breaks apart for the Democrats, then that could lead towards a split from the traditional conservative to the more the more libertarian.
Right, exactly. And
it's not even like a neoconservative, in any kind of manner. It's more down the middle.
I took a political compass test the other day, and you know how it goes up and down, and left and right, like plus or minus.
Yeah.
I think it was plus 0.25 in terms of like wanting a bigger government, but like straight, like right on the line. And in terms of left and right, I was a minus 2.25, which means I am dead center.
Right.
Barely leaning left in terms of how they did their calculations. but yeah, that's I found that I'm just like, well, I'm not gonna say I'm surprised by those results. I try to be as impartial and as reasonable in the middle as I can be in terms of most things, and I think it shows that I think it's beneficial to be able to say that about oneself, that I'm not just all rah 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 for one side. I am willing to listen to different opinions. I'm willing to hear different outcomes about certain things, and different arguments. By the way, Hugh Hewitt is on NBC right now. He is one of the Republican pundits.
Ha. I took one of those tests a while back, and I believe I am -8 down, so up and down, very small government, and then I think I am 2 towards the right.
Okay, yeah.
So very far down and a little to the right on it. But again, it's that same thing. Like, I don't, oh, there goes the family. They're all coming out.
Yeah.
It's just that message of I will listen to whatever anybody has to say as long as there's merit to it. And I don't, pick a side when it comes to just events like this. Did I vote? Yes, I did. Do I have a dog in this race? I might, but I'm not really like, 100% in on any of them. All right. We will be muting our mics for now. Gerald, if you have something for the be back soon, throw that up.
Yeah, let me just.
While we listen, we will be back in a matter of minutes.
Right.
Republicans in Georgia who also have not had their votes counted.
And there's so many untruths in that statement. It's sort of hard to figure out where to begin.
Count the ways. Former Chief of Staff Brian Sree said that he wouldn't go too far. He went farther than that. He said there's numbers that must be truthful. An election, let alone an election in a pandemic, the votes that aren't being counted are votes that people cast themselves today online. Some of the votes that have been counted are presumably.
All right. So, my first note here is one of stats. So, as soon as this his speech wrapped up, currently President Donald Trump has jumped up to 69.7% chance to win the presidency after his speech. Gerald, what are your thoughts on the matter?
This was
Well, he literally said exactly what you said in a sentence. We won states we weren't supposed to win. You said that in word for word. He said the same thing.
right. Yeah, and the fact is that they did. The fact is that based on counts, based on polls, based on everything going on, they said that what is it? Said yeah, we won by a lot. It would have been nice. There's still a chance we could win Arizona, but it's not looking like that. But we really don't need it based on how things are working out, which is true. Also, I think the bigger development here that really needs to be taken into account of is the fact that he says, he is. I told you he's peddling. He's going to peddle that the position that based on election day results he has won, and therefore he does not want to allow voting to continue. And he says he's going to go to the Supreme Court. That's his claim. Go to the Supreme Court to stop all voting, which, as far as I can tell, is not constitutional, because state laws have been signed into order, have been done correctly, so that the results are done this way. And from what I can tell, based on federal court rulings, federal judge rulings, and what my premonition is about the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court is not going to put itself in a position to make the federal government more powerful than that of the states, and they're going to protect state laws as constitutional, because technically I really do think they are. President Trump is trying to peddle, I would say, a narrative that that this election is being stolen from him, even though the election has technically not ended yet. Based on state laws, there's still a lot of counting to go. Based on state decisions, the votes are still yet to be counted in many spots, based on absentee, based on mail-in, based on a bunch of different factors, like delays, such as there was in Georgia. Again, interesting to see where this ends up going out. But in Wisconsin and Michigan, President Trump still holds a lead, and those are Those are about 85% reporting in Wisconsin and 66 reporting in Michigan. President Trump still has a lead. They don't seem to be as big as they were, but still, I guess you could say basically signs of 45.5 to 40 to 53 almost, or 52.9. Those are still like 7-point spreads, aren't they? That's a
Pardon, one more time.
52.9 to 45.5. That's like a 7-point spread, isn't it?
49.5.
45.5.
Oh yeah, thereabouts.
Okay, 7-point spread still in favor of President Trump, with 66%. Also, 2/3 of the vote being reported in Michigan. An estimated 85% of precincts reporting in Wisconsin. 51.1 versus 47.3. That's a 4-point spread, still in favor of President Donald Trump, but still very close. And seems to be the gap is closing in Wisconsin, because Wisconsin almost at the beginning was at 6 to 7% in favor of President Trump. And as the numbers votes go up and into the system, the spread is getting lower, slowly but surely. Um, Pennsylvania still showing a difference of 671,550 votes, according to NBC News, with 74% reporting in favor of Donald Trump, 55.6 to 43%. Again, but still, the uncertainty surrounding what is still yet to be counted in the state and what is yet to be worked through in that state, with the decisions that are to be made about the absentee and the mail-in voting, that the Supreme Court actually, I think, has allowed for any late mail that is received, so long as it's postmarked.
As long as it's postmarked, correct.
By the time that polls closed, which is legal in the state's eyes and reiterated legal and constitutional by the Supreme Court, or by a federal court at least, it seems to be working pretty well. It seems that I'm not working pretty well. I'm sorry. It seems to be that that's going to be a big factor in determining how Pennsylvania is awarded in the next week.
Well, to piggyback on, I understand the thought rationale behind the okay. If as soon as election day ends, whatever the votes are, that's what it should be. But that's just simply not the case. It's incorrect. If a vote is submitted, it takes however long is needed to count it, and then it's a vote. If you got it in by the time polls close, it's a vote. So they need to count these. And I don't see it passing in the Supreme Court, and I don't see it even getting close to a 5-4 to pass. I don't see it happening, because as much as there might be, I want to thank the guy who put me in the case of, I believe, 3 of these such justices, we don't have, that's not what it is. You are there for life. And the reason that is to prevent this kind of party work and this partisanship. So I think, as constitutionalists, as every judge is, I don't think that they would go for this. And when I look at what he said about it, it was everything we thought and more. It was, he's not, as I said, he's not going to come out outright and be like, I win. I would like Joe Biden to say that he lost. It wasn't that. It was, we came out here and the votes that we got were winning, and I think we won. But, we're going to hang out and find out. But, in any case,
hang out and find out is I think we won. So we're going to try to keep that.
Right, exactly. And that insurance is what he would potentially take to the Supreme Court. Interestingly enough, right now, Georgia is at 93% reporting, and he holds a 2.5-point lead. And North Kakalaki is at 94% reporting, and he also holds actually in this case, he holds a 1.4% lead. So these will turn out in the next, I believe, in the next day or two. And you already gave out the numbers of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I do believe that Maine, Nevada, and Arizona will go blue, and I do think Alaska is going to go red, as historically it does. Same way Hawaii is going to go blue. But there's a lot to digest through what he said. It's almost a. I don't think it was as bad as it could have been. I don't think that it was, the right thing for him to say. By the way, right now he is hovering around a 68.8% chance to be the next president on election betting odds. So he is stabilizing out after that, but it is a higher number than he went into that with. So,
but it wasn't it lower than it was as soon as it finished?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So it's settling.
Exactly. But it is higher than it was before he came out and gave that speech.
Right.
So it had a small tick of the meter over. I think that it's a little dangerous rhetoric coming out and, saying, I know we've won this, but we're going to make sure we won this. And
well, it is dangerous rhetoric. That is what's going to get people riled up. That is what
exactly
cause unrest. That is what is going to cause um, object objections in the public.
Yep.
That is not a calming remark saying, we'll see how this goes, we'll let the state process go out, and should something unconstitutional happen, we'll be ready to fight it. But instead of saying, we're going to fight this because we think we won and they're trying to steal it from us.
Correct. Yeah. No, I agree. And especially if it does come to a point where in this election he loses 2 of the remaining states. And by 2 of the remaining ones, I mean 1 including Pennsylvania and then 1 other one like Georgia. I don't think that it will be a positive reception if he goes to the Supreme Court, because it will not pass. It will not make it through because these votes are constitutionally guaranteed by state constitution and federal. So I don't think that they, first of all, can't overturn every single state's thing in a timely manner, because every single state will have a suit against, like a one to file against the president on that behalf, that, hey, wait a minute, we want to appeal this. Because you can't override the state constitution like that unless it is a federal constitutional grant in there. So one of the issues that I see with this is, if he's saying we've already won, we're just going to guarantee it, and then he doesn't win and he doesn't guarantee it, then people are going to be extra riled up because they were promised a win. So as much as it comes down to, oh, we want this, we want that, that's not how it works. We're looking at the numbers. We've been looking at them for the past 8 hours, and there is no reason to believe that they're going to take a sudden change until the mail-in ballots come in. And then even at that point, I believe at this point there is a fairly balanced number of mail-in ballots that were delivered from each party. But I think it does lean more heavily Democratic because they are the younger generation. The younger generation are the people who were doing the mail-in ballots. I went in today and voted this morning. You went in early voting at the poll place, but the mail-in still need to be counted in various states. So all we can do is sit around and wait. I do believe there was I think it was Wisconsin. They are still looking at counts, and that will be finished tonight. Do you believe that's correct? Have you heard the same thing?
From where? Finish counting where? In Pennsylvania and no, not Pennsylvania.
No. In Wisconsin.
Wisconsin most likely is going to be the first one that's really that needs to be looked at. It's definitely interesting. NBC News also right now. I'm just looking at this right now. NBC News is right now called 48 seats in the Senate for Republicans, 46 for Democrats. Really 44 plus the 2 independents that caucus with the Democrats. But we'll keep on monitoring the balance of power in the Senate, because the Senate is a supremely important situation to monitor. But what was your question again? I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. I believe that there was one. There was one state that that is one of the big 5 that are to look at, that will finish tonight. And I'm trying to figure out which one that is. Hold up. Because that will determine what we have left on our plate for the podcast. We're not going to keep going until 7 in the morning. But if we have to expect, I mean, we could. I got no problem with it. But Maine is at 85%.
Right.
And they're looking to favor Joe Biden, but it has not been called yet by anybody. Arizona is at 80%. Can you find through your data on there if any states have had an increase in voting count in the last hour?
Let me check. Decision Desk HQ. Actually, Decision Desk HQ has just jumped up to 227 for Joe Biden instead of 225 where they had it. I have no idea where they got those 2 electoral votes from.
They must have gotten them from. Oh, two?
Right. Yeah.
You said 227.
Yeah.
That is
Strange.
very. They might have given him 2 of the districts in Maine already. That is my first thought.
Possibly. In Nevada, we're still at 79. It says 79% of precincts reporting 50% Joe Biden to 47.74% for Donald Trump, and it looks like Joe Jorgensen has passed the category of none of these candidates to 0.86% of the vote in the state. Arizona is up to 80%, counting 41.81% versus 46.86% to in favor of Joe Biden as well. Okay, it did award Maine's 2 electoral votes, automatic ones, and an extra electoral vote in Maine.
Okay, yeah.
In one of the independent districts. That's where the extra one probably came in.
So that means Maine is going to, or I guess there is a possibility still that Donald Trump could get the 4th, correct?
Yeah, it's actually leaning that way. In that district, estimated about 90% precinct reporting in, 51.71 to 45.37 in that precinct or in that district for that 1 electoral vote. So to keep in mind, definitely something to keep in mind. In Wisconsin, looks like we're still at 85% precincts reporting in. 51.16 to 47.32. Again, steadily, still going down. I think it's just about a 4% spread still, but still less than what it was. In Michigan, estimated 67% precincts reporting in. 52.8 to 45.5. Or 52.9 to 45.5 in Michigan. And we'll be interested to see how that turns out. But yeah, that's
CBS News has just confirmed that Joe Biden has won the state of Virginia. They are the last to the party.
about to say they're definitely one of the last ones to call that.
Yes.
Now,
But I like their restraint on it because they know it was going to be a long race. And as we said, it was the Tim Kaine effect that you saw in 2016. And I think they wanted to get that one right.
in Pennsylvania, 72% precincts reporting in to 56.37 to 42.41 in favor of Donald Trump. Sorry. North Carolina, estimated 98% reporting.
Wow. Okay. North Carolina might finish then.
That's what I'm saying. At least the Decision Desk has been showing the same number for a while. It's weird the way they determine amount of precincts reported. Check your other source for North Carolina.
I will.
Corroborate that because it's such a strange.
The AP has 94% reporting in North Carolina and 93 in Georgia, as there has been at a standstill.
Right. It's still the halt that's going on in Georgia, but in North Carolina, 50.09 to 48.69. It got closer again, I think. That's 1.4, 1.3%. No, 1.4%.
Yeah, I have 50.01 to 48.7 in North Carolina.
Yeah, that's closer than it was. Slowly getting closer as things are going on. And it looks like Rick Santorum is trying to figure out how to pull something out of his ass to cover for Trump saying he'll go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, really? Where is this coming from? On the
No, Rick Santorum, he's a pundit for CNN.
Yeah. Oh, he's a pundit now?
Yeah.
Here we go. CNN projection: Republican Steve Daines wins re-election in Montana.
Yeah, that was also NBC News projecting. That's what got them up to 48 to 46 on the difference. The Associated Press is not calling the presidential race yet either. Hold on.
Oh, here is something interesting. Sorry, finish your thought.
This is an alert from the Associated Press I just got. The Associated Press is not calling the presidential race yet because neither candidate has secured the 270 electoral college
Yep.
votes needed to claim victory.
CBS has been saying that for the past hour or so.
Yeah, they've just been reiterating it, I guess. Let me get rid of
Here is a interesting piece of breaking news. Breaking news from BNO News. This happened 3 hours ago from AP and the Oregonian. Oregon becomes the first U.S. state to decriminalize possession of all drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and meth, for personal use. Which it's not for sale. So if you're carrying, it's going to be the same way that marijuana possession is. If you're carrying over a certain amount, it is factored in that you are using it for sale. But if you have under a certain weight, then it is personal use. And I actually I like this as a libertarian to a fault almost. I think that this opens up the doors to more safe drug use, whereas it could become state sponsored and even taxed and created safely and not laced with fentanyl, as we have seen with heroin and meth, or heroin specifically, across the entire United States, creating a new opioid epidemic here. And then also, as much as I hate to say this word, I enjoy this. They could effectively tax it and make it. They can make it safer. They can generate revenue from it. And if people are showing a habit, they can use rehabilitation programs instead of incarceration. So I really like this move, as bold as it is. It seems excellent. Also, Montana has legalized marijuana for personal use.
Okay. Yeah.
But again, I really like, as much as it's, a thing of Oregon just saying, fuck it. Like, I think that it's, I think it's safe. I think it's good for the people there. It was highly effective in certain areas. Portugal is one of them. In Amsterdam, Sweden, these are places where they have just legalized it all. And so instead of jail, they reallocate assets into like prevention and recovery. And
education, I think.
Exactly. And that's what I think is one of these things. If you grow up thinking that marijuana is the worst thing in the world, then something about it makes you want to try it. And if you grow up thinking like, yeah, people do it, here's what it does for you, then you might be like, I can do without it. It's like when we were educated on cigarettes and taught about the dangers and actually educated on it, it didn't make you want to go out there and smoke a pack. But if you just heard it was illegal, then you want to try it. I don't think that very many people are going to think to themselves, oh, well, meth is legal. Might as well try it.
Well,
some people might, but I think the help is better than the hurt.
No longer a thrill to the adventure of trying to get to that point.
Correct. And also with this, it then again, it helps reduce crimes on drugs, and it takes away from the OD factor. Because if you are regulated on how much you can get or just the quality of it, we saw it in Denver or in Colorado when they legalized marijuana. Everything boosted. It boomed. And it helped the economy incredibly. But at the same time, you think, okay, marijuana use increased incredibly. Yes, it did. But these are different drugs. These are not your, oh, yeah, I want to relax. I want to just chill out and de-stress. Let me just shoot up some heroin. Maybe there's a small percent of the population that, yes, that is attributed to. But I do enjoy this for Oregon. I think that this could be a genuinely good thing when it comes down to it.
Oh, never mind. I'm looking at the Senate map. Never mind.
Washington Post tweets out, Trump falsely asserts election fraud, claims a victory.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, that's basically where we are. It seems that every news organization is saying no one has won yet. This race has still not been determined, and there's still a ways to go. So we're not calling anything for anyone right now.
North Carolina is at 95% counted, according to CBS.
And what is the difference?
I just missed it. Georgia is at 91%. They're not giving us enough time. They're just popping it up for a second to show how many people have voted.
YouTube, right?
Correct.
Press pause.
Well, it's already passed. It's live, so I don't think I can rewind. Oh, I can rewind it. Okay, here we go. Yep, I just figured that out. Okay, so North Carolina has outstanding 292,000 votes.
Right.
Okay, so we'll say 300,000, and Trump leads by 80,000.
Yeah, that's why they haven't called it yet.
That's why they haven't called it. So I'm trying to do some math in my head. He needs at least a third of the remaining votes, or no, like 2/7 of the remaining votes in order to win North Carolina.
The problem is,
And then I'll tell you about Georgia. Georgia remaining has 456,000 outstanding.
Does that include those votes that they could not find?
That I don't believe that was in Georgia.
Yeah, you said it was at one county in Georgia.
Oh no, that was one where there was the pipe leak in Georgia.
I thought you
They
said that was the
didn't.
one where they had to go out and they were ordered to go find the thing.
I will double check this, but I will tell you in 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, you are correct. Fulton County, Georgia has lost almost 300,000 ballots, and these are the ones that are remaining.
Those are the outstanding.
Correct. There are 150,000 that are more than that.
Yeah. So how much is the difference right now? What's the lead? What's the
450,000, and I can read you that if I go on here and look up election map. According to a separate map, there is a 120,000 vote count difference.
120? Okay.
Correct. So he needs 1/4 of the remaining votes
The problem is
in order to win.
The problem is in Fulton County. I don't believe that that's actually going to be the case.
We could see they might not be able to find them. And in that case, you can't send out for each person because you don't know who submitted it and who counted it if you can't find the ballot.
Yeah. So if you
Correct.
By the way, also on NBC, if you look, Dave Chappelle is once again hosting the Saturday after SNL after the election, as he did 4 years ago. Very brilliantly, I might add.
Dave Chappelle is on there?
He's gonna be the host for SNL this week, like he was.
Oh, okay.
Last election,
Yeah.
He was the host, on the he was the host on the Saturday after the 2016 election. So, we will see how that turns out.
Yeah, I'm going to jump over and check out ABC and see if it's at commercial. Is everything at commercial right now?
Yeah.
Every single thing is at commercial. ABC News Live. Still at commercial.
CNN
All right.
NBC's at commercial, and everyone seems to be on commercial right
Everybody's on commercial right now because there's really nothing to talk about. Right now, I'm trying to see. Oh, Arizona has been called blue by the AP poll.
Yes, I just saw that by the AP.
Yep.
And then
it was won by 5% with 80% reporting.
I'm gonna wait for NBC and CNN to call that, but I think they're gonna call that as soon as they come back from break. They might have a standby waiting for projection. CNN is coming back on right now. 3 o'clock is the reset for. I like Telemundo's headline right now that I just got. He's like, con millones de votos aún por contar, Trump intenta cantar victoria e insiste en hablar de fraude sin evidencia. Basically, with millions of votes still outstanding.
Yeah, he says he won anyway.
Yeah, Trump is trying to say that he won, and he's insisting that that there's been voter fraud without any evidence to prove it.
Oh, dude, I forgot about the NBC guy, Hank. They got Hank out here on NBC.
Do you call him Hank because of the old Brian Williams rap videos that Jimmy
Yeah.
Fallon used to put? Okay, that's my man Hank.
Yeah,
Like next on the mic is my man.
my man Hank. Come on, Hank, sing that song.
I'm the imp, the dimp, ladies pimp. That's my. Nah, just kidding. I can't really. I can do only the first little part of the Sugar Hill Gang.
Yeah, Lester.
Yeah, Lester. Holt,
But that's my man Hank.
my man.
Come on, Hank, sing that song.
Is Brian Williams still on MSNBC?
Maybe.
I think so. I haven't turned on MSNBC.
I miss Brian Williams, dude. Honestly, that was the guy.
I get why they got rid of him, but really,
It's image, but he was such a good anchor.
yeah.
I'm a huge. I'm almost as big of a Brian Williams fan as I am a Wolf Blitzer fan, and I love me some Wolf Blitzer.
So
Nobody else has called Arizona.
no, I think they're just waiting just a little bit longer.
I tuned away from CBS because they are not going to call anything.
Anytime soon.
Oh, they're on the Senate race right now. Lester is talking about.
Sarah McBride to become first transgender state. Oh no, we already.
Yep,
said it.
yep.
Okay.
I would like to actually right now see what is going on in the District of Columbia.
Yeah, that's definitely something.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm seeing something else right here. Give me 1 second.
Go ahead.
I am seeing from too many things that I'm going to go with the guy with the check mark on his account and say that wait, hold on. Sorry. The USPS 300,000 ballots were not in Fulton County. I was tying these together. Here we go. PA, here's the full tweet. Pennsylvania says they won't be done counting until Friday. Fulton County, Georgia won't be done counting until Friday. USPS has lost almost 300,000 ballots that a federal judge demands they discover. So these are not in any one place. These are total ballots.
Okay.
So they are not just in Georgia. They're not just in Pennsylvania. It is a cumulative over the course of the entire United States. So they could be in New York. They could be in Los Angeles. They could be in Detroit.
Right.
They could be from, nowhere in North Carolina. Like they could realistically be from anywhere at any time. So these 300,000 ballots, I should add, will not be directly counting towards one person's victory in one state. So I had to look back over that and check that out.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for the clarification on that.
Yes.
But still, all that withstanding, still makes things complicated and possibly given the possibility to switch. Let me see what
And I would take a guess that Los Angeles is one of the places that would be a hotspot for losing it because they had 2.9 million mail-in ballots returned in Los Angeles County, or 50% of those were mailed out.
Right.
So I would think that would make up for a big amount. I would also believe major metropolitan areas would be the biggest responsibilities or the biggest, places that pitched in to this. I'm still not seeing any kind of Arizona recognition from anywhere other than now. Google is slow at 3 a.m. What are you doing?
Well, everyone's awake.
Yes, Google has AP at Arizona. Wait, hold on. Okay. Oh, I see. They haven't given. What haven't they given yet? I need them to put it back up. But the Associated Press has given Arizona as of the last 15 minutes, as we have stated. District of Columbia, Joe Biden won by 86 points.
Yeah. That seems fair. I at one point my dad pulled a joke on me when I was upstairs eating, and he's like, or when I was upstairs getting something, he's like, hey, by the way, DC went for Trump. I'm like, my first thought was, who messed that up that bad? Like, who didn't call that correctly?
Yeah. What have you been watching?
I'm like, what? And then he starts laughing. I'm like, okay.
I've been covering this.
Right, exactly.
This is giving very huge 2000s election vibes to this, but with worse candidates all around.
I was about to say, this seems worse. In general.
I heard somebody say, I never thought that I would miss George Bush. And I think that...
Newsmax. Have you ever watched Newsmax in your life?
Max, like with an X?
Yeah.
No,
Newsmax.
never. Never once in my life.
What is it? Apparently Newsmax.
Oh, I see what it is. Is they gave Maine and Hawaii on the Associated Press. Oh, they gave Maine also. If I haven't already said that about the AP. I don't think I mentioned it. So now there are only 7 states left. Alaska, Nevada, which are probably going to go the way that they are expected to go. With 67% reporting, Vice President Joe Biden leads President Donald Trump by 2.7% in the votes. Then we have the big 5, which are what this will come down to.
By the way, I think what things are looking like in holy moly. Hold on again. Wait,
What?
Hold on. I'm watching something on CNN. I was noticing they switched out some of the correspondents, and everybody. Like, I think you're giving everybody a well-deserved break who had been there from the beginning of the coverage.
Yeah, who's been there for almost 9 hours?
Yeah, switch.
Yeah, we don't get anybody.
Yeah, switch to some other people, and I want to see what they said in Georgia. What was the score last time we said in Georgia? Was like a
93, and now it is at 94. So they are moving.
And at what was the
President Donald Trump leads Joe Biden by 2.2%.
Yeah, they had 50.6 to 48.1.
I'm getting mad, like deja vu right here. It is at 50.5 to 48.3 on mine.
Okay, yeah.
This is according to the AP.
Right, exactly.
All right, Lester Holt. I'm going to move over back to CBS because I want to see what they're thinking. I want to see if they're actually going to give anything anywhere.
Is Bob Schieffer still there?
I 100% don't think so. That man is old.
I know. He used to work with Walter Cronkite.
Yeah, Bob Schieffer's like 90. Oh, no, he's 83. He still is there, but he is not covering this.
He probably was there earlier in the evening.
Possibly. But I had not seen him. Oh, get this yesterday. The CDC had announced that people with COVID-19 can vote in person, but must take precautions. Which is interesting because everybody has to take precautions.
Right, I was about to say. But definitely, according to AP, Senator Martha McSally has lost her seat to Democratic nominee Mark Kelly. According to the AP, again, not called by anyone else, but the AP seems to be doing their work right now.
And that is where?
Arizona.
Arizona. Okay.
Yeah. And as Arizona goes blue for
That
the
is
Senate race,
47-45.
yeah. As Arizona goes blue for the Senate race, you basically have to consider it going blue for the race in general for the presidential tally.
If you wouldn't mind checking the betting odds for the Senate, I'm going to bring them up for the election.
Gotcha.
Well, I guess they're all the election, but I'm going to see how the needle is moving on this. Okay, in the last 40 minutes or so since I checked this, President Trump has gone down by 0.7% or 0.5%. He is now at 68.1% chance to win, with Joe Biden at 31.3% chance to win.
It's showing that actually 93.9% chance that Republicans retain their majority. At 53 to 47 is their estimate.
This is strange.
I know.
No. At exactly 3 a.m, President Trump took a dip from 68.2 and from 68.2 down to 62.9. But Joe Biden did not take a reciprocal jump in that category. Give me 1 second and I'm going to share my screen on this. I find this extremely interesting, and it may just be a quirk or a fluke, but we see this follows up, down, up, and then steady, and then going up, and then right here at 3 o'clock, Trump hits 62.9%. But on Joe Biden's, he follows the exact same patterns until this point, and then he levels out.
That's very, very interesting.
I would be interested in what that was for.
Right, that's still something.
Apocalypse?
I hope not.
But that is something strange that I am glad that I saw, but it does make you think a little bit. All right. I like how all of the places that were still... Go ahead.
By the way, according to WTOP, this is a radio, a DC radio. According to WTOP, Vice President Joe Biden is projected to win 2 electoral votes in the state of Maine. So those 2 that go automatically are his, according to WTOP. And also Minnesota. AP finally gives Minnesota to Joe Biden.
AP has given Minnesota to Joe Biden.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they gave it to him a long time ago.
Well, then my Twitter feed is all sorts of whacked up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you finding anything about Arizona?
I have Arizona numbers up. I have them here. It's showing at the Senate race, 53.4 to 46.6% in favor of Mark Kelly over Martha McSally, and in the presidential, it's 51.85 to 46.83 in favor of Joe Biden. I'm almost positive, and 1.32 in favor of Joe Jorgensen. So definitely, it looks like Arizona is it's on its way to becoming a state in the Biden column. We'll see, how well that holds up, but I do believe that's going to be the case. In Nevada, 50.36 to 47.74 in favor of Joe Biden, with about 79.5% of precincts reporting in right now, estimated.
Do you know whether or not Politico works off of AP?
Politico does its own work, I believe.
Okay, then both Politico and AP have asserted that Joe Biden has won Arizona's 11 electoral votes. However, that is all that we know. 80% reporting he is up 5%. I do believe that is almost one that we can get rid of on the map.
Also, the 2 from Maine that should be coming in soon.
I do not see they actually don't have any of them on the AP, but we will find these. Currently, CBS News has 220 to 213 in favor of Joe Biden.
That is the same that NBC and CNN both have as well. 220 to 213 network consensus, except for Fox.
It took until because they got Arizona.
Right.
According to us, you can mark it down on your calendar. 3:00 in the morning is when all of the networks finally got it together and did the same thing.
They got their act together.
I just want to put this out here. I started with this much. I now have this much.
I don't even want to know what that is.
It's America juice.
If that's what you want to call it. By the way, it's almost hour number 9.
It is almost hour number 9. I'm going to do one for almost hour number 9 and then one for hour number 9.
Yeah. You don't have to work tomorrow, do you?
No comment. Late, 5 p.m.
That's fair. But
I could be here all night, man. And I have no problem keeping up talking politics. And we can even make a motion towards switching this up into a lull if you want to talk some sports for a while.
we'll see.
Or anything. It's, we've got, and then anytime something happens, we can jump back into politics and analyze it.
Yeah, we can just keep our avenues open. But yeah, it seems to be. I'm just waiting for those two, for Arizona, Nevada, and Maine, really to be called.
Yes. Well, Arizona and Maine have been called on AP. The only Democratic state the only state in which Joe Biden is leading currently that has yet to be called by AP is Nevada.
Yeah. So Alaska, 59.96, 36.23, with Joe Jorgensen getting 2.64% of the vote in Alaska.
Love it.
Wisconsin,
I do not think Joe Jorgensen will get her 5%, but I'm glad that I put myself out there to do that.
That's fair.
And as I was saying to PJ before, or it wasn't PJ, I don't remember who I said it to, but it comes to a point where if Trump wins and shit hits the fan, I can just go, hey, I didn't vote for him. Don't blame me. And then if Joe Biden comes in and shit hits the fan, hey, I didn't vote for him. Don't blame me.
Right, exactly. What is
I want to see if Georgia has made any steps.
Yeah, I was about to check.
Georgia is still 94%. North Kakalaki is still 94%.
I still have 50.47 to 48.31.
Hold on. Wisconsin is 93%. Michigan is 73%. Pennsylvania is 64% reporting. What did you say your numbers were for Georgia? I got 50.5 versus 48.3 in favor of the incumbent.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
What it is.
And then North Carolina, I have 50.1 versus 48.7 in favor of the incumbent.
I have 48. Yeah, 48.7. Yeah. Yep. Same thing. Same exact. Yeah, same numbers.
Yeah, 48.69 is the one you have, right?
Yeah. Pennsylvania, still 56.4 to 48.38.
What is your percent reporting?
73.
Okay. AP is behind. It says 64% reporting with 55.8% versus 43% in favor to the incumbent.
Okay. So they're still counting. They're still checking. And again, they said it's going to take until Friday until they solidify.
Georgia, they say on CBS, 92% votes in. Trump leads Biden by 2.2 points.
Right. But they still have to count. Especially in Fulton County, right next to Atlanta.
Yes, exactly.
It is a
So
huge block that needs.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's huge.
According to CBS, every single place is counted except for 10. Except for 10 of them.
Okay.
And according to the AP, every single place is counted except for 7.
In Georgia?
No. Sorry, not in Georgia. States.
States. Yeah, states. Okay.
Yeah. So every other network will say that there are 10 states that haven't been counted. The Associated Press gives 7 that have not counted, but have not been called.
I don't understand why the hell Hawaii hasn't just closed its polls yet.
I'm checking the AP on it.
What time is it in Hawaii right now?
Probably like 6.
Because if they can close it out,
Still, the Associated Press has not received any voting information from Hawaii.
Well, they haven't closed yet, so I think they
Yeah.
extended voting hours this year.
That makes sense because when I zoom in on it, it is still that white color.
Exactly, yeah. So they haven't closed polls, so they can't count anything. Usually they close at the same time California closes. But I guess they extended it. Fair enough to them. They wanted to get more people in. But yeah.
PBS NewsHour says that Joe Biden has won Arizona. The Independent says that Biden wins Arizona. AFP says Biden wins Arizona. Trying to see if any other non-AP and major news. Al Jazeera says Biden wins Arizona. So put that in.
I'm pretty sure we're next. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It's got to come up soon for these states.
If Al Jazeera is saying it, you know it's real. This is the most complicated election maybe in the history of ever.
No, 1800.
What was the 1800 election?
Where they tied like 4 times.
Oh, yeah, in the runoffs.
Yeah. Thomas Jefferson ended up winning.
TJ and John Adams.
Yeah.
Dude, it is so funny.
Based on popular vote, according to NBC News, 66 million people have voted so far for Joe Biden. 64 million have voted for Donald Trump. That's a 49.8 to 48.6% split. And in terms of the people who have not voted for either of those candidates, it's up to 2,085,661 who have not voted for either one of those candidates. And on their meter, they're still expected an estimated 27 million votes outset still to be counted, either absentee, mail-in, or late the voting, or things that might be received late. So it's going to be an interesting journey to see how things change.
Hour number 9.
Hour number 9. Day 15.
Give it up for day 15. I'm giving a warning to anybody who watches this in post to try to get their whole fix on everything that happened. We are not going to hour 15. This is more now for just you and me, Gerald.
Yeah,
That's what this is for.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Again, I'm not tired. My body,
No, me neither.
Get tired, but like my mind is still up there.
Yeah, well, because I need a couple more pieces of closure. Like, I need it not just from. I'm perfectly reasonable knowing that Joe Biden has taken Hawaii, and knowing that he's taken Maine and Arizona, but I need one more piece. I just need something for anybody.
Yeah, and I need to get. They need to really just close out Alaska. Honestly, what they are.
What is Alaska's numbers?
Estimated 27% precincts reporting 59.96 to 36.23 in favor of Donald Trump.
Oh, mine says 37% reporting, and Trump is leading by 27 points.
Let me refresh my page then. But
I'm on AP, so
yeah, I know you're on AP, and I'm on Decision Desk.
DD.
But yeah, so like, but still, just call Alaska.
There's no reason not to.
Yeah, at this point, really. I know it was close in polling, but it's obviously not showing or trending towards that. And even if you want to wait, that's admirable of you. But it's useless.
And we also saw what polling means.
Exactly. So yeah, this is going to be interesting as we continue.
What is happening right now on CBS is they're doing a what happens if, and they're marking Maine, Nevada, Arizona, Hawaii as blue. They're marking Wisconsin, depending on whatever it could be. So they're saying, let's put it in red for Wisconsin.
Right.
And if Michigan gets blue, then it's 260 to 240. Or sorry, Michigan is 240 to 226.
Right.
Wait, hold on. What's
They're
happening?
switching- they're switching things around, yeah.
Yeah, they're doing it very 260 to 226 if he gets Michigan and loses Wisconsin for Joe Biden. So if he gets Michigan, then he only needs one more to win. And if North Carolina goes blue, he only needs one more to win. He only needs 2 more states of those 5 to win.
It's definitely going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a way it doesn't. I'm going to give a really quick check to election betting odds real quick. Last time I checked was about 15, 20 minutes ago, and it was at 68.1 in favor of President Trump. And now it is sitting at 62.2.
Update from Allegheny County in
Pennsylvania.
Allegheny County is pausing the count and reconvening at 10 a.m. Philadelphia City Commissioners say there will be no additional update on mail ballot votes tonight. Ballot counting has not stopped. It goes on 24/7. It's just a reporting issue. It's not a counting issue.
Huh.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. South Dakota has is projected to pass Amendment A, which legalizes recreational marijuana in the state.
Of which one?
South Dakota.
Okay. Yep. Makes sense.
ABC News projected Proposition 22. Proposition 22 has passed in California. The ballot measure classifies drivers and delivery people for app-based companies like Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash as independent contractors rather than employees, but also guarantees them certain benefits in exchange. All right, and those big companies spent $200 million in support for that proposition. Not surprising at all. It's it's much easier for a corporation to work
to have independent contractors
instead of
Well, and then also they're not responsible for anything that the driver does.
Yeah, that's really it's the liability that they're really
correct.
Running for.
It's something if you've worked in service, I've been told, hey, if you're gonna, fight a customer, take off your uniform and then take it outside.
Exactly.
Because we don't need that, like any of that rep. It's like, all right, well, whatever. But that's the independent contractor thing is they're not tied to your company. They're a contractor. Anything they do, they can be on the hook for it. Yeah. And is that expected to pass?
It is projected, projecting that Proposition 2 has passed in California, yes.
Wow.
With, like they said, with significant support from those bigger companies.
I'm sure that a lot of people just don't know what they were voting for.
It's probably what it is. They probably painted it in ad campaigns and all that, or online campaigns and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Interested to see how things work. But,
well, I personally voted against question 1 because I don't think that they should be able to add or remove the budget without a formal hearing.
Well, that's fair. But I also think it would expedite the process if things it still needs to be approved or denied by the governor anyway, based on adjustments instead of just rejecting the budget outright and having him rewrite it.
I mean that's true. Michigan 72%.
So
why is CBS having my question here? CBS is having their news correspondent in a completely empty voting center. Nobody there except the cameraman, and she's wearing a mask. I get it, but there's nobody there.
I don't know. Maybe they're just used to it. Maybe it's just policy.
It might be, but all the other people aren't. All the guys in the studio aren't.
Yeah. So I'm not sure.
Here's for 9 hours since I haven't gotten this yet.
I thought you did.
I did one before 9 hours.
Damn.
Hey, kitty. It's been too long.
Fat boy.
Yeah, the fat boy. He's sleepy. Look at him.
Yeah.
Look how tired he is.
I'll be honest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure PJ just went to sleep.
He had to have.
Yeah. Let me see. Georgia, the difference is 102,000. Still in favor of President Donald Trump with a 2.2% lead. North Carolina, 50.1 to 48.7 with 78,000.
Georgia's not moving. North Carolina's not moving the needle.
Wisconsin
is moving the needle. They're starting to count more.
Yeah,
They were at 93%. Now they're at 94.
Biden is leading in Nevada. Biden is
I-
leading in Arizona.
Michigan is not moving, and Pennsylvania is at 64. So I don't think they're moving either.
Maine is still, they're saying too early to call, but Biden is also leading in Maine and Pennsylvania. Still too early to call based
Yep.
on information provided by the state. And
I can't believe nobody's called Arizona yet.
right, Michigan
82% in on here.
still too early to call. 220 to 213 still the count on NBC.
Yeah, 220, 213.
Yeah, that seems to be the count almost everywhere. It's 213 to 225 for Joe Biden on Real Clear Politics.
Hold on. Give me 1 sec. He just said something here.
What?
They're still tracking Wisconsin, which I'm guessing it means they're still counting because that was the one that I looked at, and the needle has moved by 1% of votes counted.
Right. Let me check decision desk.
Wisconsin is favoring President Trump by 3.7%.
I have him being favored by 3.4% right now.
What is the reporting percent?
Estimated between. This is basically saying we can't get an exact number on precincts, but it's in the upper 90s.
Upper 90s. Okay, mine says 94. And it says
It's the upper
vote.
90s. Remember, the range for all these precinct reports have been between 6 and 12% for all these states. So I've been giving you
Right.
the lower end of the precincts reporting, but it seems better that way because there's still
Well,
more to come.
do you have a vote count
In where?
in Wisconsin?
Yeah, give me just a second.
Okay. For President Trump, I have 1,528,000.
Yeah, I have 1,526,000. So, yeah, look
And then for Vice President Biden, I have 1,420,000. Nice.
I have 1,424,000.
Oh. I guess there's different counts going on or different reporting.
Different report acquisition again, I guess.
And Wisconsin was not one of the states that said they're pausing for the night.
Right now. Yeah,
Which state was that?
that was
Nevada?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. And then who said they had the reporting error?
Also, those are two counties in Pennsylvania.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Well, I could definitely see Wisconsin switching. I just need one more state aside from the. Hold on.
The droll that is Alaska and Hawaii.
What are they saying about? Get
I'm
on.
checking Fox News again to see where the differences are as we stand.
Wait, hold on. She just said something important. County officials in Milwaukee say don't expect. They have 20,000 left to count. Don't expect any word there until 6 a.m. Eastern.
20,000. Is that gonna be enough?
No, it would not be. President Donald Trump leads by 108,000 in
They're still not done counting the rest.
every other.
Yeah, precinct.
Correct.
Okay.
But that's gonna be interesting.
Yep.
I don't know what the fuck to do, man. Is like, do you just want to go off air and then just Tang, or we can still be on air because it doesn't matter.
I think being on air is fine. Like, I just want to get it recorded. I am looking at Fox News, by the way. They still have President Trump at 2:13, but they have Joe Biden at 2:38. So I'm trying to
Okay,
I'm trying to
they gave him Arizona.
No, I know.
238. They gave him Arizona, and they gave him all of Maine. Correct.
They gave him 3 of 4.
And they gave him Hawaii.
And Hawaii.
Yep.
Okay,
There you go.
nice.
Yep.
3
'Cause-
11 plus 4.
Because
is 16,
AP is on the same level as Fox News, and CBS is on the same level as CNN, is on the same level as ABC
and NBC as well.
and NBC. So now we have two different parties saying the same thing.
But
I don't know what to believe, man.
Trending consensus. The trending means that they'll end up at the same consensus of around 238.
Correct.
213. Here's the thing. At this point, last general election is where basically it was 244 to 213 in favor of then candidate Donald Trump. That is when at around 230 when the 230 to 220 230 is when the concession call from Secretary Clinton came into President Trump. In a bizarre move, should President Trump have ever made a concession call at this point, it would have been very. It probably would have ended the race. It probably would have said, no matter how different things turn out. But then again, there wasn't this problem with the extended voting counting and.
Correct. In 2016.
Exactly. So it's just a completely different situation. But this is almost where we were last time at this hour in 2016. So, yeah, I'd like. Let me see if. Can you check to see if there's any headlines anywhere?
Yep.
Potentially around the world, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. Get off me, cat. Get off, you ding dong.
You know what? I can search up on here.
I'm on BBC.
Yeah, go to BBC. I'm gonna check Sky News. Sky News is free on YouTube, by the way.
Is there new? No, there's not new news around DC, so I'm gonna put that in the back burner. BBC counts 220 to 213, so
Same as the major U.S. networks.
correct.
Sky News is counting 220 to 213 as well. So our friends across the pond seem to be very in line with the major news networks over here.
Diego Maradona had a brain surgery to remove a brain blood clot.
Was it successful?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, he's 60.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Definitely.
Yeah, they said it's everything is good on that side of it, and he attended the sides game for Argentina, I believe.
Checking the Australian news. I can't see a track counter, but they are covering this, and it's basically tomorrow already over there. And interested to see what they want to think about that. But yeah, a lot still going on around us. A lot still happening in the race, in the counties, in who's counting what.
Ooh, there's something crazy here. Okay, this is actually like big foreign news. Ethiopia Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed orders military response to attack. I'll read you this. Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has ordered a military offensive to subdue the authorities in Tigray state following an alleged attack on an army base. Mr. Abiy accused the region's ruling party, the Tigray People's Liberation Front, of launching the attack. So there is it seems like a rebellion happening in Ethiopia.
That section, yeah. He's
That is that's kind of global.
Well, when was the last? It sounds terrible, but 2016, I think, was the last time we saw an attempted coup in any country.
And that was in the Ukraine, right?
Turkey.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. Turkey. With Erdogan.
Yeah, they tried.
Yeah. They did try. I was thinking more of when I was thinking coup, I was thinking the wrong thing, and just a takeover of land, and that was when
An invasion.
yeah, when Russia was like, all right, we're going into the
Or as
we're going to the
John
Ukraine.
Oliver put it very humorously, the Ukraine, currently Russia's fastest export.
I'm trying to remember what the name of that area was. Fastest import. What was the name of that area that they tried to come in and take?
Crimea.
The Crimea. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was 2016, I think.
I think they're still technically occupying the space there.
Yeah, but it's sort of a DMZ. Kinda.
Yeah, that doesn't make it that much better.
No. You know what else was a DMZ? The Rhineland.
Yeah.
So, just saying, a little bit of a history lesson there.
One of my favorite comedians, Chris Titus, he's like talking about how amazing technology is. He's talking about planes. He's like, and our planes get where they're going to most of the time, if they stay out of Russian airspace.
Oh.
And the crowd went, oh, and he's like, oh no, really? Okay, all right, let me change it up. Those planes get where they're going most of the time, if we can find them. And he's like, yeah, you guys do realize we just stopped caring about 300 some people that disappeared into the ocean.
Yeah.
We were all like, well, we want to find these people, but the NFL started a new season, so.
God, that's messed up. But it's not untrue.
I was about to say, I'm like, it's brutally honest.
Yeah. I think I told you this is my dad and I were talking because he's not a conspiracy theorist, but he listens to those kind of things. And at a point we were talking after I was watching something, and I turned to him and I go, do you know what? He goes, what? I'm like, we're the bad guy. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, in everything in the world, we're the bad guy. We're the reason things are the way they are.
Who's we?
The United States.
Okay.
Yeah. We're the bad guy. I mean, you can boil it down to England being the global bad guy, the reason everything is the way it is. But like, you think of areas of trouble, Vietnam, that's our fault. South America, that's our fault. The Middle East, that's our fault. I'm not saying that we are like evil, but it's just a thing of like the global policeman.
Oh, you hate that role, though.
Oh, I 100% do. And it comes in and it shows something happens and we have to defend what we think is right, even though the region is kind of just like, yeah, this is just how we are. And we're like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen anymore. You're doing it our way. And they're like, we don't want to. Too bad. Eat lead.
And we will eat your oil.
Yeah. The Dave Chappelle's George Bush skit. Got to get that oil. I mean, we got to get that. And he spills the water on the table.
Right.
Never thought I would miss George Bush.
Do you really?
Nope.
Okay.
I think the number one issue, honestly, and what this boils down to is 2016, right? 2020. The issue is what the people's issue is here's what the president can do. And they don't want a president who can do what they don't want to happen, right?
Right.
It's that simple. You don't want a president who will do things against what you believe. Then why does the executive branch have so much power? That's what you got to think about. Is it doesn't serve anybody, really. to have the president be anything more than a diplomat and a veto force. The fact that you have this executive order that you can use to influence pretty much anything is a little bogus. But it's a constitutional guarantee. But what's not a constitutional guarantee is the executive branch being the number one source of power within the entire United States government.
But they do have the checks.
They do have the checks, but I couldn't necessarily tell you it's the balance. CBS and reports 47 to 46 in the Senate race.
Yeah, that seems to be the consensus right now.
Georgia,
No one's
Michigan, and Maine,
yeah, they still
and
haven't
North
Arizona.
Carolina.
It's not that it's concerning, but they still haven't called it, which is surprising to me.
Oh, as a just state to win the presidency.
Yeah. By the way, the president is down to 62.6% in betting odds.
I'm sorry, what?
President chances in the betting odds. President is at 62.6%.
Okay, I thought you said 46.2%, and I was like,
60.
what? I don't know why I heard that. It was at 62% when I looked last time. Now it went down to 61.8, and now it's at 62.6. Yes. So it is up from my last look.
That's fair, yeah.
When I like looking at the last day thing on here because it gives you a more accurate just rank and file of how things have gone. That dip is still not explained on the Trump side. Do you see that on your end? The 3 o'clock a.m.
Yeah. That's
a 5-point dip in a matter of minutes, and then it goes straight back up to where it was.
yeah,
And no equation for it on the Biden front.
yeah. That's such a strange thing.
It makes me wonder if there was somebody else in there at one point, because I do know that when I checked very early, there was a 0.1% chance for Elizabeth Warren and a 0.0% chance for Michael Bloomberg.
As I was checking throughout the day, earlier in the day, it looked as if they had already taken the rest of the other possible candidates out and just left
Yeah.
the two main candidates to their own
But
devices.
at one point in the race for next president, it showed Bloomberg and Warren up there at like 0.1.
We're still waiting for Arizona to be called.
We are still waiting for Maine to be called and Hawaii to be called.
And Nevada and Alaska.
Yeah, correct.
We are expecting those at the very least to come up. Sometime.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
But Maine, Arizona, and Hawaii have already been called on AP. And this is a goddamn close race.
Yeah, it is very, very close. It is very, very.
The New York House 11 spot is going Republican.
Huh. Interesting.
That's interesting. Wow. But yeah, Trump took a dive around the lull, and that posted around 336, and Biden took a jump up to as high as 38.4. So, oh, what? Okay. As of right now, Trump is at 65.8.
What?
Trump just went up.
I just checked that.
He in the last minute that I just refreshed it, he skyrocketed, quote unquote, because he's at 61.6, 61.8, 62.4, and now he's at 65.8 as of 348.53. So I don't know what this means. I'm going to check on Wisconsin and see if they got anything new. They're still at 94%. Michigan is going up. They're at 77 now, with Trump leading by 5.8%. That probably is the reason for that. Georgia's at 94% still. North Kakalaki's at 94% still. And Pennsylvania is halting at 64% with President Trump at 12.6% lead. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, definitely.
It looks like every single. I need to check Georgia's numbers. Georgia, President Trump leads by 1.8%. North Carolina, he leads by one.
Still.
North Carolina, he leads by 1.4%.
Yeah.
It looks like any of these lands, though, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, those are heavily held by him.
Wisconsin's at a 50.94 to a 47.55.
I'm at 94% reporting, and I got 51.1 and 47.4.
I basically have those same numbers, give or take.
Yeah, just a margin of error.
10%. Yeah, margin of error, tenth of a percent. CNN still has what looks to be Michigan at 52 to 46%, which is, but it looks like
Donald Trump is at 52.1 and Biden is at 46.3. That's what I've got at 77%.
77% in Michigan, right?
Correct.
There's still a lot of ground to cover.
And Flint is in red.
Flint?
Flint and Grand Rapids are both red territory.
Let me see here. Livingston County is red. Jackson County.
Do they have clean water in Flint yet?
I have no clue. I don't have anything from Baldwin County. And I don't have anything from Antrim County. Those seems to be two holdouts right now.
I can't see those areas
I'm
because
on the desk.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so let me see here. And also, I don't have anything Monroe County, which is also, these are all seem to be close to more urban and blue sectors of the state. So those three holdouts could potentially be what decides things.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the thing about this election, and it's coming to a point where tonight we are going. I believe tonight they're going to. It might be a matter of principle for the networks right now, actually, to not call anything.
Well, now that the president has made those claims, they have to withhold themselves. They have to,
Right.
They have to draw back.
Even though it looks we have three things that are not on the board for anybody except for Fox and AP, and no other network is commenting on Arizona, Hawaii, or Maine.
Yeah, I don't get what the trouble with Arizona is. Well, again,
Hold on.
is fine.
Okay, they said that the ballot counting is still going on. CBS, no, they just said it was still going on. They have a message from the Biden campaign coming soon. This is on CBS.
Yeah, we'll probably stay up for that as much as we can. But honestly, I'm thinking. I'm thinking 4:30 could be it.
Yeah, fair. I think 10 hours we cut it off.
Yeah.
Thereabouts. And then we watch it on our own or whatever. Or go to bed.
Yeah, I might try to get a little bit of rest here. But yeah, this is insane, man. I look, I know we said it was wasn't expecting it
To be this drawn out.
as accurate and drawn out as we predicted in the
We are oracles. I believe at one point each of us predicted what this map is right now at that, but with the parts that we don't know. I think our entire map was what we have right now.
Yeah, and like I said, the Hispanic vote in Florida. Look, if Joe Biden had won Florida, what is that? How many electoral votes is that?
Florida?
It's 29, right?
Florida is 29, correct.
He'd be at 249 versus take 29 off from 213.
Yeah. 176.
So it would be 2.
That's not right. 186?
Yeah, 186. 249 to 186.
Yep.
Yeah,
Which means Trump would have to win out. And also these numbers are not counting Maine or Hawaii or Arizona. So if he had won Florida, he would have already won.
Yeah, it's
Hold on, fat boy, come here. Walk this way. He's just stepping on me. Boy.
He's tired.
Yeah, he's tired. Look at him. Why is your eyes so wide, dude? It's like 4.
Yeah.
You fat cat. He's looking at himself.
Yeah.
Look how round his head is. It's like a softball.
Chunk.
Like my hand. Here, hold on. I have a point of comparison right here to make. All right. Here's my cat's head. Hold on. Come on, boy. Look. Here's a baseball.
Nice.
His head is so much bigger than a baseball. This guy is a fat boy.
Fat boy.
He's yeeted himself across the couch. But I just want something else to come through here. I don't believe that Associated Press is going to break anything else, but it is a possibility. And I really think that all the major American news networks are holding off on reporting anything, which I don't get. Why not go out there and say Arizona's? I know. I would say report Maine and Hawaii at very least, because I know there was the Arizona thing about Trump saying whatever, and he might reach out and yell at you about being fake news. But that's happened over the past 4 years. So
Yeah, that's.
I don't know why they're pussyfooting around the issue.
Yeah, it's just it all seems kind of strange, honestly. In general, it just does.
At least to me, it just seems like there's some kind of tomfoolery going on around here a little bit, right?
I don't know if it's tomfoolery. I just think it's uncertainty, and now that things have been called into question in a certain way, it's cause for a reconsideration about the path forward for the networks to go.
I agree. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's any malarkey going on.
Right.
I don't believe that. There's been no reason to think that there's any, that anybody's being bamboozled, led astray, run amok,
Exactly.
had the wool pulled over their eyes.
Right.
I don't think there's any reason to believe that. But I do think that the networks right now could be making a move to just say, hey, Maine.
Hold out, yeah.
Well, they could either say, we're holding out on this until tomorrow morning. We'll let you know as things come along, but don't expect anything soon, instead of just repeating the same stuff over and over.
Correct. So, all that being said, it looks like a commercial break on NBC.
CBS is back up, and they're going to show the big board of the presidential race, but this is the board we've been looking at all night. I'm checking my social media to see if anything is happening.
Right. I haven't seen anything on social media actually, so I think whatever situation was going on in DC has definitely been has gone away. What was that?
Just check your Twitter, dude. I don't have anything. This is in such like not great taste that I just need to put it up on that. Okay. Wisconsin, Trump is up 120,000 with 94%. Michigan, Trump is up 200,000 with 77%. Pennsylvania, Trump is up 700,000 with 64%. Georgia, Trump is up 102,000 with 94%. And North Carolina, Trump is up 77,000 with 94%.
Right. Oh. Okay.
Do you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Rough.
There's the internet.
Hold on. Hold the phone. Okay. The chair of the Democratic Party, Wisconsin, has stated in an expected statement, absentee ballots are still being tallied in Milwaukee, Kenosha, and other cities. Based on everything we've seen, these ballots will decisively favor Biden. Green Bay hasn't reported any results yet. When all votes are counted, we're confident that Biden will win Wisconsin. Thinking up here, there's only 170,000 votes left in Milwaukee, and they have to make up 108,000 deficit. They need to win the 80% needed in Milwaukee to win.
Right, exactly.
There is nothing else in my news roll trying to find anything. It seems as if the old guard has mostly stood true in their re-election campaigns throughout the Senate races and the House races. It doesn't seem as if there was any blue wave or red wave coming through. So
There was no wave.
And as we've talked about in the past, we said in a perfect world, what would the House and Senate look like?
You said Republican House, Democratic Senate, and it doesn't matter.
And at that point, it doesn't matter who the president is.
Yeah.
And at this point, we will have a Republican Senate and Democratic House. And with that, I figure that it doesn't matter what it looks like. But the issue will be on spending.
Yeah,
So that will be what it comes out to. With Mitch McConnell winning the U.S. Senate reelection, how do we figure that the House Majority Leader appointment goes? Will he retain his position?
House Majority? Yeah, definitely.
The Senate Majority.
Yeah, Senate Majority. Yeah, that would definitely stay the same. I don't see a reason for anyone to jump ship on anything of that nature. Simply because it was close. They don't have anyone better for the Senate Majority.
Well, he might actually end up letting up his role because the only reason that he almost lost is because of his notoriety as the Senate Majority Leader.
I don't think he's going to be there much longer, though. He has, another 6 years? I think after that, he might just retire. Honestly,
That is certainly possible.
Yeah, after the next 6 years, I think that might be it, honestly.
Well, let me check Mitch McConnell's age. Mitch McConnell is 78 years old. So, yes, I do believe these next 6 years will be his last.
Yeah. Or he could become the president pro tempore.
Pardon?
President pro tempore, the oldest serving member
Yep.
of the yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what does that make him? Third in line or fourth in line? Fourth. It's Secretary of State is no. Who's third? Senate Majority Leader? House Majority Leader?
It goes
President, Vice President, Sec State, Speaker of the House. That's what it is.
Speaker, then
Pres pro tempore.
and for
I'm actually looking up the line of secession. All right.
Biden campaign stated in the president's statement tonight about trying to shut down the counting of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. Ah, dang it, I didn't get a hold of it.
Yeah, no, I heard that about 15, 20 minutes ago, but I couldn't get a bit of enough about it to mention. It was basically shutting down everything that the president said in his speech and saying that they're confident that Joe Biden will win this election.
Yeah.
Here is
we can do right now.
Here's the order currently as it stands. Vice President, Speaker of the House, Pres Pro Temp, Secretary of State, Secretary of the Treasury, SecDef, AG, Secretary of the Interior, Agriculture, Commerce, Labor, Health and Human Services, then HUD, and then Secretary of Transportation, Secretary of Energy, Secretary of Education, Secretary of Veteran Affairs, and Secretary of Homeland Security. Unfortunately, the number one coolest title of anybody with any job in this world is not on this list.
The Postmaster General.
Which is my basketball nickname. The Postmaster General is not on this list. If I look up Postmaster General line of secession, it used to be in there. But then in 1971, the Post Office Department became the U.S. Postal Service, and the Postmaster General was removed from both the cabinet and the line of secession.
Right, yeah.
Terrible.
And you also hate the Department of Homeland Security.
Oh, absolutely. Patriot Act is one of the most violating constitutional, like unconstitutional things that have been set up. Yeah, you don't have a right to your privacy because if we think you're a terrorist for any reason, we can just get any of your information. All right, what is going on here? Votes are waiting to be counted in Philly, with 400,000 mail-in ballots are now being counted.
There's also, they're not going to count in mail-in until 10 a.m., right?
Correct.
Senator Mark Warner projected to winner in race for Virginia Senate. Okay. All right. Oh, well.
Allegheny County, is that Pittsburgh?
I believe. Yeah, because the Allegheny River goes up.
Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. So Pittsburgh and Philly still have yet to be counted, which Pittsburgh could show a good amount of outskirts Allegheny County going red, so it will be closer than Philly will, because Philly will be running blue all the way.
Right.
It won't give quite the DC show that we saw with that, with the 75-point lead, but Philly will be more like an area similar to Baltimore, which I do not know about Baltimore City. I would like to know those numbers if you can bring them up.
Baltimore, yeah.
I would guess it was 75 to 25.
Yeah, let me check real quick.
Or 74-24.
It's got to be something like that. Decision Desk, HQ, reloading real quick. Still given a 227-213 projection. State of Maryland.
Also, President Trump currently is up at 66.2% in the next president line.
President Trump?
Correct.
Okay. Baltimore County or city?
City.
Yeah, that's 89 to 9.
Good golly. Yeah, I don't know what I expected. I don't know why I even thought that it might be a little looser. Yeah, that's...
Frederick County surprisingly went to, at least for me, Frederick County went surprisingly to Joe Biden.
What was Anne Arundel County? What was that?
56 to 41.
How much for Joe? Jorgensen.
1.15%.
I'm in there.
Yeah. Montgomery County went 79.95% for Joe Biden.
I believe that. Carroll County went for President Donald Trump.
Where's Carroll County? Yeah, 63 to 34.
Calvert County went for President Donald Trump. That is Eastern Shore.
Let me see. Hold on.
Or Western Shore? Yeah, Southeast Maryland.
Oh, so hold on. Wait, so
I can get you an exact location of it.
Mary's Charles County, you said?
No, Calvert County. It's by Easton.
That doesn't help me.
It's on the Western Shore, so on the mainland, the contiguous U.S. southeast, so not on the peninsula. Right here.
That's what did you say it went?
I believe that went for President Donald Trump.
Nope.
Really?
Joe Biden, 51 to 49.
Wow.
In Calvert County, that's still being counted. It's 50% of precincts reporting.
That would make sense. Yeah, Calvert County is a sort of split area on. I guess I should have said Calvert County is the peninsula because it is one if you look at it. But it's a shame that there's two peninsulas in Maryland. Calvert County has a weird amount of Republican versus Democratic population, and it comes down. It shows in the state when you look at their delegates, but I would figure that would be a lot more. I would also figure the more north you get, the more red it gets in Maryland.
I think it's the more northwest.
Yeah. Like you get towards Garrett County.
Yeah. Well, it's the less centered you get.
Correct. Yeah. The further away from, the further away from Southwest Maryland and Central Maryland. So the further you get away from that strip between Baltimore and Washington.
Right.
All right. I'm going to give a check on here and see if there is anything on the election map. Nothing new. In Nevada, there are 67% reporting, and Joe Biden only has a 2.1% lead over Donald Trump.
That still seems to be pretty consistent with how things were going.
Yeah. Arizona, 82% in. Biden is a 5% lead. I don't know why they haven't called it yet.
Yeah, they need to call Arizona. But again, I think it's the waiting that they want to do.
Right.
By the way, my NBC channel has switched back to local coverage for NBC4. I'll give it another 15 minutes. If nothing is called by then, I'm pretty sure it'd be time to shut down. So
I agree.
When we hit 10 hours, a 10-hour stream is nothing to bat your eyes at. That's
No, a 10-hour stream.
Yeah, this is work. So to all those people on Twitch and Discord and Steam and all that.
Well, they're playing games. We're watching something that is beyond our control.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I think this is a little harder.
Yeah, and just a tiny bit more boring, but
Yeah, not for me. This is fun. As I've said before, and the reason we have a podcast on this is we could talk for hours. So John Kelly just gave a statement saying, "Hey, I won."
You mean Mark Kelly?
Mark Kelly, not John Kelly. Mark Kelly, the guy who won the Senate race.
John Kelly was the one who went in space for a year, right?
Mark Kelly was an astronaut.
I think they were both astronauts.
Are there really that many astronauts?
Apparently.
I guess that's where my confusion was.
By the way, Anthony Brown won, Steny Hoyer won, David.
No,
Jones-
John Kelly was Donald Trump's chief of staff
Oh,
from 2017 to 2019. From July 31st, 17 to January 2nd, 2019. So that's John Kelly.
who's Mia Mason?
No clue.
Apparently, District 1 in Maryland trying to win Congress seat.
Mason?
Yeah.
District 1. That's not Frederick, is it?
I have no clue.
And that's state
No.
legislature?
No, it's federal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say that name does not sound familiar. North Kakalaki, Trump's up 50 to 49. I think that means they're still counting. 94% in? No, they were at 94 last time. Everybody's at 94 right now.
Right, exactly.
Georgia's at 94. Kakalaki's at 94. Wisconsin's at 94. Michigan's at 79. And Pennsylvania's at 64. And Nevada, 67, with Biden having a 2.1 lead. And I have already been of belief. I agree with the AP at this point right here. Vice President Joe Biden has won Arizona, Hawaii, and Maine. It is just a matter of how many of the districts of Maine he wins. So this is something. And Nevada, I wouldn't necessarily call that right now, but I do believe it is in the cards that he will turn out and win this. But as everybody likes to say, there's a lot of ball left. So we can't call it currently right now. In Alaska, they're counted 37%, and President Donald Trump is up by 27% of the vote. So that looks like it will lean red. And these should...
I'm sorry, what was that?
Alaska.
Yeah, Alaska.
Yeah. So Alaska and Nevada should prove inconsequential, as well as Arizona and Hawaii. And I do firmly believe it'll come out to the Fab Five, as we'll put it out there, as Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. And I would not expect any kind of bell to be rung tonight or this morning, depending on when your dawn is. But I wouldn't expect anything happening right here. So I believe Maine, Arizona, Nevada, and Hawaii are going to former Vice President Joe Biden. I think Alaska will steadily and handily go to President Donald Trump. And then I think that Wisconsin and the other four should all be very contentious, and it's something that you got to keep your eyes out for.
Right, definitely.
Unfortunately, there's no new news coming in. Is there anything local that you are getting a sense of?
No, not really. Just
Oh, hold on. Here's something. Ben Shapiro tweeted out, "No, Trump has not already won the election, and it is deeply irresponsible for him to say he has."
All right, Ben.
Which is a mind-blowing shocker for somebody like Ben Shapiro to say something of that sort.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't usually do that, but props to Ben Shapiro for that.
That is probably the only time that I will say that.
Yeah, exactly.
Props to Ben Shapiro for saying, "Hey, dude, it was stupid."
Yeah, it was.
I
think because Ben Shapiro also knows there's no chance the Supreme Court would side with the president.
Correct. Here's the ABC News. Astronaut Mark Kelly expresses optimism as votes are still being tallied in the Arizona Senate race. Oh, actually, he officially did it. So he gave something of a congratulatory thing to the people who voted for him and thanking those who got him there. 238, 213. I guess that's where it's going to end, really.
That's where it has to end, really, unless someone wants to make a jump.
Right. It's going to be the first one to do it, does it? But I'm going to jump back on Twitter one last time to check the rounds and then hit the odds. But, okay, here we go. Kanye. Okay, looking right here. There is nothing on Twitter telling me anything new, and the election betting odds were 66.2% last time I checked, and now they are at a whopping, drum roll, please, 66.2%.
So basically, even the betting odds have said we're in a stagnation period.
Correct.
We're in a holding pattern, and we really have to wait for more results to come in for us to really make any more adjustments to our forecast and our odds.
Exactly. And that one outlier still does not make much sense to me. But in honor of the 10th hour, and to put me to bed because I don't really want to stay up watching this, here's one. Get a little water in me real quick.
Yeah, you go ahead and do that.
I've had all this. This is a liter and a half.
That's good.
Gotta stay hydrated. And here's two.
One for the money.
One for the hose.
There you go.
So on that note, I don't think there's anything else left to cover. 10 hours, Cheryl. We made it.
Hold on. You asked me for something locally. This actually broke about an hour ago.
Sure.
NBC Washington 4, local affiliate. It seems as though right now, or not right now, but it says developing some votes in Virginia's 10th congressional district were counted 3 times due to human error.
Can you check the 10th district to see how that leaned?
Yeah, let me. Yeah.
Because that could be an interesting thing to pick up. And regardless, a human error factor is something that, it does happen, but that's important, especially in a state that was, and I would say still is as close.
1056.
Virginia, though, is not really a doubt.
Yeah, 56.42 to 43.58 in the 10th district in terms of what the Democrat won. Actually, Jennifer Wexton. I don't know if you've
Okay.
I've heard a lot about her because I listen to a lot of the radio. She got a lot of radio ads. But it says even though NBC News says Biden is still the projected winner of Virginia despite the misstep. Who is watching us?
I don't know, man.
All right. Hey,
if you're watching us, thank you so much.
I know, for real.
Tuning in at 4:25 in the morning.
Yeah, it's you must really like mornings, or you must really want to find out if we came up with anything new.
Or must really hate mornings.
Yeah, definitely.
So as I'm checking the last bit, there has been no movement. Wisconsin is still 94. This actually changed. Michigan is at 80%, which we have not seen that little jump there. Michigan now is favoring President Donald Trump by 5.2%. Pennsylvania
that's still kind of low. That's lower than what it was.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is still at 64, so that has not changed. I'm going to go back to Kakalaki.
Wisconsin, by the way, 50.34 to 48.16.
And North Carolina,
Much closer. Yeah.
North Carolina and Georgia are both still at 94% reporting. So there has been no change there. Nevada is still at 67% reporting. So there has been no change there. The only thing that I can find is Michigan changing a slight bit, giving a 5-point edge to the incumbent. So we will find more information as this goes on. I don't have a way that we can put things out as it happens. I have work tomorrow, but Gerald, I'm sure if something comes up, just bounce on it.
Yeah, I can run this from multiple locations with multiple different devices. I can just make a little quick quib about it. If you see anything, you could probably text something about it on the sports Twitter.
I see. Who do you guys think will win?
I mean,
That's
a fair question. That's something we have not asked each other.
That's a very fair question. I have shown on my map on this one that I believe that Donald Trump will edge this one out by inches in a game of losing Pennsylvania and taking Wisconsin, Michigan, and Kakalaki in Georgia. But I think it will be a game of inches.
I just think that the discrepancies I can't really say, but the discrepancies are just showing something. I can't even call it an educated guess. It's just a hunch that something. It's more than two states at least of those 5 are going to swing in favor of Joe Biden, and I think that might be it. Honestly, along with Arizona, which they're projected to Joe Biden projected to get, or almost certainly projected to get. And Nevada, he's almost certainly projected to get, and 3 out of 4 in Maine that he's almost certainly projected to get. So,
as I'm watching, hold on, CBS said their correspondent witnessed a woman finish their branch counting 169,000 Milwaukee votes. They got police escorted to the county board or to the area board to report them, and those will be coming up relatively soon. However, I don't think that will make the election for Wisconsin. So
I think it'll make a huge difference. That'll actually be either the signal that shows us is there still a lot of hope for the Biden campaign in Pennsylvania, or are things going better for Donald Trump? So.
I agree. Well, as I am taking a look, I'm going to give one more gesture. Wisconsin has not changed. Michigan has not changed since last report. Pennsylvania has not changed since their last one. Neither has North Carolina nor Georgia, which are our 5 states to watch. Election betting odds upon last check. I'm going to see if they have changed at all. Currently, President Donald Trump is at 66.2%, which is at, I believe, the exact spot that he was at the last time that I checked. But I'm going to double check these results, and they are. So, if we have nothing else to say, Gerald, anything else?
Honestly, this is a drawn-out process. We still have a lot of uncertainty. We still don't know a surefire answer. But patience. Don't jump to conclusions. I believe state laws will cover many of the discrepancies that anybody may have. And all that being said, I think we're still in for quite a ride in the next few days. Definitely,
I agree.
Definitely the next few hours. Most likely
I agree.
The next few days as well.
I think it's going to go to days, and as I've reiterated, don't be hasty. In the words of Mary from Lord of the Rings, don't be hasty. In the words of Treebeard, don't be hasty. So follow that. If do not be violent. You can be mad. You are entitled to be angry, mad, sad, outraged, anything. that you're entitled to that, but don't take it out on people around you physically or verbally or anything. And on that note, here's one for the road.
Yes, sir.
And as always, from the We Talk Politics and the We Talk Sports podcast, I've been Corey.
I've been Gerald.
And we had PJ Dolan. But we are signing off. And we will see you later this week.
Sooner, hopefully, rather than later. Just let's try to get to, like, remember when I said 2020 was that year? It was that year.
It was the year.
So, all right. We'll see you guys later in the week.
Catch ya.
It's the first time the candidates can meet